Chapter 613. After Gu Chongqing brought Gu Yin out of the residence, he rode on a horse to send Gu Yin back to Jade Water Alley. The two of them rode on the same horse with Gu Yin in front. The 16-year-old youth's body could not block Gu Chongqing's line of sight. Gu Chongqing held the reins tightly with both hands and encircled him in his arms. Gu Yan's excitement had worn off, and he was really a little sleepy now. His thin and weak body leaned against Gu Chongqing's firm chest, and his little head started to peck at the rice like a chicken. Gu Chongqing was both angry and amused. He freed an arm to hold his thin waist. "Are you sleepy now?" Gu Yin groaned in a daze and immediately sat up straight. He widened his eyes and said very clearly, "I'm not sleepy." Gu Chongqing saw through him, but did not expose him. He smiled and asked again, "How did you know about those things?" Gu Yin said proudly, "I investigated. I'm so smart." Gu Chongqing was so angry that he laughed and muttered, "You're really not modest at all." He did not ask how Gu Yin investigated, because Gu Yin had started to peck at the rice like a chicken again. But even if he did not ask, he could guess a thing or two. Zhuang Yuheng stayed in Jade Water Alley. Gu Yin must have accidentally found out about how Zhuang Yuheng was drugged by Zhuang Yueshi from him. Zhuang Yuheng did not suspect that Gu Jinyu's appearance was not a coincidence. He just thought that she was really just passing by, and did not know anything. She was really concerned about him. Gu Yin, this little fox, was not so easy to fool. He might not have found conclusive evidence, but he had pieced together all the fragments of the incident, and combined them with his understanding of Gu Jinyu, to basically reconstruct the truth of that day. To put it bluntly, he was still guessing. But judging from Gu Jinyu's reaction, he had guessed correctly. Gu Chongqing looked down at Gu Yin, who had fallen asleep in his arms. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "You have such a bright brain. Why don't you use it on your studies?" The next day, Zhuang Yuheng packed his luggage and boarded the carriage to the frontier fortress. Empress Dowager Zhuang also came to Bai Shui Alley to see him off. He was not an exiled person, but the frontier fortress was full of hardships. If he wanted to protect his sisters, he would have to suffer a little. "Come back if you can't take it anymore. Beijing is your home." Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't say this out loud. Compared to going to the Chen nation as a hostage, Zhuang Yuheng's journey was far more important. He wasn't doing this for his country, nor was he doing this for anyone's ambitions. He was using a brand new identity to start a journey that was completely his own. He no longer relied on any power, nor did he receive any help. Every step he took, he had to start from scratch. "This is for you." Xiao Heng took a book from the study and handed it to him. "Didn't you want to learn the book from the Yin Kingdom? I organized it and made a few notes." It was a book about the arithmetic of the Yin Kingdom. It originally had notes, but Zhuang Yuheng's Yin language wasn't very good, so Xiao Heng translated it into the Zhao nation language. Xiao Heng's hands and feet were not well these days. It was clear that this book had been prepared long ago. Zhuang Yuheng took the book and said to Xiao Heng in the wheelchair, "If you can start from scratch, so can I." He knew Xiao Heng's identity. Strictly speaking, Xiao Heng's matter had motivated him. Since someone had done it, it meant that this path was feasible. Xiao Heng was only 14 years old when the accident happened. If 14-year-old Xiao Heng could do it, why couldn't he? Zhuang Yuheng said solemnly. "Wait for the day I return to Beijing." Xiao Heng said, "I'll wait and see." Empress Dowager Zhuang gave Zhuang Yuheng a brocade box. Zhuang Yuheng sat in the carriage and opened it. It was a hair crown. He was afraid that he would have to spend his 20th birthday on the road. This was the gift his great-aunt had prepared for him. He wiped his red eyes and smiled through his tears. "Thank you, great-aunt." In the next few days, Marquis Gu went straight to the Ministry of Works. Gu Jinyu wanted to find him several times, but he couldn't even see his shadow. Xiao Heng's injuries were superficial. After resting for a few days, the bandages were finally removed. Marquis Xianping wasn't so lucky. His injuries were so severe that they reached the bone. He also disobeyed and rode the horse at night. He was hit by a big tree, and his waist injury relapsed. In short, after Xiao Heng regained his freedom and returned to the officialdom, he was still a miserable big white who could only sit in a wheelchair. He couldn't even play cards. Qin Fengwan. He sat in the courtyard and basked in the sun. He called Princess Xinyang, who was helping little Jing Kong tie his hair. Little Jing Kong's mushroom hair could be tied into a small ponytail. Princess Xinyang tied it for him patiently, and he was happy to let her do it. Princess Xinyang didn't want to bother with Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows. Don't always show that you're very close to the child in front of me. It's useless even if you hint. I won't have a child with you. Princess Xinyang was furious. She picked up the wicker basket on the ground and covered his head with it. Marquis Xianping, who was covered by a wicker basket, was speechless. Qin Fengwan. Take the wicker basket away. Qin Fengwan. How dare you? Qin Fengwan, Qin Fengwan. Gu Jiao had been doing something at home recently. She had requisitioned the old chancellor's front and backyards, and always ran to the blacksmith shop. She was covered in dirt every day. Today, she came back from the blacksmith shop again. After washing up, she changed into dry clothes and went next door. It was time to rehabilitate Huang Fuxian. Today, Huang Fuxian would officially throw away his crutches and stand up with his hands on the railings on both sides. Huang Fuxian sat in the wheelchair and didn't dare to move. Gu Jiao came in front of him and maintained a distance where she could reach out and hug him. She said, "Don't be afraid. Try standing up." Huang Fuxian hesitated. Huang Fuxian was shy. When he trained, there weren't many people present. Yuya, and Lu Quan deliberately didn't go to the backyard. Gu Jiao said, "If you hesitate any longer, little Jing Kong will be here soon." Thinking of little mushroom, Huang Fuxian gritted his teeth. He didn't want little mushroom to look down on him or be disappointed. He took a deep breath and grabbed the 2 rows of railings in front of him. Gu Jiao looked at him. "Stand up, Huang Fuxian." Huang Fuxian exerted strength in his arms, but his legs didn't listen to him. I can't stand up." He could walk a few steps with his crutches. How could he not even stand after losing his crutches? This was a kind of psychological dependence. Gu Jiao had to help Huang Fuxian get rid of it. Gu Jiao said again, "Huang Fuxian, stand up." Huang Fuxian exerted all his strength. The veins on the back of his hands were bulging. However, just as he stood up a little, he felt a sharp pain in his broken limbs. He fell back into the wheelchair and broke out in a cold sweat. "No, I can't stand up." Gu Jiao looked at him without blinking. She didn't say anything unnecessary. She just repeated, "Huang Fuxian, stand up. Huang Fuxian, stand up. Stand up." Huang Fuxian's thoughts drifted back to that icy and snowy night. His mother had put him into the snow pit that she had dug out, using her thin body to block the wind and snow that filled the sky. "Xian live well." Huang Fuxian's eyes turned red. He gripped the armrest of the wheelchair tightly and gritted his teeth. He used the strength of his arms to support his body and slowly stood up. Pa. He put one hand on the right railing. Then, he put the other hand on the left railing. His arms began to tremble from the immense force he was exerting. Little by little he channeled his strength into his legs. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. He gradually left the wheelchair. The pain from his stump caused his facial features to twist together. He almost fell back into the chair again. "You're already half standing," Gu Jiao said. Huang Fuxian gritted his teeth again and stood up in one go. The sharp pain in his receiving cavity almost killed Huang Fuxian. His back was soaked in cold sweat, but he did stand up. "Very good," Gu Jiao said calmly. "Now let go of your left hand." Letting go wasn't the goal. The main thing was to not let him use his arm anymore. Huang Fuxian's throat moved. He slowly picked up his left hand. Gu Jiao put her hand under his palm in time, but didn't touch him. "Now try to let go of your right hand." Huang Fuxian was very nervous. After he couldn't use his left arm, he used his right arm to support himself. He felt that his broken limbs were very painful. But after hesitating for a moment, he forced himself to let go. Gu Jiao held his hand weakly. He stood up completely on his own. He looked at his legs in disbelief, and then looked at Gu Jiao in front of him. I'll stand." He lost his balance and fell forward. Gu Jiao caught him in time. He let out a long sigh of relief. "I said I wouldn't let you fall." Gu Jiao let him stand back up and put his hands on the railing. "But you'll still fall in the future. Now, you're just building the confidence to stand up." Okay. Huang Fuxian nodded. He wasn't so scared when he really crossed that hurdle. It was painful, but he already knew how painful it was. It doesn't hurt, he said. Gu Jiao said. Say that after you walk a few steps. Sure enough, Huang Fuxian was slapped in the face. It was too painful. Every step was like walking on the tip of a knife. Fortunately, the bone grinding was anesthetized. Gu Jiao thought that half of the pain was psychological, so it was normal. The first day of formal rehabilitation was to adapt. Gu Jiao didn't let him practice for too long. In less than an hour, he was back in the wheelchair. At this time, there was no dry spot on Huang Fuxian's body. Master, I've prepared the hot water. Lianer saw that they were done practicing, and walked out of the room with a smile. Huang Fuxian looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, Go take a bath. Don't catch a cold. Okay. Huang Fuxian nodded. Gu Jiao turned back to her side. Huang Fuxian suddenly called out to her. Dr. Gu, thank you. Gu Jiao nodded. Gu Jiao left the backyard of her master's house. As soon as she entered her own backyard, she saw her grandaunt sitting in the hallway. She stood in her grandaunt's position and looked in the direction of the rehabilitation field. She suddenly understood what her grandaunt was looking at. Not playing cards anymore? Gu Jiao asked with a smile. I'll go play now. Empress Dowager Zhuang raised her chin and walked out. Lu Tsuehua, we need one more. Empress Dowager Zhuang was in a good mood today. When she played cards, she went easy, so the neighbors lost less money. Gu Jiao returned to the east room. Little Jing Kong didn't go to class today. He just went to play with Princess Xinyang. At this time, he ran in with a few knots on his head. Jiao 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 Jiao. Gu Jiao looked back at him. He put his little head in front of Gu Jiao. Jiao Jiao, look. Gu Jiao grabbed his knots. You look good. In a few months, he would be able to tie his hair into a small bun. Little Jing Kong was happy and shy. The princess did it for me. Gu Jiao praised. You did it well. Little Jing Kong said, Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao said, That. Little Jing Kong lowered his head and played with his fingers. Do you still have that delicious drink? After he gave the 2 bottles he had picked up to Princess Xinyang, he regretted it. If he had known, he would have kept 1 bottle. Gu Jiao tidied up the small medicine box. What's the delicious drink? Little Jing Kong began to look into the small medicine box. It's blue. It's sweet and sour. Gu Jiao understood. Calcium supplement oral liquid? There's no more. That one only appeared twice, and then it never appeared again. Little Jing Kong was disappointed. He looked at the small medicine box and didn't understand. Why are there only 2 bottles this time? Didn't there used to be a lot of them? It was Gu Jiao's turn to be puzzled. Oral fluids were counted by boxes. There were 10 bottles in a box. Why did he say there were only 2 bottles? Well. Little Jing Kong grabbed his nuts and told Gu Jiao about the blue bottle he found under the bed. Gu Jiao was very sure that there was no oral calcium supplement in the medicine box during this period. But if there was a blue liquid, then it could only be psychedelic one. Gu Jiao asked Little Jing Kong about the specific day he found it. Little Jing Kong said it was the day he sent the baby away. Gu Jiao paused. Did you send him to Princess Xinyang or back to his parents? Little Jing Kong said, his parents. His parents came to look for the baby. That was the day psychedelic one appeared. Did she accidentally drop 2 bottles on the ground when she put the medicine back? Gu Jiao closed the medicine box. Where did you put the medicine? He definitely didn't drink it. Otherwise, Little Jing Kong wouldn't be standing there in one piece. Little Jing Kong said, the princess was very sad that day. I wanted to comfort her, so I gave it to her. Gu Jiao felt like she was shot in the heart by an arrow. Wait, Princess Xinyang probably didn't drink it. Otherwise, she would have been in trouble. Little Jing Kong swallowed his saliva. Jiao Jiao, do you have more? I want to drink it. Gu Jiao rubbed his little head. No. If I have more in the future, I'll keep it for you. Okay. Little Jing Kong was an obedient child. Since Gu Jiao said there wasn't any for now, he could wait until later. By the way, where's the princess? She left. Gu Jiao looked at the medicine box on the table, which was becoming more and more naughty. She resisted the urge to punch it and said to Little Jing Kong, I'm going out for a while. I'll be back soon. Little Jing Kong responded cutely, "Okay, Jiao Jiao." Although several days had passed and nothing happened, the medicine was a time bomb. If she didn't know about it, she would take it back immediately. Gu Jiao didn't even sit in the carriage. She rode directly to Zhuke Avenue. Yujin was watering the flowers in the front yard. When she saw Gu Jiao get off the horse at the door, her eyes lit up. "Jiao Jiao, you're here?" "Aunt Yujin." Gu Jiao handed the reins to the maid at the door and walked into the yard. "Is the princess here?" The princess went to the cloth store. Yujin wanted to go with her, but she fell when she entered the door. Princess Xinyang told her to rest at home. Gu Jiao asked, "Aunt Yujin, do you know that the princess brought back 2 bottles of blue medicine?" Yujin looked at Gu Jiao strangely. "Yes, I know. What's wrong?" Gu Jiao paused. She didn't say that it was an aphrodisiac. She only said, "There's something wrong with the medicine. Can you give it to me first?" "The princess gave it to me," Yujin said with a complicated expression. "But I gave it to the marquis." Gu Jiao opened her mouth. "Marquis Xianping?" Yujin said worriedly. "Yes, the princess said that the 2 bottles of medicine were for leg cramps. I didn't want to drink it, so I kept it. Last time I went to Pushui Alley and heard the marquis complaining about leg cramps, so I gave it to him today. Did I make a mistake?" Gu Jiao calmed down. "It's okay. It's okay. It was better for Marquis Xianping to drink it than for the princess to drink it." Although the medicine was powerful, Marquis Xianping's willpower was also very strong. Moreover, his whole body was in plaster. He couldn't do anything. She couldn't let people carry him to the brothel to find girls. Gu Jiao smiled awkwardly. "I'll go back and take a look." Yujin was stunned. "Ah, okay." It was an emergency. Yujin didn't have time to ask Gu Jiao what was wrong with the medicine. Gu Jiao rushed back to Pushui Alley. The first thing she did was to find Marquis Xianping, who was sunbathing in the backyard. Gu Jiao walked over and asked breathlessly, "Marquis, did you drink the medicine Yujin gave you?" Marquis Xianping glanced at her and said, "I didn't drink it." Gu Jiao secretly sighed in relief. She reached out her hand. "Then give it to me." Marquis Xianping said lightly, "No." Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. "What do you mean?" Marquis Xianping's eyes glanced down the corridor. Yes, she drank it. Gu Jiao turned around and saw Princess Xinyang coming out of the room. Chapter 614. Gu Jiao's mind was filled with one sentence. "It's over, it's completely over." Gu Jiao gritted out a few words from between her teeth. "How could Princess Xinyang drink the medicine? Didn't Yujin give it to you? Wasn't it because someone had a cheap mouth, showing off and angering Princess Xinyang?" In a fit of anger, Princess Xinyang didn't give him any medicine to stop the pain, and directly drank it herself. Princess Xinyang didn't know what happened. She saw Gu Jiao in the courtyard, and walked towards Gu Jiao. She didn't even look at Marquis Xianping beside Gu Jiao. "Where did you go just now? I couldn't find you." "I should be the one asking you that. Where did you go just now? Didn't you say you went to the cloth shop? Why are you here?" As if seeing Gu Jiao's confusion, Princess Xinyang said, "When I returned to Vermilion Bird Avenue, I remembered that I had finished making your clothes, so I went to the cloth shop to get them. Your clothes are in your room. Hurry and try them on. If they don't fit, I'll change them." Princess Xinyang had made clothes for all the children in her family, including Huang Fuxian. She came to the old chancellor's place to try on clothes for Huang Fuxian. However, she didn't expect to have a little conflict with Marquis Xianping. Forget it. It would be strange if this man ever made her happy. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Princess Xinyang sensed Gu Jiao's indescribable gaze. "Would you believe me if I said you took the wrong medicine? I think you're beautiful, okay?" Marquis Xianping said carelessly. Princess Xinyang glared at him and said to Gu Jiao, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and come over." "Oh." Gu Jiao silently followed. The two arrived at Gu Jiao's room. Princess Xinyang took out the dress that was folded on the bed. After unfolding it, she first compared it to Gu Jiao's body. "It looks quite suitable. Originally, it was made according to your measurements. I was just afraid that some of the embroiderer's needlework wasn't good enough." Princess Xinyang had bought enough clothes for Gu Jiao, but a rich mother-in-law would never complain about more clothes for her daughter-in-law. At this moment, Gu Jiao was not in the mood to think about whether or not the clothes fit. She had been secretly observing Princess Xinyang's complexion and breathing. "Princess," she said. "What's wrong?" "Raise your arms," said Princess Xinyang. Gu Jiao raised her arm, and Princess Xinyang unfolded her sleeve and gestured. Gu Jiao allowed her to compare the clothes and said calmly, "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Princess Xinyang said, "No, why do you ask?" Gu Jiao's fingertips moved. "It's the one you just ate." Before Gu Jiao could finish speaking, Xiao Heng returned from Hanlin Academy. He came to Gu Jiao's door and saw the two of them. He hurriedly greeted them. "Mother Jiao Jiao, you're back." Princess Xinyang glanced at him. "Hurry and try on your clothes." There were clothes again. Xiao Heng's mouth twitched. Okay. Sure enough, it was the same as when he was a child. He wished he could wear 30 sets of clothes a month and change every day. He didn't have any objections to wearing new clothes, but he didn't like to try them on. But his mother had spoken, so he couldn't do anything about it. "Okay, try it on yourself." Princess Xinyang handed the clothes to Gu Jiao. "Where are you going?" asked Gu Jiao. Princess Xinyang sneered. "I'm not going. I'm going to ask Lu Quan if the horse I gave him a few days ago is still working." "You can't go find Lu Quan," Gu Jiao hurriedly said. It's good. A fine steed. It's very fast. I've already tried it. How about, Princess, you go sit in the study?" Princess Xinyang looked at Gu Jiao strangely. She felt that Gu Jiao's reaction was a bit strange, but she didn't take it to heart. "Got it." She went to the study. Gu Jiao put down the clothes and went to Xiao Heng's room. Xiao Heng was unbuckling his belt. Her sudden entrance gave him a fright. Gu Jiao looked at his loose belt and calmly said, "Husband, something happened." Xiao Heng tightened his grip on his belt. "Why am I not satisfied with your reaction?" He cleared his throat and sternly said, You turn around first." "Oh." Gu Jiao turned around and muttered. "It's like no one has seen it before." "What did you say?" "Nothing." She was determined not to admit that she had seen him naked when she was drunk. Xiao Heng tidied up his clothes and placed the clothes he had changed out of on a shelf at the side. He asked, "What happened?" "That's enough." Gu Jiao turned around and told him about the medicine. Most people's first reaction to this was either, "Oh my God, luckily Jing Kong didn't drink it," or "Princess Xinyang is too unlucky. How could she drink it?" However, Xiao Heng looked at Gu Jiao with a puzzled expression. "Why do you have this medicine?" "Gu Jiao, would you believe me if I said it was the medicine box that gave it to me?" "Xiao Heng, it would be strange if I believed you." Xiao Heng looked at Gu Jiao with a complicated expression. She said that he would wait for her to grow up, but in the end, she couldn't help but drug him first. "Gu Jiao, can your focus be any more skewed?" "Then what do we do now?" Xiao Heng asked. They could talk about the drug later. Right now they had to solve this problem first. "Is there an antidote?" Princess Xinyang and Marquis Xianping weren't real husband and wife, so they couldn't sleep together. Otherwise, Princess Xinyang would probably kill someone when she woke up. Gu Jiao said regretfully, "There is no antidote." Xiao Heng's expression changed slightly. "Could it be that we can only..." Gu Jiao blinked. "The princess really doesn't have a male companion?" Xiao Heng. Gu Jiao could ask this question, which meant that she could easily overcome the effects of the medicine. However, Princess Xinyang really didn't have a male companion. She couldn't get close to men at all. The so-called male companion was just a rumor. Gu Jiao sighed. "Then, we can only give her more water. Then I'll give her some tonics to see if it can speed up her metabolism. That's the only way," Xiao Heng said. "I'll go make some herbal tea." The young couple went their separate ways. Gu Jiao went back to the east room and opened the small medicine box to take out the tonics. However, when she opened the door to the study, she found that Princess Xinyang had long disappeared. "Husband." Gu Jiao went to the kitchen. Xiao Heng had just put the firewood into the stove. Hearing this, he looked at her with a confused expression. Gu Jiao whispered, "The princess disappeared." Xiao Heng's hand trembled, and the firewood fell out of the stove. He stood up quickly. "Hurry up and look for her. It would be bad if his mother randomly picked up a man on the street and brought him back." As soon as Xiao Heng left the kitchen, Gu Jiao pulled on his sleeve and pointed to the backyard next door. It seems that there's no need to look. In the backyard, Marquis Xianping was lying in a wheelchair, basking in the sun. He was bored to death, but what could he do? He sighed again and again. Suddenly, a figure with a murderous aura came to his wheelchair. The owner of the figure reached out a hand that was as delicate as jade and slowly grabbed his collar. Marquis Xianping felt his throat tighten. The next second, he was pushed back by a strong force, and even his wheelchair was pushed to the ground. Marquis Xianping couldn't turn his head and could only look at the shadow on the ground. He frowned and said, "Qin Fengwan? Qin Fengwan, what are you doing?" Princess Xinyang didn't say anything. She just grabbed his collar and dragged him from the ground to his room, as if she was dragging a sack. Marquis Xianping was confused. What's going on? Is Qin Fengwan crazy? Didn't I just say a few words in the afternoon? Does she have to be so angry? But then again, when did Qin Fengwan become so strong? That wasn't the main point. The main point was that it was embarrassing for a man like him to be dragged by a woman like this, okay? Qin Fengwan, let go of me, he said coldly. Not only did Princess Xinyang not let him go, she even dragged him up the steps with a duang duang duang. Marquis Xianping, who had a big hole in his pants, was speechless. The world's #1 martial marquis, who was decisive in killing, was dragged into the room by the possessed Princess Xinyang without any resistance. Marquis Xianping frowned. Why do I feel that something is wrong? Bang! Princess Xinyang closed the door. Marquis Xianping narrowed his eyes. Is she trying to murder her husband? Princess Xinyang leaned against the door. The room was dimly lit, and her face was shrouded in shadows. Marquis Xianping couldn't see her expression clearly. He only felt that her eyes were especially bright, but also had a strange feeling. Marquis Xianping's eyes moved, and he said mockingly, Qin Fengwan, are you not afraid of men or of me? You actually dare to stay in the same room as me? Don't tell me you're going to kill me? Let me tell you, even if I'm paralyzed to the point that I only have one finger left, you're still not my match. As soon as he finished speaking, Princess Xinyang grabbed him with both hands and threw him onto the bed. Marquis Xianping, who was dumbfounded by the throw, was speechless. Marquis Xianping curled his right lips wickedly. Qin Fengwan, did you take the wrong medicine again? Marquis Xianping closed his eyes and said faintly, Qin Fengwan, I'm injured and can't do it. Marquis Xianping exploded. Qin Fengwan, you beast. Chapter 6:15. In the rear courtyard, Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng, who had witnessed the entire process of Marquis Xianping being dragged into the sack, were speechless. Xiao Heng found a bit of his voice after a while. My mother, is she that powerful? Of course, Princess Xinyang wasn't that powerful, but wasn't she drugged? I'm guessing it's the effect of the drug, Gu Jiao whispered. In her previous life, the organization had a special drug training program. She had tried all kinds of drugs and succeeded in overcoming them. Psychedelic one was the only drug she had never tried. It was said that because the drug was too powerful, it was one of the 3 forbidden drugs in the organization. Xiao Heng broke out in a cold sweat. Then he didn't finish his sentence, but Gu Jiao understood. Gu Jiao said, 1 drop is effective. Xiao Heng broke out in a cold sweat again. Then how much did my mother drink? Gu Jiao silently extended a finger. 2 bottles. Xiao Heng heard the sound of the sky collapsing. He asked in a daze, Then should I worry about my mother or my father? Tonight was destined to be a restless night. In the evening, the color of the sky suddenly changed. Thunder and lightning intersected, strong winds blew, and torrential rain poured down all night. Princess Xinyang woke up with a wave of soreness. Her head hurt, her legs hurt, and her entire body hurt. She didn't come back to her senses for a moment. She still thought she was in the house on Vermilion Bird Avenue. She called out in a daze, Yujin. As soon as she opened her mouth, she felt a burning pain in her throat. Her voice was also unbelievably hoarse. Yujin. She called out again. This time, she was sure it wasn't an illusion. She really was tired and mute. Am I sick? She slowly raised her sore arm and gasped in pain. She wanted to rub her forehead, but she touched something not quite right. She opened her eyes wide to take a look. Beneath him was. Her expression changed, and she rolled down from the body that was too horrible to look at. She grabbed the blanket and covered herself with it. Instinctively, she kicked the other party twice. Ugh! Xian Pinghe was awakened by the kick, and a magnetic murmur came from his throat. The man's voice was a little hoarse, but it was different from a woman's hoarse voice. It had a mature charm. Princess Xinyang wished she could go deaf. She didn't fall on the outside of the bed. Instead, she fell on the inside of the bed. The bed wasn't big. Of course, it could also be because he was too tall. Once he laid down, he occupied the entire bed. If she wanted to get off the bed, she would have to climb over him. He didn't even have a complete set of clothes on him. Princess Xinyang took one look and felt suffocated. She hurriedly covered her eyes with a blanket. At this moment, she wished she could go blind. She was calm and collected in everything, but it was very difficult for her to get along with men. Xian Pinghe was a man after all, and a thick-skinned one at that. After a short moment of dizziness, he woke up. He looked at Princess Xinyang, who was tightly covering herself with the blanket, and his eyes narrowed dangerously. Qin Fengwan, what tricks are you playing now? Why you move aside? Princess Xinyang sat on the corner of the bed and covered her head with the blanket. Xian Pinghe looked at her with a dark expression. Qin Fengwan, what kind of disdainful tone is that? Do you want me to remind you of what you did to me yesterday? No, yesterday plus last night? Princess Xinyang's mind started to have an image. Her body gradually froze. Her blanket only covered half of her body, mainly her head. Her legs were still exposed. Xian Pinghe looked at her and sneered. You remember now? Qin Fengwan, I haven't seen you for many years. Your methods have improved. You purposely had Yujin drug me. When I didn't take it, you snatched it and ate it. You still say you don't have ulterior motives toward me. The two of them weren't fools. It wouldn't be right if they still couldn't tell that there was something wrong with the 2 bottles of medicine. But Princess Xinyang didn't do it on purpose. That medicine was clearly given to her by little Jing Kong to treat leg cramps. How could it have this kind of effect? If she said she didn't know and was innocent now, this man probably wouldn't believe her. After all, she didn't do anything usually, but he already thought she had ulterior motives toward him. Now that she really did something, she wouldn't be able to clear her name, even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Xian Pinghe had an as expected expression. Can't say anything? I knew you did it on purpose. Just how many wrong medicines did you take? This marquis almost lost half of his life. Princess Xinyang's face flushed red. Can't a man like you save some face for yourself? Princess Xinyang gave up on arguing with him about the medicine. She couldn't be led by the nose by him. She had to take back the initiative. She composed herself and tried to calm down. Why you know I took the wrong medicine? So why didn't you push me away? Xian Pinghe sneered. Qin Fengwan, do you want to see what you did to me? Princess Xinyang slowly pulled down the quilt covering her head, revealing a pair of red and swollen almond-shaped eyes from crying. She looked at Xian Pinghe's upper body nervously. In the end, she saw that Xian Pinghe's hands were tied to the head of the bed. Princess Xinyang. Disbelief and panic flashed across her eyes. Xian Pinghe took in her expression. He shook the rope in his hands and smiled mockingly. I couldn't tell, Qin Fengwan, that you have this kind of fetish. Princess Xinyang wished she could find a hole to hide in. What kind of fetish was she into? I was afraid he would run away. But that wasn't her. She took the wrong medicine and lost all rationality. She didn't know what she was doing. But don't you have? Princess Xinyang only wanted to change the topic. She quickly used any excuse she could think of. But halfway through her question, she saw the plaster pieces all over the ground, and the hammer lying on top of them. Very well. The possibility of him using his internal energy to shake off the plaster and sleep with her also died. Princess Xinyang blushed and glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. Why if you don't do that, I can't. Xian Pinghe frowned. Qin Fengwan, I'm not a eunuch. This sentence directly hammered this path to death. The princess of Xinyang bit her lip tightly. She still didn't give up, and still felt that this matter definitely wasn't her fault alone. Suddenly, some images flashed through her mind. She sat up straight and said seriously, Okay, even if it was my fault at the beginning, but later, wasn't it all yourself? If you have the ability, don't. She really couldn't bring herself to say the word yourself. Xian Ping Ho was so angry that he laughed and said with a chuckle, "Isn't that because your skills aren't good enough?" And almost speaking up to this point, he raised his eyebrows and said without changing his expression, "Sit and break." Princess Xinyang was about to explode. Heavens, someone come and sew his mouth shut. The next evening, Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng were called to Vermilion Bird Avenue by Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang had already returned to her room, washed up, and dressed neatly as if nothing had happened. But her aura was very cold. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng both felt a chill on their necks. Xiao Heng took a step forward without leaving a trace, and shielded Gu Jiao behind him, bearing his mother's fury alone. Princess Xinyang was furious. "Get out! I have something to say to her." Xiao Heng obviously wouldn't leave Gu Jiao under Princess Xinyang's fury. He said, "It has nothing to do with Jiao Jiao. It's me." Princess Xinyang said angrily, "Is it you? Get out." She really wanted to settle the score with these two little things. But now wasn't the time. She had more important things to do. "Go." Gu Jiao whispered to Xiao Heng, "She can't beat me." "Princess Xinyang." Xiao Heng made an O sound and left. Princess Xinyang was even angrier. She didn't know what she was angry about, but after what happened last night, she didn't like anyone. "Close the door." Princess Xinyang yelled at the door. Xiao Heng's mouth twitched. "Close the door. My mother is so fierce." Princess Xinyang took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. She said slowly, "Do you have any contraceptive?" Gu Jiao was stunned. Contraceptive? Was it that shocking? Didn't she like children? Princess Xinyang liked children, but she didn't have the confidence to be a mother again. "Let me see." Gu Jiao put the medicine box on the table, opened it, and began rummaging through it. But where was the contraceptive? It was full of pregnancy pills, oral progesterone tablets, iron folic acid tablets. There was even a very cute picture of a baby printed on the bottle. Gu Jiao looked at the medicine box, speechless. "Are you kidding me?" Although Princess Xinyang didn't understand the words on the bottle, she could tell the effects from the picture. She gritted her teeth. Gu Jiao blinked innocently. "If I said I didn't prepare these, would you believe me?" Chapter 616. Princess Xinyang would be a fool to believe her. Princess Xinyang didn't want to see these two little troublemakers, so she sent them back. She asked Yujin to find Dr. Song and prescribe a bowl of contraceptive soup. On the other side, Chang Jing returned. He didn't know that something had happened to Marquis Xianping. So he went back to the Marquis's residence first and learned of Marquis Xuanping's whereabouts from Steward Liu. He used Qinggong to come to Jade Water Alley. Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao's place was full. Marquis Xianping, Huang Fuxian, and the former Zhuang Yuheng were all staying at the old chancellor's place. Chang Jing immediately found Marquis Xuanping's aura. He jumped in through the window. The scene inside made him instantly pull out his sword. He flashed to the side of the bed and blocked Marquis Xianping behind him, vigilant of the movements around him. Marquis Xianping shook his wrists tied to the head of the bed and said, "No one, come and untie this first." "Oh." Chang Jing raised his sword and cut the rope. His sword technique was precise and didn't hurt Marquis Xianping at all. He picked up the broken rope and looked at it, saying strangely, "It's just a normal rope. Why can't you even break this?" Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows and sighed. "You don't understand." His body was hollowed out. Chang Jing frowned. His gaze swept across the mess on the floor and landed on Marquis Xuanping's body full of scars. "You were beaten up? Who did it? I'll go kill him." This was too miserable. Chang Jing had followed Marquis Xianping for so long, but he had never seen him so badly injured. Marquis Xianping glanced at Chang Jing. Thinking that Chang Jing was still young, he waved his hand. "Forget it, it's fine, no need to investigate." "Right, didn't you chase after Nangongli? Where is he?" Chang Jing's face darkened. "I didn't catch him, he ran away." Marquis Xianping looked at him in surprise. "There's someone you can't catch." It wasn't that Chang Jing's martial arts were invincible, but that Nangongli was obviously not Chang Jing's opponent. Furthermore, he had a broken arm. How could he run away with such injuries? Someone saved him. Chang Jing hesitated for a moment, but still decided to tell the truth. It's a guardian of the Dark Knight sect. Marquis Xianping frowned. Is it the Dark Knight sect that you were in before? Yes. Changjing nodded. Marquis Xianping said. Since he's a guardian, it's normal that you can't beat him. I could beat him, but I didn't hit him. Changjing muttered in her heart. Xianpingho did not know much about the Dark Knight Society. He had only heard that it was the most powerful and mysterious assassin organization in the Six Nations. When he met Changjing, she was being chased by people from the Dark Knight Society. She accidentally got into his carriage and fell asleep in it. Marquis Xianping thought that he had offended the Dark Knight Society and was being chased by them. Changjing said that he was a member of the Dark Knight Society, but he did not want to return to the Dark Knight Society. He saw that Changjing had some skills, so he suggested that Changjing follow him. However, Changjing did not agree at first. He also found that Changjing liked to play marbles, so he practiced hard for many days and finally won Changjing back. Until now, Marquis Xianping still thought that Changjing was just a small traitor of the Dark Knight Society. How would he know that the person he kidnapped was actually the young master of the Dark Knight Society? But he won't live for long. I cut him several times, Changjing said. It was as if she wanted to get back at him for being unable to beat the guardian of the Dark Knight Society. Okay. Marquis Xianping smiled and looked at her. Are you okay? I'm fine. Changjing shook her head. Marquis Xianping nodded. If you're fine, then do something for me. Changjing's handsome face darkened. Was it too late to pretend to do something now? After several months of review and debate, the imperial edict regarding the rewards for meritorious service was finally drawn up. During the battle at the frontier fortress, the world's Grand Marshal, Tang Yushan, had meritorious service. He was conferred the title of Count Tang En and rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. Marquis Ding An's heir, Gu Chongqing, was equipped with armor and took the lead. He led the Gu army to exterminate the remnants of the previous dynasty and defeated the Chen army. He was conferred the title of Major Third-Rank Northern General and rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. In addition, Marquis Ding An's second son, Gu Qingfeng, had meritorious service. He was conferred the title of Major Sixth-Rank Cavalry Captain and rewarded with 800 taels of silver. In addition, there were several generals who had outstanding performances in the battle that were also rewarded. Medical Officer Tong and Dr. Song had helped to pacify the plague. They were conferred the title of Zhao Country's famous doctor and rewarded with 500 taels of silver. The rest of the accompanying doctors also received their own rewards. Gu Jiao was naturally no exception. Not only was she the main contributor to pacifying the plague, she was also an important general who defended ancient Moon City. Not to mention, she had single-handedly exterminated 5,000 soldiers of the previous dynasty. The emperor conferred her the title of Hugua Junju. Marquis Xianping and Princess Xingyang were also meritorious officials who defended Zhao Country. The emperor's intention was to either confer Marquis Xianping Wang or promote Princess Xingyang to Ding Country's Princess Royal. But they could not have both. The specifics depended on the husband and wife's choice. In addition, Grand Secretary Yuan submitted a memorial to the emperor, requesting that a junior advisor be appointed to the cabinet. Oh, in the imperial study, the emperor looked at Grand Secretary Yuan in shock. Beloved Minister Yuan has been in the cabinet for so many years and has never had the thought of appointing a junior advisor. Why are you suddenly having this idea now? Grand Secretary Yuan cupped his hands and said, This old official is old and cannot do many things. In addition, Grand Tutor Zhuang's matter has deeply affected the cabinet. The cabinet is in turmoil, and its power and prestige have been greatly weakened. This old official hopes that someone can revive the cabinet and better serve your majesty and Zhao Country's court. These words could be considered to have touched the bottom of the emperor's heart. That old man, Grand Tutor Zhuang, had brought disaster to half of the cabinet. The two secondary assistants were his people. Although they hadn't done anything bad that would cause the cabinet to fall into the hands of these two people, the emperor was not at ease handing the cabinet over to them. The emperor said, Beloved Minister Yuan's choice of junior advisor is. Grand Secretary Yuan smiled. Hanlin Academy's attendant, Ministry of Justice's secretary. Xiao Luleng. Most importantly, he is Xiao Heng. How can we restore this identity for him? He can't keep Xiao Liulong's identity for his entire life. The emperor muttered to himself for a moment. Allow us to think about it first. Yes. Grand Secretary Yuan complied. This matter was of great importance. Careful consideration was correct. That's right. Just as Grand Secretary Yuan was about to withdraw, the emperor called out to him. We heard that the Yuan family is going to form a marriage alliance with the Marquis Ding and Fu? Is there such a thing? Grand Secretary Yuan said. There is indeed such a thing. Gu Chongqing, and this old official's granddaughter, Yuan Baolin. The emperor was surprised, but after thinking about it, he felt it was appropriate. Chongqing and Baolin are a match made in heaven. Mentioning this, Grand Secretary Yuan smiled helplessly. In reality, it was the two children themselves who agreed. The misunderstanding that Yuan Baolin was not pregnant had long been resolved. To be honest, Grand Secretary Yuan felt that there was no chance for the two of them. They didn't have much passion for each other. He thought that if one of them was unwilling, Grand Secretary Yuan didn't plan on forcing the two to marry. Who would have thought that the two of them would suddenly agree one day? It was as if they had discussed it beforehand. This made it difficult for Grand Secretary Yuan to refuse. The auspicious date for the Board of Astronomy had been calculated. It was the 9th of the 3rd month. Marquis Gu received news that Empress Dowager Zhuang would personally come to inspect the Fu. He got up before the sun rose and tidied himself up. Neatly dressed, he waited at the entrance of the new Fu. He was very excited, because he was going to see Empress Dowager Zhuang. It had to be known that with his official position, he didn't even attend court much less see the Empress Dowager, who had the power to overturn the court. How could he know that not only had he seen her, he had also mocked and ridiculed her? The second reason for his excitement was that he was finally going to see the mysterious owner of this Fu. This Fu was built according to the specifications of a Princess Fu. At first, he thought it was built for Zhuang Yueshi. Later, he thought it was built for Princess Ning, and who had returned from the frontier fortress. But the Zhuang family had been exiled. Princess Ningen was fake. So who was the owner of this Fu? It couldn't be that little remnant Huang Fuxian, right? No. There was no news of Huang Fuxian returning to the capital in the early stages of construction. Who is it? Marquis Gu was so curious that his heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. Marquis. Huang Zhong rushed over. The Empress Dowager's guards of honor are here. Prepare to welcome the Empress Dowager. Marquis Gu adjusted the black gauze hat on his head and flicked his wide sleeves. Together with the officials and the attendants present, he bowed respectfully. The Empress Dowager's guards of honor majestically stopped in front of the magnificent Fu. Marquis Gu loudly said, "Welcome, Empress Dowager. Long live the Empress Dowager." Everyone followed suit and bowed. "Welcome, Empress Dowager. Long live the Empress Dowager." Eunuch Qin got off the carriage first and lifted the curtain for Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang got off the carriage with a young girl in green. Marquis Gu's gaze fell on the young girl's green dress and white embroidered shoes. He thought to himself, is this the owner of the Fu? Sure enough, her bearing is extraordinary. When she walks, she is more heroic and noble than ordinary women. Come and see your Fu, Empress Dowager Zhuang said. Okay. The young girl responded. Marquis Gu frowned. Why does this voice sound a little familiar? Marquis Gu bravely raised his head and glanced at the young girl. He was so shocked that he froze on the spot. Why is it this stinky girl? He looked at the Empress Dowager again. The next second he knelt down with a plop. It wasn't because of fear, but because of shock. Isn't this the old lady of that girl's family? He had seen her in the countryside. At that time, he felt that she looked familiar. But he and the Empress Dowager had only seen each other a few times, so he didn't dare to recognize her. No one would be able to admit it. How could the Empress Dowager be a foodie old lady from the countryside? Did he say anything disrespectful to the old lady? No, the Empress Dowager? Oh no, I'm too nervous. I can't remember at all. Marquis Gu felt like dying. What on earth did this lass do? Why did she hide the Empress Dowager in her own house? Why didn't she tell him? Would it kill her to tell him? She only knows how to cheat him every day. Marquis Gu clutched his chest. He felt that he was going to have a heart attack. This girl is here to jinx me. She is here to take my life. Marquis Gu felt that he was most likely going to die. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Unexpectedly, Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't even look at him, and directly brought Gu Jiao into the fu. Marquis Gu was speechless. Do you like it? In the pavilion, Empress Dowager Zhuang asked Gu Jiao. I like it, Gu Jiao said seriously. She really liked it. There was a house that was built according to Clearwater Alley. There was also a courtyard that was built step by step according to the medical center. In addition, there were pavilions, waterside corridors, a library, a practice room, and a meadow for riding and archery. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, Clearwater Alley is almost full. Find a day to move in. Gu Jiao opened her mouth. Empress Dowager Zhuang took in her expression and asked, What's wrong? You can't bear to leave? Gu Jiao clutched her chest. This was her reluctance. When she first left the village, Gu Jiao didn't feel this way. She seemed to be able to feel the complex emotions that she couldn't before. Empress Dowager Zhuang handed the deed to her. Don't worry. You can move when you want. Okay. Gu Jiao agreed. The two wandered around the fu, and then took the carriage back. In the carriage, Gu Jiao's heart suddenly twitched. She clutched her chest and frowned. Empress Dowager Zhuang noticed her strangeness and asked worriedly, What's wrong? Gu Jiao pointed to her chest. It hurts. Empress Dowager Zhuang asked strangely, You don't have a heart disease. Why does it hurt? Gu Jiao pondered for a moment and her eyes narrowed. It's not me. It's Yan. Gu Yan's heart disease acted up. It acted up without warning. The teacher was teaching when the students suddenly shouted. The teacher looked up and saw Gu Yan fall to the ground. Gu Xiaoshan immediately rushed up and took out the medicine in the teacher's purse to feed him. Gu Yan's heart disease hadn't acted up seriously for half a year. Occasionally, he would feel uncomfortable, but taking a pill would immediately help. But this time, it didn't seem to work. Gu Jiao quickly ran back to Clearwater Alley. Yao Shi had already fainted from crying. Gu Xiaoshan ran out of the central room. Sister, you're back. Gu Yan he. Gu Jiao stared and asked, Where is he? Gu Xiaoshan quickly said, In your room. Gu Jiao entered the eastern room. Gu Yan's condition was very bad. His heart stopped again. Everything seemed to have returned to the first time they met at the hot spring villa. He was also like this, and might not be saved at any time. Gu Jiao took out the epinephrine and saline from the small medicine box. 1 needle, 2 needles, 3 needles. After 4 injections, Gu Yan's heart finally started to beat again. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Gu Jiao. His empty and dim eyes suddenly seemed to light up. Sister. He had been led astray by little Jing Kong to Jiao Jiao. Only when he was weak to a certain extent would he have this behavior. Gu Jiao took off her gloves and touched his forehead. I'm here. Hug me, he said. Gu Jiao gently held him in her arms. Gu Yan breathed in her scent and closed his eyes in peace. He said weakly, I'm not afraid when you're here. I'm leaving. When I leave, you'll accompany me. I want you to send me off. Chapter 6:17. Gu Jiao's heart was aching. She couldn't tell whether it was her own feeling or Gu Yan's pain. She was a person who lacked emotional perception. Many of her experiences of this world came from Gu Yan. If she and Gu Yan were compared to a tree, then her branch had already turned into iron. It was Gu Yan who passed on his feelings to her, making her deeply feel that she was still alive and living under the sun with Gu Yan. This analogy might not be appropriate, but she knew that she and Gu Yan were inseparable. They had the deepest bond in the world. Gu Jiao hugged Gu Yan tightly and covered his burning forehead with one hand. You won't go. I want you to stay. Gu Yan fell asleep in Gu Jiao's arms. Unlike the time when he was rescued in the hot spring villa, his situation this time was really bad to a certain extent. Gu Yan had to be operated on. However, this was not an ordinary surgery. It could be done by anesthesia, cutting open the wound, resolving the focus of the disease and suturing. Gu Yan's operation required extracorporeal circulation. She didn't have the equipment for extracorporeal circulation, nor did she have the other drugs and equipment needed for the operation. Although the small medicine box could provide a continuous supply of drugs and medical consumables for the research institute, they were all very small and would not exceed the size of the box. Moreover, according to Gu Yan's current situation, what he needed was not only a set of extracorporeal circulation equipment, but also a complete operating room. Gu Jiao looked down at Gu Yan, who was sleeping soundly in her arms. He was too weak. Even the small tuft of hair on the top of his head couldn't stand up. It drooped there listlessly. Gu Jiao held Gu Yan's weak hand and said firmly again, "You won't go. I won't let you go. I haven't done enough to be your sister. No one can take you away from me, not even Yama." At present, it seemed impossible to operate on Gu Yan. She lacked equipment and an operating room. But she did not want to give up. Gu Jiao hugged Gu Yan for a while. After making sure that Gu Yan would not wake up for the time being, she gently placed Gu Yan back on the bed and covered him with the quilt. She walked out of the east room and said to Gu Xiaoshan, who was anxiously waiting in the central room, "Xiaoshan, come here." "Sister." Gu Xiaoshan turned around and walked towards Gu Jiao. "How is Gu Yan?" "For the time being," Gu Jiao said. Gu Jiao didn't show much emotion on her face, but Gu Xiaoshan could still feel the coldness that enveloped her. Gu Xiaoshan felt sorry for Gu Jiao. He was a child who didn't even care about his parents. Only his sister was good to him. "Sister." Thinking that Gu Jiao would be sad because of Gu Yan, his throat suddenly choked up. Gu Jiao looked at him and asked, "I have something to ask you." Hearing that it was a serious matter, Gu Xiaoshan hurriedly wiped his tears and pulled himself together. "Sister, go ahead." Gu Jiao asked, "Did Gu Yan have any strange behavior before his heart disease broke out?" Gu Xiaoshan scratched his head. "Strange behavior?" Gu Jiao thought for a while and said, "For example, who did he come into contact with? What did he eat?" Gu Yan had been taking medicine, and his heart disease was well controlled. There was still a difference between him and a normal person, but it shouldn't have broken out suddenly. Gu Xiaoshan knew that Gu Yan had a heart disease and would take good care of him in the academy. He would also pay attention to him. He thought carefully. "I entered the academy with him. Then, we went to class together and studied together. After class, he went to the outhouse. When he came back, he seemed to say that he was a little tired. He usually said that he was tired, but he wasn't really tired. He just didn't want to go to class and wanted to sleep on the table. I thought he would be like that today, but who would have thought? He suddenly collapsed while lying on the table." Gu Jiao frowned. "Ah." Gu Xiaoshan thought of something and suddenly said, "I remember now." Gu Yan came back from the outhouse and said, "It's bad luck to meet someone who doesn't have eyes." I asked him what happened, and he said it was nothing. Then, he patted his clothes and seemed to have fallen. But I saw that he was fine, so I didn't ask any more questions. "Someone who doesn't have eyes?" Gu Jiao called Shadow Guard A and Shadow Guard B. "Did you follow Gu Yan today? Did you know that he fell in the outhouse?" The two of them shook their heads. They did follow Gu Yan, but they wouldn't follow him to the outhouse. Shadow Guard A said, "We were guarding the courtyard outside the outhouse. If someone wanted to deal with Little Master, we could feel the murderous aura." Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, "In other words, Gu Yan was accidentally knocked down by someone? That person didn't have the intention to hurt or kill Gu Yan. But why would he fall ill after being knocked down? His body shouldn't be so weak." Gu Jiao felt that something was wrong. She went back to the room, took away the quilt and uncovered Gu Yan's clothes. When she was saving Gu Yan, it wasn't obvious. Now that the bruises were exposed, Gu Jiao saw that there was a palm print on Gu Yan's chest. He was hit by someone. "We didn't feel any murderous aura." Shadow Guard A looked at the palm print on Gu Yan's body in surprise. Shadow Guard B nodded. To be honest, Gu Yan was like a little tyrant in the academy. Even Gu Qinglin didn't dare to provoke him. If Gu Yan shouted, the two of them would immediately appear. If Gu Yan couldn't shout, then it must be an expert. But if an expert fought, the murderous aura would be too strong. It wouldn't escape their senses. Then there was only one possibility. This person really didn't come to kill Gu Yan. He just accidentally bumped into Gu Yan and conveniently hit Gu Yan. "Sister, Mistress Nan is here." Outside the east room, Gu Xiaoshan interrupted Gu Jiao's thoughts. Today was the day that Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan went to Master Lu's house to learn. Usually, if they didn't go, the shadow guards would inform them. But today no one came. Mistress Nan was worried that something might have happened to someone. So she rushed to Jade Water Alley to take a look. Master Lu also came. Master Lu, Mistress Nan. Gu Jiao went to the central room to greet the two. Mistress Nan sensed the unusual atmosphere when she entered the courtyard. She glanced at Gu Xiaoshan, who was secretly wiping his tears, and asked Gu Jiao, "Did something happen? Why did little Shun, this child, cry? Where's Yenner?" "Something happened. His heart disease acted up." "Is it serious?" "A little. Let me see." Gu Jiao led Mistress Nan and Master Lu into the east room. They knew that Gu Yan had a heart disease, but after being together for so long, Gu Yan had almost never acted up. They were already about to treat Gu Yan as a normal child. Now, Gu Yan's face was pale, and his breath was weak as he laid on the bed. He looked like he could die at any moment. The two of them were heartbroken. Master Lu was shocked. How did it suddenly become like this? He was still fine yesterday. "He was hit by a palm," Gu Jiao said. "Who?" Mistress Nan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Gu Jiao shook her head and came to the bed. "I don't know. No one saw who it was. They only left a palm print. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know that he was hit." "Palm print?" Mistress Nan quickly walked over and untied Gu Yan's clothes. Her eyes darkened when she saw it. "Nine Clouds' palm." "What's Nine Clouds' palm?" Gu Jiao asked. Mistress Nan said in a low voice, "It's the unique skill of Yin country's Nangong family. The power of this palm technique is that it's fine when you're hit, but afterwards, your tendons and veins will gradually break." He controlled his strength and didn't intend to kill him. He just wanted to vent his anger and teach Yenner a lesson. Gu Jiao frowned. Nangong family? Could it be Nangong Li? Nangong Li's arm was broken by Chang Jing. He had been hiding all this time. Could it be that he snuck into Qinghe Academy today? Nangong Li didn't know Gu Yan. He must have accidentally bumped into Gu Yan and felt that Gu Yan was blocking the way. So he hit Gu Yan in anger. He seemed to have done it unintentionally, but in reality, it was a heinous crime. Gu Yan didn't provoke him. He just accidentally bumped into. And it wasn't clear who bumped into who, but he could vent his anger on a weak scholar. Was he still human? Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. "Nangong Li, it better not be you. Otherwise Madame Nan was also furious. Gu Yan was just an innocent child. Which beast of the Nangong family dared to hit him? Why would the Nangong family come to Zhao country?" Master Lu whispered to Madame Nan. "How would I know?" Madame Nan said angrily. Master Lu choked and didn't say anything. He understood that Nan Xiang wasn't targeting him. Nan Xiang was just too angry. To be honest, he was also angry. No matter who in the Nangong family did it, this kind of behavior was more hateful than revenge with a purpose. This was simply disregard for human life. It was inhumane. Madame Nan looked at the weak Gu Yan and closed her eyes worriedly. She could detoxify the poison, but she couldn't cure it. "Jiao Jiao, can you cure Yenner?" She looked at Gu Jiao expectantly. In fact, she also understood that this hope was very slim. If it could be cured, Gu Jiao wouldn't have this expression. "Let me think about it first." Gu Jiao went to the study room. Madame Nan didn't dare to leave. She stayed in the east room to watch over Gu Yan. When night fell, the family members came back to Bai Shui Alley one after another. Soon after, everyone knew that Gu Yan's condition had worsened. Madame Yao cried her heart out. Even Gu Xiaobao, who never cried or made a fuss, pursed his lips in grievance. His large eyes were brimming with tears. Empress Dowager Zhuang rushed over from the palace. She only had one request for Gu Yan. It was good that he was alive. But now, this request seemed to have become an extravagant hope. She sat at Gu Yan's bedside and suddenly looked much older. Huang Fuxian and little Jing Kong also came to the east room. Huang Fuxian had just moved into Bai Shui Alley. He thought that he was just an outsider. But seeing Gu Yan unconscious, he felt very sad. Little Jing Kong, who was always talkative, stopped talking this time. He stood in front of the bed and looked at Gu Yan with wide eyes. When Gu Yan was bullied by Tang Ming, he also flared up fiercely. But the atmosphere at that time was not as serious as it was now. It was as if everyone felt that Gu Yan was really doomed. The old chancellor didn't dare to say anything. He silently went to the kitchen to cook. As he added firewood to the stove, he silently shed tears. "Old master, what's wrong?" Yu asked with concern. The old chancellor used his sleeve to wipe his eyes and said, the smoke is too big." Xiao Heng was the last to reach home. Lu Quan had already told him about Gu Yan's situation on the way to pick him up. He immediately put down his work and rushed back. The whole family felt sorry for Gu Yan. But he knew that the one who was suffering the most right now was Gu Jiao. She was his sister and also a doctor. She wouldn't allow herself to be unable to cure Gu Yan. Xiao Heng found Gu Jiao in the study room. Gu Jiao was holding a charcoal pencil and writing something on a piece of white paper. "Jiao Jiao." Xiao Heng stepped into the room. Gu Jiao stopped writing and raised her eyes to look at him. There was a grievance in her voice that she had never revealed to others. "Husband." Xiao Heng's heart twitched fiercely. He walked around the desk and came to her side. He leaned over and looked at her steadily. "It's okay. Yin will be fine." Gu Jiao's expression was calm. She picked up the paper on the table and handed it to him. "These are the equipment and medicine that I listed. The ones that are circled with cinnabar are the ones that I already have. I haven't gotten the rest yet." Xiao Heng took the paper and looked at it. It was full of paper, but the cinnabar circled less than 1/10 of it. She was very strong, so strong that it made people's heart ache. Xiao Heng stroked the top of her head to comfort her. "With these things, can Yin be saved? If you have all of them, I can operate on him. I can complete the operation alone," she emphasized. Xiao Heng looked at the strange names on the paper. "What are these?" Gu Jiao said firmly. "These are the equipment needed for the operation. I can't take them out with my medicine box." Did you draw this picture?" Xiao Heng looked at the picture on the back of the paper. Gu Jiao nodded. Xiao Heng pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "Wait a minute." Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. He turned around and went to the bookshelf. He took down a box and took out a yellow drawing from it. "Take a look and see if this is it." Gu Jiao took it and looked at it. Her expression froze. "Wasn't this the drawing of the operating room?" "Where did it come from?" Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Heng said, "It's from the Yin Kingdom's mathematics book in Jingkong. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't seem good to throw it away, so I took it out and put it aside." The Yin Kingdom's operating room? Or was the Yin Kingdom planning to build an operating room? The mathematics book and the drawing of the operating room basically confirmed that there was a transmigrator in the Yin Kingdom. Gu Jiao held the drawing in her hand, and a glimmer of hope suddenly rose in her heart. The Yin Kingdom has what I need. Xiao Heng's eyes darkened. The Yin Kingdom was a place he should never set foot in. Chapter 6:18. Coming out of the study, Xiao Heng went to Marquis Xianping's room next door. Although Marquis Xianping didn't need a new cast, he still had to sit in a wheelchair. He already knew about Gu Yan's situation. Although he didn't know about the operating room, he knew that if even Gu Jiao was helpless, then the only hope in the world to cure Gu Yan was in the Yin Kingdom. "Don't even think about it. I don't know. I don't have it. I won't give it to you even if I have it." Without waiting for Xiao Heng to explain why he came, Marquis Xianping directly refused 3 times. Xiao Heng frowned and looked at him. "Do you know what I'm going to say?" Marquis Xianping leaned back in his chair and looked at him lightly. He raised his eyebrows. "Who was the female slave in the Yin Kingdom who gave birth to you? Did she leave any keepsakes? If so, can I give it to you?" Xiao Heng felt a blow to his soul. He was indeed his biological father. His thoughts were well thought out. "Why? Do you want to go to the Yin Kingdom?" Marquis Xianping pretended to be indifferent. "Do you know that someone in the Yin Kingdom wants to kill you?" Of course Xiao Heng knew, but this was not a reason for him to retreat. He said, "Only the Yin Kingdom has what Jiao Jiao needs. With those things, Gu Yan can be cured." It turned out that the girl could be cured, but she lacked the necessary items. "Your wife is quite capable," Marquis Xianping said with pride. That year, Xiao Heng seemed to not know how to address her. He deliberated for a moment and asked, "That person really didn't leave anything behind?" "No. In order to cut off the connection with you, she even cleaned up a strand of her hair." Marquis Xianping said, and realized that his words might be ambiguous. He added, "It's not what you think. She was afraid of being a burden to you. It's not that she didn't want you." Xiaoheng was silent. He didn't doubt that woman's feelings for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have rather killed Xiaoqing and left the antidote to him. He had Shirye's curiosity. What kind of woman was she? How could she kill a newborn baby? Would she be the same as the Nangong clan member who hurt Gu Yan? Would she be an evil person who didn't care about human lives? But even if she was, he had no right to criticize her. She had sacrificed all her evil to save his life. In the end, Xiaoheng failed to find a way to go to the Yin kingdom. Gu Jiao thought of Gu Chongqing, who said that he would go to the Yin kingdom to find a doctor for her. Gu Chongqing had been living in the underground dojo for the past few days. Every day, he refreshed his ranking. According to his reckless fighting style, he was not far from the top 3. Once they entered the top 3, they would be sent to the Yin kingdom by the underground martial arts arena for the next stage of the competition. It was called a competition, but in fact, it was a way for the Yin kingdom to win over martial arts geniuses from other countries. Gu Jiao called Secret Guard A and told him to immediately find Gu Chongqing. Who would have thought that Secret Guard A would be a step too late? Secret Guard A came back and reported to Gu Jiao. "The heir has already left." Gu Jiao asked, "Where did he go?" Secret Guard A said, "I heard from the Marquis Fu that the heir went to Jiangnan to find a divine bird as a betrothal gift for the daughter of the Yuan family. In the Zhao country, it was a custom for men to catch wild geese as betrothal gifts for their fiancés. The better the breed of wild geese, the higher the sincerity. The divine bird wasn't a wild geese, but the legendary phoenix." Gu Jiao had seen pictures of phoenixes before. She felt that they looked like the flamingos from her previous life. No one in the Zhao country had seen this kind of bird before. It was only a legend. Gu Chongqing didn't want to get married. He left the capital with great fanfare at this time to find a bird. She was afraid that it was to cover up the fact that he had snuck into the Yin kingdom. "How long has he been gone?" Gu Jiao asked. 3 days. Secret Guard A said. Gu Chongqing had already said goodbye to Gu Jiao. So strictly speaking, he didn't leave without saying goodbye. But Gu Jiao was still somewhat depressed. It had already been 3 days. She feared that she wouldn't be able to catch up. Xiaoheng was also thinking of a way to go to the Yin kingdom. Since Marquis Xianping didn't have any clues, he went to the residence of Princess Xinyang. Hearing that Xiaoheng wanted to go to the Yin kingdom, Princess Xinyang's reaction was the same as Marquis Xianping. But after all, Xiaoheng had grown up. They could only give their opinions, but couldn't make the decision for Xiaoheng. He insisted on going. As his father and mother, they could only think of a way to help him. Princess Xinyang thought of the Yin Kingdom's pharmacist in the underground martial arts field. "Yujin, you go and invite the pharmacist. If he doesn't come, let Longyi catch him." Yujin took Longyi. However, what made people disappointed was that the Yin Kingdom's pharmacist unexpectedly returned to the Yin Kingdom with Gu Chongqing's group. From this, it could be inferred that the Yin Kingdom's pharmacist should have personally brought Gu Chongqing, this martial arts genius, back to the Yin Kingdom. The young couple took turns to hit a wall. When they returned to the central room, both of them blankly sat on the chair without saying a word. Master's wife Nan came out from the east room. Just now, Gu Jiao had prescribed some medicine for Gu Yan. Master's wife Nan fed him. Master's wife, Nan, looked at the two people whose complexion was not quite right. She vaguely guessed something and said, "Not too smooth." Master's wife Nan, "Is there any other way to go to the Yin Kingdom? Is it possible to sneak in?" "Sneak in?" Master's wife Nan was dumbfounded. "What is that?" "It's probably the meaning of sneaking in." Master's wife Nan shook her head without thinking. "This won't do. It's too dangerous. It's difficult for you to sneak in alone, not to mention the seriously ill Gu Yan. Don't tell me there's no other way." Master's wife Nan opened her mouth. Master Lu came over in time to hold her hand. He frowned and shook his head at her. Master's wife Nan said, "I want to save Yener." Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng looked at the two strangely. They did not understand the connection between this sentence and Gu Jiao's previous sentence. Master Lu sighed helplessly and said, "But they don't have a travel permit. If you want to take them to the Yin Kingdom, there's only one way. Put the mark of a slave on them." The slaves of the Yin Kingdom were not people. They were only objects. "Master's wife Nan, are you from the Yin Kingdom?" Gu Jiao asked. She had long known that Master's wife Nan was not simple, but she did not expect her to be so complicated. Master's wife Nan said, "I'm not from the Yin Kingdom, but I can go to the Yin Kingdom." Then either she was from the Shang Kingdom, or she came from a powerful force outside the Six Kingdoms. Since Master's wife Nan did not point it out, Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng did not pursue the matter. To put it bluntly, who didn't have secrets? Master's wife Nan sighed. "My husband is right. Without a travel permit, people can't enter the Yin Kingdom. If I take you there by force, I can only turn you into slaves." Slaves were very lowly in the Yin Kingdom. Once someone in a high position took a fancy to them, they could be taken away by force at any time. So it was reasonable for Master Lu to stop her. She was impulsive just now. She only wanted Gu Yen to go to the Yin Kingdom, but she forgot that if Gu Yen became a slave, he would not be qualified to enter the medical center for treatment. "Jiao Jiao, I'm scared." Little Jing Kong held a small pillow and walked out of the west room in a daze. He fell asleep and was awakened by a nightmare. Gu Jiao held his little hand and brought him over. "Don't be scared." Little Jing Kong yawned and lay in Gu Jiao's arms. "What were you talking about just now?" "We were talking about the travel permit," Gu Jiao said. Xiaoheng handed over a piece of clothing. Gu Jiao took it and wrapped little Jing Kong's body. "What is a travel permit?" he asked vaguely. "It's a kind of travel document that allows you to go to other places. We had a travel permit when we came to the capital. Have you forgotten?" "Oh." Little Jing Kong sat on Gu Jiao's lap and leaned his little head on Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao was more and more curious about the white-bearded old monk. She really wanted to visit him if she had the chance. Tianqiong Academy's admission papers were the best guide. With them, their plan to go to the Yin Kingdom could be considered to have succeeded. Gu Jiao was packing up in the east room when Xiaoheng pushed the door and entered. He was holding his admission paper with his name on it. "I looked for it, but I couldn't find yours." Gu Jiao was a woman and had never been to school. Jing Kong's master must have known about this, so he didn't prepare one for her. Gu Jiao stopped packing and poured a cup of hot tea for him. "Have some tea." Xiaoheng took the cup and drank 2 mouthfuls. His stomach felt warm. "But I asked Madame Nan, and she said I can bring my wife with me." Gu Jiao continued folding the clothes. She suddenly said, "No need." Xiaoheng was stunned. He stopped drinking tea. "Aren't you going?" Gu Jiao turned around and looked at him calmly. "I'll go, but I don't need you to take me." Xiaoheng frowned in confusion. "Then what are you going to do?" Before he could finish speaking, Xiaoheng suddenly felt a wave of dizziness in his head. The cup in his hand fell, and he fell down. Gu Jiao caught the cup with one hand and held him with the other. Xiaoheng looked at her in a daze. It's too dangerous for you to go to the Yin Kingdom, so I've decided." Gu Jiao put down the cup and took the admission paper in his hand. "Go by yourself." Xiaoheng gritted his teeth weakly. "Gu Jiao." Xiaoheng completely fainted in Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao drugged Xiaoheng fiercely. It was 3 days later when he woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a little boy in the Imperial College's uniform squatting on the ground, next to the bed and drawing circles. Xiaoheng struggled to sit up. Hearing the movement, the little boy raised his head and threw away the branch in his hand. He looked at him with hidden bitterness. "You're finally awake?" Xiaoheng looked at little Jing Kong and then at the door. "Where's Jiao Jiao?" Little Jing Kong stomped his feet and snorted. "She left. It's all your fault. You didn't leave Jiao Jiao behind. I had to take care of you, so I was left behind by Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao didn't want to take you with her, okay? You're just a child and you're a hindrance. Gu Jiao still has to take care of the patients. How could she have the time to take care of you?" Xiaoheng's conscience kicked in, and he didn't tell him the cruel truth. In addition, he felt that Gu Jiao might still want to avenge Gu Yen, so she couldn't take Jing Kong with her. It was too dangerous. Did she take Gu Yen there alone? Xiaoheng actually wanted to ask if Madame Nan went with them. Little Jing Kong didn't understand what he meant. He only said sourly according to his own understanding. Xiaoshuan's brother also went. What? She took Gu Xiaoshan but didn't take him. He was really angry. Do you want to go to Jiao? Little Jing Kong pursed his lips and asked. Xiaoheng heard this and his anger disappeared. What do you mean? Oh, you also have the admission document. But other than husband and wife, only blood relatives can go. Little Jing Kong stuck out his small chest. As long as you promise to take me with you, I have a way to make you go. Xiaoheng didn't believe him. Little Jing Kong asked, Do you agree? Xiaoheng looked at him suspiciously. Okay, I agree. Little Jing Kong was not easy to fool. You have to swear. If you lie to me, I'll let Jiao find me a new brother-in-law in the Yin Kingdom. This little guy was too vicious. But the temptation of going to Gujiao was too great. Xiaoheng still listened to him. Little Jing Kong ran to the box and dug out his small pile of junk. Finally, he took out a small box inlaid with gold and handed it to Xiaoheng. Here. Xiaoheng opened the small box and saw that it was another admission document from the Yin Kingdom. He had been unlucky for so long. Finally, there was a time for him to turn around. Xiaoheng's eyes lit up, but his face sank when he read the last part. The words on the document were written in black and white. Kanglan Women's College. Xiaoheng. Chapter 619. It was obvious that this admission document was for Gu Jiao. Why didn't you take out Jiao's admission document earlier? If the little monk wasn't only 5 years old, he would have suspected that this guy did it on purpose. Little Jing Kong felt wronged. You didn't ask. Isn't that because you fell asleep? The more Xiaoheng thought about it, the angrier he got. Why didn't you put Jiao's admission document together with ours? Little Jing Kong said righteously. Of course Jiao's stuff can't be put together with yours. Xiaoheng said sarcastically. Oh, as if you're not one yourself. Little Jing Kong was confused. He seemed to have hurt himself. Xiaoheng looked at the beautiful handwriting on the admission document. At the end of the document, there was even a shy and cute little pink lotus flower made of silk. He felt unwell all over. The Yin Kingdom was west of the Zhao Kingdom, separated by the Yin River. Gu Jiao took their admission documents and the customs clearance pass given by her great-aunt. Then she rented a boat and left the border of the Zhao Kingdom. There were 5 of them on this trip. Except for her, Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan, Master Nan and Master Lu were also with them. Gu Jiao still didn't ask about their origins. However, there was one thing that Gu Jiao was extremely clear about. The 2 of them had come all the way here for Gu Yan. Alright, let's eat something. We'll reach the shore in an hour. Madame Nan said. The boat they rented was a large black awning boat. Inside the awning, there was a bedboard, a table and chairs, and the curtain was drawn down to make it look like a small room. At this moment, other than Lu Shifu who was observing the situation outside, the other 4 people were inside the awning. It was worth mentioning that ever since they left the capital of Zhao country, Madame Nan and Master Lu no longer spoke the language of Zhao country. They used the language of Yin country to communicate with each other, and Gu Jiao, and the other 2. Gu Jiao and her brother had changed from the initial confusion to the current situation, where simple communication was no longer a problem. Alright. Gu Jiao replied in the language of the Yin Kingdom. I've finished the jerky, but there are still some snacks left. Let's make do with them first. Xiaoshan. Yes, sister. Gu Xiaoshan replied. Speak the language of the Yin Kingdom, reminded Mistress Nan. Gu Xiaoshan scratched his head in embarrassment. Oh, I see. Gu Jiao opened the lunchbox and asked Gu Xiaoshan to bring a packet of snacks to Master Lu. Then she put the rest of the snacks on a big plate and put it on the table. She looked at Gu Yan who was leaning on her back and asked, How do you feel? Seasick. Gu Yan shook his head slightly. His pale lips moved slightly. I don't feel seasick. Gu Jiao raised her hand and touched his forehead. Ever since Gu Yan was rescued last time, he woke up on the second night in the carriage. But his body was not as good as before. He always had no strength and was extremely weak. Every time Gu Jiao saw Gu Yan like this, she would think of Nan Gongli, who gave him a slap to vent his anger. That's right. After understanding the other person's appearance and figure from Gu Yan, Gu Jiao could already confirm that the crazy man was Nan Gongli. Gu Yan only accidentally bumped into him, and he gave Gu Yan a serious injury to vent his anger. Didn't he know that this slap would make Gu Yan lie at home for half a month, even if he didn't have a heart attack? What's more, he suddenly sneaked into the academy and caused Gu Yan to bump into him. How could this person be so unreasonable? Well, if he was reasonable, he wouldn't have come to the Zhao kingdom to assassinate secretly. Gu Jiao fed Gu Yan a piece of snack. When she took the second piece, Gu Yan turned his face away and refused. Drink some water. Gu Jiao didn't force him to eat. Gu Yan drank 2 mouthfuls of warm water and fell asleep on Gu Jiao's back. After they got ashore, they still had to walk some distance on foot. Gu Jiao carried Gu Yan off the boat. Madame Nan led the way in front. Master Lu and Gu Xiaoshan took the luggage and weapons and followed. Gu Yan lay on his sister's back and said weakly, "I'll walk by myself." Gu Jiao's steps were firm. "No, I'll carry you. I'm not tired. As long as I carry you, I won't be tired no matter how far." Under the scorching sun, Gu Jiao, dressed in a young man's black robe, carried Gu Yan and walked with sweat all over her back. On the way, Madame Nan wanted to help her several times, but she refused. There were many people at the border checkpoint, but Tianqiong Academy's reputation was too great. As soon as they saw the stack of dark blue admission papers, the attitude of the officials changed. They directly went through the procedures for them and gave them a pass to pass through the Yin Kingdom. The group smoothly set foot on the territory of the Yin Kingdom. The local conditions and customs of the Yin Kingdom were very different from those of the Zhao Kingdom. However, they were busy taking care of Gu Yan and didn't have time to enjoy the scenery along the way. After another month of tiring travel, they finally arrived at the last post station, near Chengdu in the evening when the sun was setting. Chengdu, the capital of the Yin Kingdom. Gu Jiao and the group used 2 carriages. Usually Gu Jiao, Gu Xiaoshan and Master Lu took turns to drive the carriages. After arriving at the post station, Gu Jiao jumped off the horse from the carriage. Madame Nan opened the curtain and got out of the carriage with the help of Master Lu. They had been on the road for 2 months. Right now it was already the 5th month of the lunar calendar. The weather was hot and they were all soaked. Even the extremely weak Gu Yan was sweating a lot in the carriage. Madame Nan wiped her sweat and said to Gu Jiao, "Sit for a while, I'll go and book a guest room." "I'm not tired," Gu Jiao said. "You child." Madame Nan looked at her sweaty face and took out a clean handkerchief to wipe the sweat on her forehead and neck. Gu Xiaoshan called the servants of the post station and gave them to feed the horses. Then she went to the lobby and asked for 3 guest rooms. The post stations of the Yin Kingdom were generally larger than those of the Zhao Kingdom. The guest rooms were more particular. Of course, the price was also more expensive. The currency of the Yin Kingdom was mainly silver and knife coins. Knife coins were actually copper coins made into the shape of a knife and engraved with the emblem of the Yin Kingdom. A knife coin was worth about 3 copper coins. In the Zhao Kingdom, a steamed bun was worth 1 copper coin. In the Yin Kingdom, a steamed bun was worth 1 knife coin. It could be seen that the prices of goods in the Yin Kingdom were higher than in the Zhao Kingdom. There were no transnational banks in the 6 kingdoms. Fortunately, gold and silver could be circulated anywhere. After entering the Yin Kingdom, they exchanged the boxes of gold they brought with them for banknotes and deposited them in the largest bank in the Yin Kingdom. The silver was also exchanged for the official silver of the Yin Kingdom. Needless to say, there was a lot of handling fees. Gu Jiao carried Gu Yan to the room on the 2nd floor. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan shared a room. Madame Nan and Master Lu shared a room. Gu Jiao was alone in her room. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshuan's room was in the middle. Dinner was placed in Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshuan's room. The dishes of the Yin Kingdom were different from those of the Zhao Kingdom. They were not spicy. Fortunately, they were not picky eaters. Gu Yan was a picky eater, but now that he was so sick, no one dared to give him spicy food. At the dinner table, Madame Nan said, "We can go to Chengdu tomorrow. You go to the academy to register first." Xiaoshuan's adoptive father, and I will find a suitable residence nearby. Gu Jiao had no objection. Madame Nan said again, rest early tonight. After dinner, they returned to their rooms. Gu Jiao would check on Gu Yan every night. It was not time yet, so she simply went down to check on the carriages. She would not know if she did not check. But when she checked, she found that one of their carriages was overworked. The wheels and the bottom of the carriage were faintly cracked. If they continued on the road, it would break down halfway. She went to the lobby and asked the post house officer to buy a new carriage. The post house officer said, "Young Master Xiao is so lucky. We happen to have one last carriage at the post house." Gu Jiao was dressed as a teenager. When she spoke, she used a youthful voice that she learned from Gu Chengfeng. But her appearance had not changed. There was still a red birthmark on the left side of her face. The reason why the post house officer did not judge people by their appearance was because of her identity as a student of the Tianqiong Academy. "Thank you for your trouble," Gu Jiao said. "It's a total of 2 taels of silver." The post house officer said. Gu Jiao took out 2 taels of silver from her purse. The post house officer was about to accept it when suddenly there was a rush of horse hooves outside the door. An imposing carriage stopped at the entrance of the post house. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a young girl in pink clothes wearing a veil lightly jumped out of the carriage. When the post house officer saw the guard's attire, his whole body froze, and he revealed an extremely excited expression. The young girl in pink held a whip and walked in with light steps. She did not even look at the people around her and said to the post house officer, "Give me a carriage. Pair it with 2 good horses." The post house officer looked at Gu Jiao awkwardly and silently withdrew his hand that had reached out to take the silver. "What are you dawdling for?" the young girl in pink asked. The post house officer pointed at Gu Jiao embarrassedly and said, "The last carriage, this young master, also wants it." The young girl in pink turned her head to look at Gu Jiao. When she saw that the other party was a youth with a disfigured face, she could not help but show some contempt. "Give it to me. I'll compensate you." Gu Yan's life was counting down every day. Gu Jiao did not want the silver. She wanted to enter Chengdu as soon as possible to find an operating room to treat Gu Yan. Gu Jiao said indifferently, "I won't give it to you." After saying this, she placed the silver on the post house officer's table. The young girl in pink put her hands on her hips and snorted. "Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." The post house officer persuaded Gu Jiao in a low voice. "Xiao, young Master Xiao, they are from the Su family. This must be the daughter of the Su family. You, give it to her." Although the status of a student of Tianqiong Academy was honorable, the Su family was the 9th most influential family in the Yin Kingdom. They had a pivotal position in Chengdu, and were not people that could be offended casually. "I said, I won't give it to you." "You," the young girl in pink snorted. "Do you believe that I won't beat you?" Gu Jiao said without fear. "If you dare to beat me, I will beat you." The young girl in pink lashed out with her whip. The post house officer was so frightened that his face changed color, and he hurriedly covered his head and squatted down. However, the whip did not even touch a single strand of Gu Jiao's hair. It was easily grabbed by Gu Jiao. The young girl in pink was startled. She did not expect that this ordinary-looking, no, it should be said that this young man with a damaged face was actually so powerful. He even caught her whip. She tried to pull the whip back, but she could not pull it back. She gritted her teeth. You let go." Gu Jiao calmly let go. She did not expect that Gu Jiao would let go so quickly. She was pulling back when she suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. She was in so much pain that her face turned pale, and the whip flew out. She was furious. She grabbed the whip and got up and hit Gu Jiao again. "Stop!" A man's low voice suddenly came from the carriage. The young girl in pink paused. "Come back," the man in the carriage said. His voice was not loud, but his tone was firm. The young girl in pink glared at Gu Jiao unwillingly. "Just you wait. I will remember you. Don't let me see you again in the future. Otherwise, every time I see you, I will beat you." Gu Jiao ignored her threat and asked the post house officer to take her to the last carriage. After finishing, Gu Jiao planned to go upstairs. Suddenly, A young man dressed like a scholar waved at her from the other side of the hall. Brother. Yes. It's over here. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. You called me? The young man nodded his head like he was pounding garlic. Seeing that Gu Jiao did not have any intention of coming over, he simply stood up and walked over to Gu Jiao. The two of them were standing at the top of the stairs. At this time, there were guests coming down. The two of them moved to the side at the same time. The young man cupped his hands to Gu Jiao and said with a bit of excitement, This one is surname Zhong, given name Ding, given name Heziming. If brother doesn't mind, you can call me Zhong Heziming. Zhongming Cauldron family. This name was very interesting. Gu Jiao said, What do you want from me? Zhongding said, I came after you. I saw you take out the certificate of Tianqiong Academy. You are also a student of Tianqiong Academy. Gu Jiao looked at him. You too? Me too. Zhongding said excitedly. Then, as if he was afraid that Gu Jiao would not believe him, he hurriedly took out his admission certificate. I am from the Zhao Kingdom. You are, Gu Jiao said calmly, the Zhao Kingdom. Zhongding's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. He wanted to say something but stopped. He smiled and asked, Are you also new to the Yin Kingdom? May I know your name? Xiao Lulang, Gu Jiao said. Zhongding smiled. Lulang, this name is good. It's catchy. The conversation died. Gu Jiao went upstairs. Hey! Zhongding saw that she was going to leave again. He hesitated for a moment and summoned the courage to tell her the surprise in his heart. You are not from the Shang Kingdom. How dare you provoke that girl? Can't you see that she is from the Su family? If the person in the carriage didn't stop you in time, you would be miserable now. Are you done? Chapter 620. Gu Jiao went upstairs and returned to her guest room. This small episode didn't affect Gu Jiao much. She waited for Gu Yan to take his pulse and blood pressure. The value didn't deteriorate too much. Then she went to rest. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden situation at the relay station in the middle of the night. A group of thieves came. They had encountered many thieves along the way. They didn't even know how many horse and mountain bandits they had encountered. Gu Jiao wasn't surprised. As long as they didn't offend her, she couldn't be bothered to care. The guards of the relay station had some skills. The thieves had tried their best to hide their aura, but they still detected them. The two sides fought fiercely. Although the thieves had the upper hand in terms of numbers, there weren't only guards from the government in the relay station. Some guests also brought their own escorts. When they found that they had been robbed, they hurriedly went to catch the thieves. After a while, the thieves were completely enraged. They started to set fire and capture the hostages. They rushed into the quiet rooms. Usually, people who didn't come out after such a big commotion were either asleep or too scared to come out. Either way, they were the best candidates for hostages. A thief rushed towards Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshuan's room with a large knife. But before he could reach the door, he was suddenly kicked out by Gu Jiao. Ah! The thief screamed and hit the pillar behind him. He fainted on the spot. Madame Nen also felt that someone was about to sneak attack Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshuan. She opened the door and came out. Seeing that the thief had been dealt with by Gu Jiao, she wasn't surprised. Gu Jiao said to her, Madame Nan, go back and sleep. I'll guard. Gu Jiao's strength was enough to deal with a group of thieves. Madame Nan went back to her room. The fierce battle in the courtyard continued. This group of thieves actually had accomplices, lying in ambush outside the relay station. They probably heard the commotion, and dozens of people rushed in aggressively. The relay station was at a disadvantage. When they saw that they had stolen the money, they started to steal horses. Gu Jiao could not let them succeed. Otherwise, what would she bring to Chengdu tomorrow? Gu Jiao held onto the railing with one hand and jumped down from the second floor. With a kick, she sent a horse thief flying. She didn't join the fight in the courtyard and just stayed at the stable. If one came, she would fight one, and if two came, she would fight two. In the end, the thieves in the courtyard were not beaten into submission by the group of people, but the thieves assigned to the stable were all beaten like shrimps. While the group of people were confronting Gu Jiao with knives, a young girl upstairs ran out of her room. Fourth brother. She made a dash for the other wing. What she didn't notice was that there was a thief standing behind her. That thief had planned to return empty-handed. But suddenly, such a luxuriously dressed young lady appeared. It would be a pity to let her go. This young girl was none other than the Su family's daughter, who had previously fought with Gu Jiao over the carriage in the main hall. Sure enough, she was a paper tiger. The thief had already snuck up behind her, but she didn't notice. The thief's evil hand reached for the young girl's neck. Gu Jiao swept the ground, and with the tip of her foot, she picked up a dagger that one of the thieves had dropped. Then she turned around, raised her foot, and kicked the dagger toward the second floor. The dagger pierced the thief's shoulder, and the huge force knocked the thief against the wall. He was then bounced off the second floor, and fell heavily to the ground floor of the main hall. Everything happened in a flash. The Su family's daughter didn't notice anything, but the thieves who were confronting Gu Jiao were all dumbfounded. What kind of skill was that? Fourth brother. The Su family's daughter came to a wing. Gu Jiao looked, and saw that it was the wing next to hers. The door of the wing opened, and a slender hand reached out and caught the Su family's daughter, who had tripped and almost fell. The night was dark, but that hand was as beautiful as a piece of exquisitely carved jade. It was too much for a man's hand to be so beautiful. Tisk. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and couldn't look away for a moment. One of the thieves took the opportunity to swing his dagger at her. Gu Jiao kept staring at that hand, and then she stabbed the dagger into the thief's chest. The thief looked at his chest in disbelief. What the hell? All the thieves in the courtyard were eventually caught. Oh no, we forgot about the stable, a guard at the relay station said. The relay station's leader hurriedly led his men to the stable, only to see a bunch of bandits with bruises all over their faces tied up. They knelt on the ground with handkerchiefs in their mouths, looking like they wanted to take them away quickly. Everyone. The next day the weather was fine. Gu Jiao carried Gu Yan onto the carriage. Gu Xiaoshan drove the carriage, and Master Lu drove the other carriage. Gu Jiao didn't pay too much attention to the Su siblings' movements, and she let Gu Xiaoshan set off after putting down the curtains. The journey was smooth, and after about an hour, they entered Xingdu of the Yan Kingdom. Even though Gu Jiao wasn't interested in the cultural landscape, she could clearly feel the atmosphere of the capital of a powerful country. The shops on both sides of the street were arranged in rows, and in the middle of the road, there was a hubbub of voices and endless streams of horses and carriages. Gu Xiaoshan was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Wow, sister, the streets of Xingdu are too wide. How many carriages can walk side by side? Madame Nan's carriage was parallel to theirs. Hearing Gu Xiaoshuan's words, Madame Nan lifted the curtains and smiled. This is only the outer city. The streets will be wider when we enter the inner city. What's the inner city? What's the outer city? Gu Xiaoshan asked in confusion. Madame Nan explained patiently. Xingdu of the Yan Kingdom is divided into the inner and outer city. Most of the people who live in the outer city are merchants and ordinary people, while most of the people who live in the inner city are high officials and noble people. Gu Xiaoshan asked again. Then is the academy we're going to in the inner city or the outer city? The outer city, Madame Nan said. Gu Xiaoshan didn't understand again. But aren't there many young masters of aristocratic families who come to the academy? Why not build the academy in the inner city? The land in the outer city is cheap. Gu Jiao said. Madame Nan smiled. That's right. Gu Xiaoshan was stunned. Ah, then we'll have a chance to enter the inner city and have a look. What Madame Nan didn't say was that it wasn't easy to enter the inner city, even with the documents of the Tianqiong Academy. There were 3 impregnable walls in Xingdu of the Yan Kingdom. The first was the outer city wall, the second was the inner city wall, and the third was the palace wall of the imperial palace. The Yan Kingdom was definitely a place with a stricter hierarchy than the Zhao Kingdom. It was easy for people from the inner city to come out, but it was very difficult for people from the outer city to enter. Madame Nan had lived in the Yan Kingdom for many years, and had never entered the inner city even once. Although the Tianqiong Academy was located in the outer city, it wasn't far from the inner city. It was a prime location in the outer city. After traveling for more than half an hour, they finally arrived at the back door of the Tianqiong Academy. Madame Nan said apologetically, I haven't been here for so many years that I almost forgot the way. She wanted to lead the way to the front door, but she led the wrong way. Gu Jiao jumped off the carriage. It's okay. We'll go through the back door. Madam Nan said. We'll take Yen to find a house first. We'll come here to pick you up later. Gu Jiao nodded. Okay. The Tianqiong Academy had a servant who was specially in charge of the carriage. Gu Jiao walked over and showed him her and Gu Xiaoshuan's admission documents. Then she took out Xiao Lulang and Gu Xiaoshuan's Zhao Kingdom household registration. After verifying their identities, the servant handed a matching card to Gu Jiao. Use this to get the carriage later. As he spoke, he looked up and down at Gu Jiao. He was mainly looking at the birthmark on her face. Gu Jiao didn't care at all, and asked where the registration place was. The servant said, It's in the Qingqingtang. Go straight in, and turn east at the fork. You'll see it. Gu Jiao took Gu Xiaoshan to the Qingqingtang to register. There were many people who came to register today from different countries. Therefore, the Tianqiong Academy was an international school. After waiting in line for a while, it was Gu Jiao's turn. Gu Jiao handed over her and Gu Xiaoshuan's documents and household registration. They needed to know the language of the Yan Kingdom to study in the Yan Kingdom, but the teacher who taught in the Yan Kingdom didn't need to know the language of the Zhao Kingdom. Therefore, there were two sets of household registration. When the teacher saw that they were from the Zhao Kingdom, he looked a little disdainful. When he looked at Gu Jiao's face, he became even more impatient. He had just received a few students from the Jin Kingdom and the Liang Kingdom, and was very enthusiastic. Gu Xiaoshan thought that he was very nice. Now that he changed his attitude so quickly, she instantly curled her lips in disappointment. However, when the teacher saw the name on the household registration, his eyes paused slightly. Which one is Xiao Lulang? I am, Gu Jiao said. How old are you? 19. You look like you're only 15 or 16. Gu Jiao, who was indeed only 16, said. I have a tender face. The teacher looked deeply at Gu Jiao. His lips moved, but no one knew what he was saying. He picked up the seal and stamped the household registration and the document. Then he took the document and returned the household registration to Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshan. He took out another document and asked Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshan to sign it. This process made Gu Jiao feel like she was reporting to a university in her previous life. After filling it, it was time to pay the tuition fees. 20 taels per person per month, the teacher said casually. Gu Xiaoshan stared at him. Was he robbing her? 20 taels. 10 taels for accommodation, the teacher said again. 1 month. Gu Xiaoshan was petrified. Studying in the Zhao Kingdom for a year was not enough to pay 30 taels. In addition, she had brought Gu Yan's document and household registration. However, Gu Yan was sick and she applied for sick leave. The teacher said lightly, 30 taels. She had to pay for sick leave. Gu Jiao said, What if we don't stay? The teacher said, You still have to pay. Gu Jiao checked the rules and regulations of the academy. After making sure that the teacher was not blackmailing them, she paid the money out of her own pocket. 2 people per room, the teacher said, and threw 2 wooden plates with their names on them. There was a key hanging on the wooden plates. Gu Xiaoshan thought that he and Gu Jiao would share a room. However, when he looked carefully, he found that he was in the 17th room, and Gu Jiao was in the 27th room. How many rooms were there? Gu Xiaoshan was confused. Can't you arrange for us to stay in the same room? The teacher glanced at Gu Xiaoshan indifferently. No. Gu Jiao said, Forget it. We don't need to stay anyway. Sister, it's so expensive. I want to stay here. Let's move back. Gu Xiaoshan had suffered before. 10 taels of silver for a month's accommodation was really painful. He wished that he could live and wear in the dormitory. Not only were they not in the same room, but they were also not in the same courtyard. Gu Jiao was in the south courtyard, and Gu Xiaoshan was in the east courtyard. Gu Xiaoshuan's heart was bleeding. He covered his chest and said, Sister, let's go and see what the dormitory is like. Gu Jiao accompanied Gu Xiaoshan to the east courtyard. The environment is not bad. It's very quiet. Gu Jiao said. Gu Xiaoshan had lived in Tianqiong Academy for a period of time in the county of Zhao country. At that time, he felt that it was much better than the houses in the village. The dormitory in Tianqiong Academy was naturally more luxurious than that of Tianxiang Academy. Not to mention that it was worth the 5 taels of silver. It was also worthy of the reputation of Yan country's Royal Academy. Number 17 is over there. Gu Jiao pointed to a room in the corridor. The two walked towards Gu Xiaoshuan's room. The door was open. Your roommate is here, Gu Jiao said. She reached out to push the door, but the door was pulled open from the inside. A familiar face entered Gu Jiao's sight. When the other party saw Gu Jiao, he was startled at first, then his eyes lit up. Brother Xiao, it's you. Brother was a respectful term. In fact, Xiao Lulang was definitely younger than him in terms of age. Sister, husband, do you know each other? Gu Xiaoshan almost blurted out. We've seen each other at the relay station. Gu Jiao said. This person was none other than Zhong Ding, the one who spoke to her earnestly in the lobby of the relay station. I'm Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding said as he looked at Gu Xiaoshan. Gu Xiaoshan looked at Gu Jiao and said, I'm Gu Xiaoshan. He's my brother-in-law. Ah, then you too. Zhong Ding used his eyes to indicate the room behind him. Gu Jiao understood and said, my wife's younger brother is your roommate. Zhong Ding let out another ah sound and said with a smile, I thought Brother Xiao was the one. Right, the relay station was robbed last night. Brother Xiao, are you guys okay? Gu Xiaoshan was surprised. Was there a thief last night? Zhong Ding was even more surprised than him. Did you sleep so deeply? The few of them chatted for a while, mainly because Zhong Ding was very talkative. Every time they talked to death, he would stubbornly revive it. From him, Gu Jiao learned that dormitories were usually allocated according to the country. People from the lower country lived with people from the lower country, and people from the upper country lived with people from the upper country. Since that was the case, her roommate must also be from the lower country. The East Courtyard is full of people from the lower country. We have the most people from the Zhao Kingdom. Zhong Ding said. Brother Xiao, which room do you live in? Gu Jiao said. I don't live in the East Courtyard. Zhong Ding said without hesitation. Then it must be the West Courtyard. Both the North and South Courtyards were for people from the upper country. Chapter 621. Gu Jiao didn't say that he guessed wrong. She wasn't good at arguing with people. Besides, this wasn't something she cared about. In addition to the dormitory allocation, Zhong Ding also told them the time and place of their classes. He also reminded them to remember to come to class tomorrow morning and not be late. You'll get a demerit if you're late. Tianqiong Academy has strict rules. You'll be expelled if you get 3 demerits or more. After listening to him for so long, they finally got the important information. They couldn't get a demerit or be expelled. After all, Tianqiong Academy was the only way for Gu Jiao to stay in the Yin Kingdom. After leaving the East Courtyard, Gu Xiaoshan wanted to go to the South Courtyard. Gu Jiao didn't want to go. It's all the same. There's nothing to see. Gu Xiaoshan thought about it. It seemed to be right. He and his sister were both from the Zhao Kingdom. How could their dormitory be different? Then let's go and meet Master's wife. Gu Xiaoshan called Master's wife Master in front of others. He only called them father and mother when he was alone with Nan Xiang. They went back to the back door of Tianqiong Academy. To be honest, apart from the purpose of Gu Yan's operation, Gu Jiao was really interested in Chengdu in the Yin Kingdom. However, she didn't want to go sightseeing before she solved Gu Yan's problem. Master's wife and Master Lu's carriage had stopped nearby. Gu Xiaoshan brought their carriage over with a matching plate. He said painfully, Sister, we only stopped for a while. They charged me 1 knife coin. The Yin Kingdom is too expensive. Money is needed everywhere. Gu Jiao raised her hand and took a leaf off his shoulder. It's okay. It's just 1 knife coin. Gu Xiaoshan said. We still have to save some money. We have to save the money for Gu Yan's treatment. Before they set off, they didn't know that prices in the Yin Kingdom were so high, especially in Chengdu. A steamed bun cost $2, a big meat bun cost $3, and a mutton bun cost $4. Madame Nan did live in Chengdu more than 10 years ago. But wasn't it 3 buns for 1 knife coin at that time? How did it increase so much? It's all right, I also have some money in the bank. Madame Nan said to Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshun. Gu Jiao didn't regard Mistress Nan as an outsider. But even with Mistress Nan's money, it wouldn't be enough for them to spend for a long time. It seemed like she had to think of a way to earn some money, but that was a topic for another time. First, he had to deal with the matter at hand. Since entering the territory of the Yin Kingdom, Gu Jiao had been inquiring about the operating room along the way. However, no medical center had the operating room that Gu Jiao needed. Either the operating theater was not built yet, or the things in the operating theater were too shocking and could not be known to the outside world. Gu Jiao hoped that it was the latter. This way, at least Gu Yan still had hope. Madame Nan said, I've already found a house. It's not far from the academy. Go out from the back door and walk forward for 1 mile. It was a house with 2 courtyards. The backyard was connected to the kitchen and the woodshed. The area wasn't big, but it was enough for them to live in. There were 3 rooms and a small study. Madame Nan and Master Lu shared 1 room. Gu Xiaoshun and Gu Yan shared 1. And the last one was Gu Jiao's. Madame Nan, how much is the monthly rent for this house? Gu Xiaoshun asked. Madame Nan smiled. Not much, 100 taels a month. What? 100 taels? Gu Xiaoshun was dumbfounded. Madame Nan was amused by his dumbfounded look. The houses near the academy are rented by rooms. 1 room costs at least 20 taels a month. We have 4 rooms, a kitchen, a woodshed and 2 courtyards. 100 taels is not expensive. Gu Xiaoshun was speechless. Chishui Alley is so much bigger than here. Jingkong only charges 30 taels. And the location near the Imperial College is also good. In just one day, Gu Xiaoshun began to know how to compare locations. If the Zhao Kingdom was divided into inner and outer cities, then the Chishui Alley they lived in was definitely part of the inner city. And the Zhuke Avenue where Princess Xinyang lived was very close to the Imperial Palace. It was the inner city of the inner city. Gu Jiao said, It's okay. We can earn more money. Let's go and pack up first. Okay. Gu Xiaoshun quickly responded. We'll pack up. Don't you have class tomorrow? Go and prepare for class. There's nothing to prepare. We'll go to the classroom tomorrow to get the books. Then take a rest. The 2 children were very tired along the way. Madame Nan was distressed and did not let them do anything. Gu Jiao had to give up. She paused and said, Then I'll go and inquire about the nearby medical centers. Sister, I'll go with you. Okay. The siblings wandered around the streets for a whole day. They inquired about the largest medical centers in the outer city of Chengdu from the locals. In the end, there was no so-called operating room, and none of the doctors in the medical centers had seen or heard about the equipment on the drawings. In the evening, the 2 returned to the courtyard sweating profusely. The food was ready. It was the children's favorite dishes, except for Gu Yan, who had a separate stove. Gu Yan looked at the steamed meat in front of him, which was so bland that it almost became a bird. The corner of his mouth twitched. Madame Nan also served Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshun soup. She asked, Did you find anything today? Thank you, Madame Nan. Gu Jiao took the soup bowl and said, As usual, I didn't find anything. Madame Nan was not too surprised. Are you sure that what you want is in the Yin Kingdom? I've seen its drawings. I'm sure that there are people in the Yin Kingdom who know about those things. As for whether it has been built, I'm not sure. Madame Nan thought for a while. How about going to the inner city to take a look? After all, the outer city is for ordinary people to live in. The best medical centers and the most skilled doctors are all in the inner city. It's difficult to enter the inner city. Master Lu gave Madame Nan a piece of braised meat. That's true. Madame Nan frowned. Gu Jiao drank a mouthful of soup and said, I'll go to the inner city wall and see if there's a chance to sneak in. Madame Nan felt that it was very risky, but thinking of Gu Yan's condition, she understood that they did not have time to wait. She nodded and said, I'll go with you. Gu Jiao shook her head. No, it's easier to hide alone. Madame Nan is still at home. Help me take care of Yen. It was already a great favor for Madame Nan to accompany them to the Yin Kingdom. How could she let Madame Nan go into the inner city with her? Madame Nan opened her mouth. Master Lu advised, Just listen to Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao is smart and quick-witted. She knows what to do and won't be rash. On the contrary, you are not as calm as Jiao Jiao. Madame Nan's face darkened. Are you itching for a beating? Master Lu awkwardly cleared his throat. Eat. They ate dinner early. After dinner, the sky was still bright. However, Gu Yan's physical strength was weak. Gu Jiao sent him back to his room to rest. Gu Yan lay weakly on the bed. He could do nothing but watch Gu Jiao run around desperately for him. He suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Gu Jiao took his temperature and blood pressure. She packed up the small medicine box and said, "Don't think too much. I'll be back soon." Gu Jiao put the night suit and mask in a small bag and tied it on her body. She went out and got into the carriage. Gu Xiaoshan sent her to the inner city wall. Gu Jiao jumped off the carriage. "Okay, I'll send you here. You should go back quickly." Gu Xiaoshan said, "Sister, be careful." Gu Jiao said, "I know." After Gu Xiaoshan left, Gu Jiao observed for a long time near the inner city wall. Finally, she found a carriage that was parked on the side of the road. It was about to enter the inner city. Gu Jiao came to the back of the carriage and sneaked under the carriage when no one was looking. She grabbed the pole under the carriage with both hands and hooked her feet on the wheel. Her whole body was tightly attached to the carriage. This method was quite risky, but Gu Jiao's luck seemed to be good. When the carriage entered the inner city, it was not checked from top to bottom. Gu Jiao was looking for a less crowded street to land on. Unexpectedly, the carriage went all the way to the main street. There were pedestrians on both sides. She inexplicably fell from the bottom of the carriage and shocked half the street. Gu Jiao gritted her teeth. She waited. She continued to wait. This posture was a bit tiring. Her whole body was soaked in sweat. The carriage went through a few more streets. Finally, it was no longer a noisy main street. But before Gu Jiao could get off the carriage, it drove into a big house on the side of the road. Gu Jiao. Why did she say it was a big house? Because after going in, it jolted for a long time. Gu Jiao's brain almost scattered from the jolting before the carriage finally stopped. The person in the carriage came down and ordered several servants. "Move everything to the storeroom." "Yes, Master Guan." The servant replied. Gu Jiao patiently waited for the servants to move everything out of the carriage. Only the driver was left unharnessing the horse. Gu Jiao endured the soreness all over her body and silently landed. She felt like her body was not hers. She could not feel her fingers and abdomen. Right now, she had to quickly leave this place. After the driver finished unharnessing, he led the horse to the water tank on the side. He was going to wash the horse. Gu Jiao took advantage of the distraction to leave the stable. She wanted to find the shortest way out, but when she looked around, she was stunned. What kind of place was this? She could not see any walls. "Over there." Suddenly, a man's voice filled with killing intent rang out. Gu Jiao felt a familiar and terrifying aura. Dragon Shadow Guards. Or more accurately, Yin Kingdom's Men of Sacrifice. Zhao Country's Dragon Shadow Guards were tamed by Yin Kingdom's Men of Sacrifice. But there was a significant difference between the two. Zhao Country's Dragon Shadow Guards could not speak and could not communicate. They were just tools used by the late emperor to carry out his mission. But not all Yin Kingdom's Men of Sacrifice were like that. Could it be that she had been discovered? Behind her was the stable. Yin Kingdom's Men of Sacrifice were coming from the front and right. Gu Jiao could only escape to the left wall. Her eyes lit up. With a tap of her toes, she leaped up and leaped over the city wall with one hand. However, she did not leave the residence. Instead, she entered a small courtyard in the courtyard. This luck. Was she possessed by Xiaoheng? Could it be that because she used his name, she was sharing his bad luck as well? Don't forget the things I asked you to prepare. If Madam finds out that you are slacking off, I can't protect you. Sister Lian Xiao, please don't worry. We will not slack off. A few servant girls were about to walk around the corridor towards Gu Jiao's direction. Gu Jiao closed her eyes. She had no choice but to push open the door and enter a room. A warm smell of incense and medicine assailed her nose. Gu Jiao was a doctor. She was sensitive to such smells. There was a patient. You guys follow me in to take a look. Stop. What are you doing? Madam. It seems that there was an intruder in the residence. We are searching. How did you find this place? Is this a place where you can enter as you wish? Madam, please forgive us. I will go in to take a look. You guys wait outside. Yes. Not long after the conversation ended, Gu Jiao could clearly hear a woman's footsteps heading towards the room she was in. Gu Jiao slapped her forehead. Was she so unlucky? The cabinet was too slow, the bed was too narrow, the tablecloth was too short, and the beam, she did not know Qinggong. She could not climb the beam. Gu Jiao came to the bed and lifted the curtain. Looking at the unconscious middle-aged man, she said, "Excuse me." She climbed onto the bed. After thinking for a while, she pulled the blanket and got in. In order not to expose herself, she could only try her best to get close to him and stick close to him. The man's figure was thin. He emitted a faint cold and medicinal fragrance. The woman entered the room. Lian Xiao. The woman's tone was not very happy. The servant girl called Lian Xiao hurried over. Madam, where did you go? Why didn't you stay in the room? The woman questioned. Lian Xiao hurriedly said, I went to get the medicine. I just went. Gu Jiao listened carefully to their conversation. She quietly held her breath. The woman gently lifted the curtains. Gu Jiao could feel the woman's gaze directed towards her. The woman said unhappily, Why did you cover him with such a thick blanket? Gu Jiao, are you serious? Are you going to lift his blanket? The doctor ordered it, Lian Xiao said. The woman came to the bedside. She reached her hand into the blanket and touched the man's hand. Gu Jiao also touched the man's other hand with her fingertips without a trace. It was very cold. The blanket was not thick. The woman sighed and put the man's hand back into the blanket. Nothing strange happened in the courtyard, right? The woman asked. No, madam, Lian Xiao said. After that, the woman asked a few more questions about the man's daily life. Lian Xiao's answer was the same as yesterday. There was not much change in her expression. After that, the woman left. Phew, I was scared to death. Lian Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. She looked like a pitiful girl who was caught skipping work, but managed to get away with it with her wits. The woman ordered Lian Xiao to guard the man well. However, this girl called Lian Xiao sneaked away after guarding for less than half an hour. Gu Jiao lifted the blanket and sat up. Taking a few deep breaths, she got off the bed and covered the man with the blanket. Then she turned and left. In the twilight, the man's fingertips suddenly moved. Chapter 622. After half a day, Gu Jiao came out of the mansion, and it was already dark. It was reasonable to say that it was not a big deal even if it was dark. Chengdu was so prosperous that there were businesses in the middle of the night. Unfortunately, she encountered a curfew. The number of pedestrians on the street began to decrease sharply, and the shops on both sides of the street closed one after another. Gu Jiao was confused. What the hell is going on? Did she forget to look at the almanac when she went out? She asked around and found out that the inner city gate of Chengdu was closed at 7:30. She still had half an hour left. It seemed that there was no time to inquire about the medical center today. She had to get out of the city as soon as possible and couldn't walk. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to make it. Gu Jiao quickly locked onto a carriage parked in the alley. She hadn't done this kind of robbery for a long time. Today she finished it all. The coachman was not there. She didn't know if he was doing something else, but there was someone in the carriage. The candlelight reflected the figure of a man. Gu Jiao wanted to put on the mask, but found that the mask was gone. It seemed that it fell somewhere. Forget it, if there is no mask, then there is no mask. Gu Jiao pulled a handful of wall dust from the wall and smeared it on her face. Then, she clenched the dagger in her hand, walked over to the carriage, and put the dagger on the man's neck. Don't move, she threatened with a low and young voice. It was a young man, wearing a plain white gown with a dark blue gauze on the outside, and a jade belt around his waist. His side face was elegant and delicate, and his eyelashes were long. Even though she had seen Xiao Heng, she still had to admit that this was a handsome man. He looked about the same age as Xiao Heng. He had a noble temperament and was calm. He didn't panic, even when the dagger was on his neck. Gu Jiao said, You send me out of the inner city, and I won't hurt you. South Gate. The young man didn't say whether he agreed or not. At this moment, the coachman returned. Young master, I've asked. The boss said that it's not ready yet, and asked us to come back in 2 days. Are we going back now? Gu Jiao sat beside the man, and pressed the dagger against the man's neck. The threat was obvious. The young man said, I want to go out of the south inner city gate. Through the curtain, Gu Jiao could feel that the coachman was stunned. Didn't you just come back? Why are we going out again? There's a curfew in the city tonight. If we go out, we won't be able to come back in. The young man did not say anything else. Perhaps the coachman was used to treating the man's acquiescence as a form of deterrence. He mumbled a few words and said, all right, I can't persuade you. The coachman sat on the outside seat and drove the carriage to the inner city gate in the south. But as the saying goes, when a person is unlucky, even water will be stuck between their teeth. It wasn't even 7:30, but the city gates were already closed early due to the curfew. We can't get out, young master, the driver said. The young man still didn't say anything. Gu Jiao knew that he was waiting for her answer. Gu Jiao held the dagger against him with one hand and opened the curtain with the other to see if there was an inn along the way. The young man suddenly said, I advise you not to stay in an inn easily. Without the talisman, you will be arrested. What's a talisman? Gu Jiao asked. The young man said calmly, it's a certificate for people from the outer city to enter the inner city. Gu Jiao was about to ask how he knew that she was from the outer city, but she felt that it was unnecessary. If she was from the inner city, she would go back when the curfew was over, instead of hijacking the carriage to get out of the city. Gu Jiao glanced at him and asked, do you have a talisman? The young man said, people from the inner city have a fish talisman. They don't need a talisman. Gu Jiao knew that the fish talisman of the Yin kingdom was something to prove one's identity. Gu Jiao looked at him. Where's your fish talisman? The young man didn't move. Gu Jiao glanced at his waist, took his money bag with one hand, and took out a bronze fish talisman from it. Young master, the coachman asked outside, who are you talking to? Is there anyone in the carriage? Gu Jiao moved her dagger and signaled him with her eyes. The young man said lightly, where's the inn nearby? It's not closed. The coachman thought that he heard something, but he couldn't ask his young master if he didn't want to tell him. He said, go back 2 miles. There seems to be an inn. Go there. The young man said. Yes. The coachman drove the carriage to the inn. The young man said again, stop the carriage here. Go around and see if there are any other inns. Yes. The coachman did as he was told. He even knew how to use this method to send the coachman away. Of course, Gu Jiao did not think that he was thinking for her. He was most likely worried that she would knock the coachman out. He was smart. Thinking of something, Gu Jiao asked again, will you report it to the officials? The young man said lightly, do you think that the officials can check all the inns in the inner city overnight? That's true. Gu Jiao nodded. It seemed that he guessed that she wouldn't stay in the inn he found for her. What a smart man. He was also beautiful. Gu Jiao couldn't help but look at him from head to toe again. She inadvertently saw a bit of beautiful jade fingertips exposed under his wide sleeves. Gu Jiao didn't have a strict hand control, but this hand was so long that people wanted to grab it. Gu Jiao couldn't help but think of the hand she saw at the post station. Could it be the same person? No, the surname of the person on the fish talisman was Mu, and the one at the post station was the young master of the Su family. Gu Jiao got out of the carriage. She wasn't sure if the young man would report it to the officials, but she still didn't go to the inn. She went to the brothel. He wouldn't guess that she would spend the night at the brothel, right? Gu Jiao stayed in the inner city for the night. When the city gate opened at dawn, she used the same method to sneak out of the inner city. Mistress Nen didn't sleep for the whole night. She waited in the courtyard for the whole night. Finally, she saw Gu Jiao come back. She relaxed and held Gu Jiao's arm. You scared me. I thought something happened to you. Where did you go last night? Gu Jiao didn't want to worry Mistress Nan, so she just said lightly, there was a curfew last night. I was detained in the inner city. Later, I stole a person's fish talisman and stayed in the inner city for the night. There was a curfew in the inner city? Mistress Nan was very surprised. Chengdu rarely has a curfew. Something big must have happened in the inner city. Gu Jiao thought. Was it because I was found sneaking into that person's mansion? So the whole inner city was alarmed? What kind of big shot was that? Why did the whole inner city have a curfew? Forget it, no one knew it was her anyway. Mistress Nan said. I didn't tell Xiaoshan. I let Xiaoshan sleep first. He just woke up and asked me where you went. I said you went to buy groceries. But Yener knew. Gu Yan was the hardest child to fool in the family. Besides his poor health, his brain was sharper than anyone else's. The fact that Gu Jiao didn't return last night couldn't be hidden from him. Gu Jiao went to Gu Yan's room and sat by the bed. Looking at Gu Yan's wet and red eyes, she smiled and said, I'm fine. Gu Yan slowly rested his head on Gu Jiao's lap. Gu Jiao accompanied Gu Yan for a while. After breakfast in the central room, she went to Tianqiong Academy with Gu Xiaoshan. Tianqiong Academy had a total of 12 halls. Gu Jiao was assigned to Mingxin Hall, and Gu Xiaoshan was assigned to Mingyue Hall. They first went to the small room designated by the academy to collect their books, and then went to their respective classrooms. The uniforms were made according to their size, and could only be received in a few days. Gu Jiao entered the classroom. The classrooms in Yan country were different from those in Zhao country. They used low tables and small stools. 2 students sat at one table. There were 4 tables in each row, and a total of 8 rows. Most of the tables were full. Everyone was either reading or chatting in groups. For a while, no one noticed that a new student had entered the classroom. Zhongding was also in Mingxin Hall. He sat in the 3rd row near the inner wall. There was no one beside him. He waved at Gu Jiao excitedly. Gu Jiao was really afraid of his noise. She pretended not to see him, and silently went to the empty table in the last row near the back door. Zhongding was disappointed. You didn't see me? Brother Xiao. He stood up and yelled at Gu Jiao. Everyone in Mingxin Hall looked in Gu Jiao's direction. Gu Jiao was dressed in green. She tied her hair into a simple young man's bun with a green hairband. She had a clean temperament and a cold look in her eyes. However, there was an eye-catching birthmark on her young face. Mingxin Hall suddenly became quiet. Zhongding blinked, not knowing what to do. He covered his mouth with his hand and continued to talk to Gu Jiao. Brother Xiao, was my voice a little loud? Gu Jiao really wanted to stun him with a stick. What do you think? However, this kind of collective stare didn't last long. A young scholar suddenly rushed in and shouted, Young Master Qingchen is here for class. The Clear Heart Hall, which had been silent for a long time, exploded in an instant. What? Young Master Qingchen? Are you sure? Why did young Master Qingchen suddenly come to the academy? That's right. Didn't he never come to class? Let's go. Let's go and take a look. But before everyone could rush out, the academy's bell rang. Everyone reluctantly returned to their seats. Gu Jiao wasn't interested in meeting this young Master Qingchen. She just felt that this name was a little familiar. Just as she was pondering, she suddenly felt everyone's gazes return to her in unison. Wait, look at your young Master Qingchen. Why is he looking at me? In the next second, a young man dressed in a sky blue uniform walked to the back row and sat next to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was speechless. Why are you sitting next to me? Can't you see that there are so many empty seats in front of you? Gu Jiao ignored him. She didn't even look at him. She just took out a book and pretended to flip through it. Soon, the teacher entered Mingxin Hall. All the students stood up and cupped their hands in salute. Teacher Jiang. Under the cover of the greetings, Gu Jiao heard young Master Qingchen ask casually, Is my fish talisman still working? Cough. Gu Jiao choked. Chapter 623. Novels with hidden meanings that can't be found on the internet can be found here. The person who had kidnapped a person had actually kidnapped a fellow student and was even recognized by the fellow student. This was simply a large-scale scene of social suicide. Gu Jiao didn't understand how he recognized her. Although she wasn't wearing a mask, she had smeared 1/2 kilogram of wall dust on her face. How could that not cover her face? More importantly, he didn't seem to look up at her from the beginning to the end of the carriage. Sit, Teacher Jiang said. All the students sat down. Gu Jiao and her deskmate also sat down. Gu Jiao finally understood where young Master Qingqian's sense of familiarity came from. Wasn't Mu Qingqian's name written on the fish talisman last night? Where's my fish talisman? Mu Qingqian took out a book and asked. I threw it away, Gu Jiao said. This was evidence. She had thrown it away before leaving the inner city. Otherwise, if she was stopped and searched by the soldiers when she left the city, would she deny it or not? I knew it, Mu Qingqian said. Gu Jiao glanced at his waist. Unsurprisingly, she saw a new fish talisman. Gu Jiao didn't think it was the one she had thrown away. She had thrown it into the latrine of the brothel. With his status, he probably wouldn't want something picked up from the latrine. He looked straight at the teacher in the lecture and said, What? Do you still want to rob me? Gu Jiao sat up straight like a good student, as if she didn't hear what he said at all. Gu Jiao felt that he was glancing at her from the corner of his eyes. However, she had a strong belief that she wasn't embarrassed, and that it was others who were embarrassed. Therefore, she didn't bother to talk to him during the whole lecture. However, thanks to young Master Qingqian, their table became the focus of the entire Clear Heart Hall. Even Teacher Jiang looked at them with surprise, joy, and gratification from time to time. Therefore, this man probably didn't come to class often, which was why he caused such a big sensation. But couldn't a person have some basic principles? If he didn't come, then so be it. Why did he come when she came? It couldn't be that he had recognized her as a new student of Clear Heart Hall in the carriage yesterday, and had come to take revenge on her today. Gu Jiao thought about it carefully, and felt that this possibility was zero. Yesterday in the carriage was the first time they had met. It was reasonable for him to remember her and recognize her today. But to say that he had guessed her last night was too ridiculous. He wasn't a monster. The whole morning was Teacher Zhang's class. Gu Jiao was certain that neither she nor young Master Qingqian had heard a single word. However, both of them acted as if they were top students. After the morning class, Mu Qingqian left amidst the envious and fawning voices of his classmates. Gu Jiao also planned to pack her things and look for Gu Shaoshan. But the moment she was about to get up, 6 young schoolmates around 20 years old surrounded her with malicious intentions. Several of them arrogantly blocked her way. One of them, who had a square face, even raised his foot and wanted to step on her desk. However, he probably remembered that this desk also belonged to Mu Qingqian, so his foot awkwardly froze in the air for a long time before resentfully falling back down. The square face said arrogantly, My surname is Wu, and I'm from the Yin Kingdom. I heard that you're from the Zhao Kingdom. In today's world, even a lowly person from a lower country has the qualifications to sit next to young Master Qingqian? Hurry up and get out of my way. That's right. You don't deserve to sit next to young Master Qingqian. You're overestimating yourself. People kept chiming in, as if Gu Jiao had done something unforgivable. However, after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't Gu Jiao who wanted to sit next to Mu Qingqian. It was Mu Qingqian who didn't want to sit next to her. There were so many empty seats, but Mu Qingqian insisted on sitting next to her. Did Mu Qingqian see that she was alone, so he came to help her? Obviously not. He didn't shed any blood, and gained a lot of hatred for her. Zhongding, Gu Jiao said. Zhongding, who wanted to pretend to be blind, was startled. He walked over to Gu Jiao under great pressure. What are you doing? He asked in a low voice. Do you get a demerit for beating someone up? Gu Jiao asked. Zhongding said in a trembling voice. A demerit? Why do you ask? Gu Jiao said regretfully, That's a pity. As she spoke, she put one elbow on the desk and rested her chin on one hand. She looked at them and said, Okay, I'll make room for you. They were all startled. She compromised just like that? She didn't even struggle. She didn't feel any sense of accomplishment from bullying others. But Gu Jiao's gaze swept across the faces of the 6 people. There's only one seat. Who should I give it to? A scholar with a pair of triangular eyes stepped forward. Of course it's me. The square face said angrily. Why is it you? I came first. The triangular eyes said. I suggested it first. The square face said. Then I saw it first. Another person said. All of you stop fighting. The 2 said in unison. If you don't want to argue, then you can sit. The man said, I'll sit. The few of them started arguing fiercely. Gu Jiao slowly put away the book, stood up calmly, and walked out of the back door. Zhang Ding looked at the 6 people who were about to fight, and then looked at Gu Jiao who was leaving. He was dumbfounded. How could this be? There was a path full of flowers between Gu Xiaoshuan's Bright Moon Hall and Bright Heart Hall. Gu Jiao walked on the path. Suddenly, a group of guards in armor walked in her direction. They were followed by a teacher from the academy. It wasn't Teacher Jiang, and Gu Jiao didn't know who he was. In addition, there was a gorgeously dressed procuress. Big brother officers. It's him. Gu Jiao quickly realized that the procuress was referring to her. She was no stranger to this procuress. She had been to her brothel last night. What was going on? She was in such a state. How could they recognize her? More importantly, how could they follow her all the way to the academy? Are you sure? Are you sure it's him? The leading officer asked. The teacher next to him said, Yes, he's a student of our Tianqiong Academy. Don't accuse him. The procuress waved her handkerchief and said, I can't be wrong. No matter how thick the wall plaster is, it can't hide the birthmark on his face. Oh, it was a birthmark. So Mu Qingchen also recognized her by her birthmark in the Bright Heart Hall? But how did the procuress of the brothel chase him all the way here? The procuress pointed at Gu Jiao and said, Officers, it was this person who took young Master Qingchen's fish talisman to our brothel last night. Young Master Qingchen is as handsome as an immortal. I've never seen him, but I've heard of him. As soon as I saw him, I knew he wasn't the real young Master Qingchen. Gu Jiao asked, Then why didn't you report it to the authorities? The procuress squeezed her handkerchief and said, I thought you were young Master Qingchen's friend. Gu Jiao asked again, Then why did you report it to the authorities? The procuress snorted and said, You threw young Master Qingchen's fish talisman into the latrine. Who would do that if they were really friends? I made a prompt decision. This person must have stolen young Master Qingchen's fish talisman. Gu Jiao, you even dug up the things I threw into the latrine. What kind of fetish is this? Gu Jiao said. Then how did you know he was a student of our Tianqiong Academy? The procuress's eyes flashed. He let it slip. Gu Jiao didn't let it slip. In order to hide her identity, she didn't bring anything related to the Tianqiong Academy with her. The procuress's previous words might be true, but this one was definitely false. Since she didn't say it, and the procuress didn't discover it herself, there was only one possibility. Someone who knew her identity as a student of the Tianqiong Academy was also in the brothel last night. Gu Jiao looked at the teacher who came with the procuress. She recognized him. Wasn't he the teacher who helped her and Gu Xiaoshan with the admission procedures at the Pure Hall yesterday? One pretended not to know the other played the good cop, and the other played the bad cop. It turned out that he had already told the procuress her identity. The teacher felt Gu Jiao's gaze and panicked. Is it illegal for a student to visit a brothel? Gu Jiao looked at the leader of the officers opposite her. He said, It's not illegal to visit a brothel, but you are suspected of assassinating the crown prince. You are guilty of a crime, and you even insulted the crown prince's maid. You brought shame to the entire crown prince mansion. So the curfew last night was because of this? Gu Jiao said calmly. Do you have proof that I am an assassin? The leader of the officers said, Yes. The maid in the crown prince's residence accidentally saw a red spot on the assassin's face. And it was on the left side of her face. Damn. Did she have to be so unlucky? How could a red spot on her face happen? She seriously suspected that Xiao Liulong's identity was against heaven's law. Is the maid still alive? If she let the maid see her, she would know that she wasn't the assassin last night. She hanged herself. The leader of the officers said. Gu Jiao was speechless. Did he not even have a witness to prove her innocence? Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang, your identity is poisonous. Gu Jiao asked. The assassin just escaped from the crown prince's residence. And you imposed a curfew in the whole city? The leader of the officers said. Of course. We used fireworks as a signal to impose a curfew. There were fireworks, as expected of Shangguan. She didn't see the fireworks, because she was most likely hiding in the middle-aged man's quilt at that time. There were two key points about the murderer. There was a red spot on the left side of his face, and he was a man. Gu Jiao had two ways to prove that she was not the murderer. First, she could directly reveal her identity as a woman, but she would be expelled from the academy and could no longer stay in the Yin Kingdom. Second, she could ask Mu Qingchen to prove her alibi. Although she didn't know where the Crown Prince's residence was, she guessed that it wouldn't be too close to the street where she was at that time. After all, it was downtown. She got on Mu Qingchen's carriage as soon as the curfew began, so she didn't have enough time to commit the crime. However, she had already robbed Mu Qingchen. Would Mu Qingchen still be willing to prove her alibi? Chapter 624. To be honest, Gu Jiao felt that the way they handled the case was too careless. They didn't even have enough evidence. However, since it was related to the Crown Prince, they would rather kill the wrong person than let her go. If Gu Jiao was really arrested, they wouldn't be able to convict her. After all, she was a woman. Once she was discovered, everything would fall apart. However, she couldn't expose herself, so she couldn't be arrested by these officers. Gu Jiao said calmly, "I didn't assassinate the Crown Prince. When the Crown Prince was in trouble, I was with the people of Tianxiong Academy." The leading officer asked coldly, "Then who were you with?" Gu Jiao's eyes fell on the teacher. The teacher's surname was Hu. He didn't teach. He was only in charge of the enrollment and general affairs of the academy. Teacher Hu's heart skipped a beat when he met Gu Jiao's eyes. That's right. Gu Jiao wanted Teacher Hu to be her witness. Otherwise, she would tell others that Teacher Hu went to the brothel. Teacher Hu was not stupid. How could he not guess Gu Jiao's plan? He was so scared that his face turned pale. Although going to the brothel didn't violate the laws of the Yin Kingdom, it violated the rules of the academy. If word got out, his reputation would be ruined. This brat better not do this. Otherwise he's with me. A voice as high as the mountains and flowing water came from the corridor behind Gu Jiao. It was low and calm, with a unique youthfulness and magnetism. It was Mu Qingchen. He walked over calmly like the wind and the moon. He stopped beside Gu Jiao. When the officials saw him, their faces involuntarily became more courteous. The leading officer greeted, "It's young Master Qingchen." The procuress and teacher, who looked at Mu Qingchen, as if they had seen a ghost. They didn't understand what he meant. Gu Jiao was also a little shocked. Logically speaking, with their current relationship, it was normal for them to stab each other in the back and watch from the sidelines. "Young Master Qingchen, did you say that he was with you the whole night?" The officer asked curiously. Mu Qingchen said, "That's right." The leading officer asked again, "Is there any evidence?" Mu Qingchen said calmly, "You are looking for a witness, right? I am the witness. If you don't believe me, you can ask my coachman. Of course, if you think I am lying, you don't have to believe me." The leading officer frowned and softened his tone. "That's not what we meant. Please don't take offense, young Master Qingchen." Oh, this young Master Qingchen seemed to have a high status and reputation in Xingdu. Even the official in charge of the Crown Prince's case was so polite to him. The leader continued, "However, there is one thing that I don't understand." Mu Qingchen said, "Please speak." The leading officer looked at Gu Jiao and said, "He is from a lower country. Why did young Master Qingchen bring him into the inner city? Young Master Qingchen is familiar with the laws of Zhaodu. You should know that even young Master Qingchen has no right to bring people into the inner city. If even Mu Qingchen couldn't bring people into the city, then Teacher Hu certainly couldn't." She was just about to tell the officers that it was Teacher Hu who brought him into the city. Fortunately, Mu Qingchen interrupted her. Otherwise, she would have been exposed on the spot. Mu Qingchen said, "It was an emergency. I couldn't wait for him to get the seal for the inner city." A trace of inquiry flashed through the leading officer's eyes. Oh, what made young Master Qingchen bring a lower country person into the inner city in violation of the laws of Xingdu? The inner city was an important place. Even a native of the Yin Kingdom had to obey the rules to enter the city. To treat the Duke's illness. Everyone's expression changed when they heard Mu Qingchen's words. The leading officer was even more stunned. He couldn't say a word for a long time. Gu Jiao vaguely understood that the High Duke should be a person of high status and power. If she treated him, she could make an exception and pass. This didn't mean that any doctor was qualified to treat the Duke. He had to be introduced by an important person, such as Mu Qingchen. The leading officer looked at Gu Jiao, and then at Mu Qingchen. Mu Qingchen said without changing his expression. Yes, he is the doctor I invited for the Duke. The leading officer had already figured out Xiao Liulong's background. He asked suspiciously. He has only been in the school for a day. How do you know that he is a doctor? Mu Qingchen put one hand behind his back and said lightly. Is it difficult for me to find out about a person? The leading officer was speechless again. Of course it was not difficult. Mu Qingchen was the head of the 3 young masters of Xingdu. He came from a prominent family, and was both talented and good-looking. It was not difficult for him to investigate the background of a new student. I want all the information about this person in one day. Mu Qingchen only needed to say such a simple sentence, and countless servants and men of sacrifice would die for him. The leading officer was able to take over the crown princess's case, so he was not an ordinary person. He asked suspiciously, but why did he go to the brothel? Mu Qingchen said without changing his expression again. He left because we didn't agree on the price. Gu Jiao was speechless. How could you lie so calmly? It would be a pity if you didn't become a scriptwriter and an award-winning actor. The leading officer narrowed his eyes and asked, then what about your fish talisman? Mu Qingchen said, I gave him the fish talisman and asked him to go out of the city. Who would have thought that he would go to the brothel? Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. Thank you. Because of Mu Qingchen's intervention, Gu Jiao had a perfect alibi. The officers finally left. Mr. Hu came over and looked at Gu Jiao with a complicated expression. He said to Mu Qingchen, no wonder young Master Mu wants to. Mu Qingchen glanced at him coldly. Mr. Hu shut up and said, I have something else to do. I'll leave first. After Mr. Hu left, Gu Jiao asked Mu Qingchen strangely, what did he say? Nothing. Mu Qingchen said expressionlessly. Gu Jiao looked at him deeply. Why did you help me? Mu Qingchen's eyes were cold. If I don't help you, won't you betray me? Is it better to be robbed by you, or to be given the fish talisman by me? Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and muttered, you're right. You men care about your reputation. It would be too embarrassing if young Master Qingchen was robbed by a new student from the lower kingdom. Mu Qingchen said indifferently, what are you muttering about? Gu Jiao was in a good mood. Nothing. Goodbye. She went to look for Gu Shaoshan, and Mu Qingchen was about to leave as well. However, the two of them had only taken a few steps when the group of officers returned. Furthermore, there was a man who looked like he had some status among them. This man came over on a horse. He was in his early 30s. He was not wearing armor, but his whole body exuded a murderous aura. He rode on the horse and blocked Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen's way. Young Master Qingchen, he greeted with a cold smile. His attitude was much more arrogant than those officers. Mu Qingchen's expression did not change much. He was still young Master Ryue, who was unparalleled in elegance. Lord Xiao, Gu Jiao felt an inexplicable undercurrent. It seemed that Lord Xiao and Mu Qingchen did not get along well. The young man called Lord Xiao sneered and said, young Master Qingchen, you said that this person from the Zhao Kingdom is a doctor that you invited for the Duke. It's not that I don't trust you, but this is a serious matter. Young Master Qingchen is still young. I'm worried that you'll be used by others. Mu Qingchen's eyes turned cold. What does Lord Xiao want? The young man smiled and said, isn't he going to treat the Duke's illness? Then let him treat it. Mu Qingchen said indifferently, if he can't be cured, will Lord Xiao punish us for deceiving you? The young man smiled gently and said, young Master Qingchen, you're exaggerating. How can I be disrespectful to you? It's this person from the lower kingdom who deliberately deceived you. It's all his own idea. It has nothing to do with you. Gu Jiao thought, very well. When the gods fight, I, a little brat from the Zhao Kingdom, will suffer. A quarter of an hour later, Gu Jiao sat in Mu Qingchen's carriage. In fact, Gu Jiao could refuse. It was obvious that Lord Xiao and Mu Qingchen had old grudges, and wanted to use this as a pretext to make a fuss. If she didn't go, Mu Qingchen would be the only one to take the blame. However, she had always been a person who could distinguish between kindness and hatred. Mu Qingchen casually threw a prescription to Gu Jiao and said in a low voice, "Memorize this. When you go to the Duke's mansion later, put on an act and come out. Do you know how to take the pulse? It's okay if you don't. Remember to put 3 fingers on the outside of the wrist, near the radius." He frowned when he saw that Gu Jiao didn't say anything. "You should know about the radius, right?" "Yes, I know." Gu Jiao nodded and continued to read the prescription in her hand. "Bezoar, musk, pearl, cinnabar, realgar, coptis," Mu Qingchen whispered again. "It's okay if you can't cure it. He won't kill you. He's only doing this to make sure that you're a real doctor. He's also humiliating me. You just have to pretend to be a doctor, and don't expose yourself." Gu Jiao gave a vague reply. Mu Qingchen thought that Gu Jiao was seriously memorizing the prescription, so he didn't disturb her. The carriage arrived at the Duke's mansion under the escort of the young man and the officials. "Master Qingchen, we're here." The young man rode the horse and said. Mu Qingchen looked at Gu Jiao and asked, "Have you memorized it?" "Yes." Gu Jiao returned the prescription to him. Mu Qingchen and Gu Jiao got down from the carriage. The young man didn't get down from the horse when he entered the academy. However, when he arrived at the Duke's mansion, he immediately got down and handed the horse to the officials beside him. He told the gatekeeper where he came from. The gatekeeper entered the mansion and reported to them. "Master Qingchen, Lord Xiao, please come in." Gu Jiao entered the Duke's mansion. She became more and more confused as she walked. Why did she have a feeling that everything here was so familiar? Soon, they arrived at a secluded courtyard under the guidance of the gatekeeper. Gu Jiao blinked. "Wait, wasn't this the courtyard she came to yesterday?" "Master Qingchen, Lord Xiao," accompanied by a familiar female voice. A madam in a luxurious purple dress walked over with the help of a maid. Gu Jiao recognized her voice. Wasn't she the madam from yesterday? Was she revisiting the old place? "Second madam." Lord Xiao made a fist salute. Master Qingchen also nodded slightly to greet her. The second madam was surprised. "Why did you two come together?" The young man smiled and said in a dignified manner, "Master Qingchen found a doctor from the Zhao Kingdom for the Duke. I specially escorted them to the Duke's mansion to treat the Duke's mansion." The second madam opened her mouth. "Ah, I see." It was obvious that the second madam didn't believe that he would be so kind as to escort Mu Qingchen here. However, no one would expose the facade of the second madam. Sigh. The second madam sighed. "To tell you the truth, Divine Dr. Luo's disciple came to treat the Duke just now. He just performed acupuncture and hasn't left yet. He went to decoct medicine for the Duke." The young man asked, "Is he the disciple of the Chun Kingdom's #1 divine doctor, Luo Feiyang?" "Yes," the second madam said. The young man looked at Mu Qingchen meaningfully. "The Chun Kingdom is famous for its medical skills. Divine Dr. Luo is the best of all doctors." Mu Qingchen ignored his provocation and asked the second madam, "Has the Duke woken up?" The second madam shook her head. Mu Qingchen said to Gu Jiao, "Go and try. Don't feel too pressured." The young man said sarcastically, "Yes. After all, even Divine Dr. Luo's disciple can't do anything. How can an unknown doctor from the Zhao Kingdom cure the Duke?" "Master Qingchen, I'm afraid you've been dreaming since the beginning." Gu Jiao looked at him irritably. "Why are you so noisy? Are you a bird?" The young man choked. "You." Gu Jiao went into the room. Mu Qingchen looked at Gu Jiao's back and seemed to be surprised by her reaction. However, he didn't say anything and followed her into the room. Chapter 625. The novel will be updated faster. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. After Gu Jiao entered, she opened the curtain and entered the inner room with ease. She walked around the screen and came to the bed. She didn't need anyone to lead the way at all. It was as if she had been here before. But everyone knew that it was impossible. Today the curtains were lifted. Gu Jiao saw the unconscious middle-aged man on the bed at a glance. Unlike yesterday, There were silver needles inserted into the acupuncture points on his head and arms. Just now, the second madam mentioned that the disciple of Dr. Luo of the Qin state had just performed acupuncture on the High Duke. Now he went to decoct medicine for the High Duke. Yesterday, because of the emergency, Gu Jiao only met the High Duke in a hurry. She didn't feel his pulse or look at his face carefully. Now she saw it. It was not an exaggeration to say that his face was so thin that it was out of shape. But his bone structure was excellent, and his temperament was unparalleled. It was not hard to imagine that he was a gentle and elegant man before he fell into a coma. Gu Jiao suddenly had an indescribable feeling in her heart. She didn't know why. Before feeling his pulse, Gu Jiao asked about the patient's condition. What happened to the High Duke? How long has it been? In the carriage, Mu Qingchen didn't tell Gu Jiao about the High Duke's condition, because Mu Qingchen just wanted to go through the motions. Mu Qingchen looked at Gu Jiao in astonishment, as if he felt that Gu Jiao was quite good at acting. However, this question was a bit difficult to answer. Mu Qingchen and the second madam were silent for a moment. Poisoning. Fall. Mu Qingchen and the second madam said at the same time. The two of them were stunned. Fall. Poisoning. Mu Qingchen and the second madam said at the same time again. Is it a fall or poisoning? Or both? Gu Jiao asked. You'd better not hide anything. Otherwise, it may affect my judgment. Mu Qingchen glanced at Gu Jiao with a complicated expression that seemed to say, You're so engrossed in the role. In the end, it was the second madam who sighed and said, Forget it, it's no secret anyway. Moreover, you were brought here by young Master Qingchen, so there's no harm in letting you know. The High Duke fainted after falling off the back of a horse, and never regained consciousness again. However, when the imperial physician treated the High Duke's injuries, he discovered that the High Duke had been poisoned with a rare slow-acting poison. It was called 7-star powder. People who were poisoned would not have any symptoms in the early and middle stages. By the time the poison took effect, it had already penetrated deep into the organs, and there was no way to reverse the situation. Fortunately, the Duke has not been poisoned for long, and the imperial physicians have thought of ways to remove the poison from the Duke's body. The young man sneered. Young Master Qingchen, the medical skills of this junior doctor you invited aren't good enough. If he needs someone else to tell him the cause of the illness, what's the use of him? Mu Qingchen glanced at the young man coldly. Gu Jiao was not affected at all. She continued to ask, Did the High Duke not wake up after the antidote? The second madam shook her head. No. Gu Jiao asked again, How long has he been in this state? The second madam said, More than 3 years. If it had been more than a year, the High Duke could be considered a vegetable. Gu Jiao asked, How was his physical condition before he fell off the horse? Has he ever been seriously ill since he was young? Did he have a stroke before the accident? The second madam shook her head again. No. The High Duke has always been healthy. I've never heard of him being seriously ill or having a stroke since he was young. After all, he's still so young. In the second madam's opinion, stroke was an illness that only the elderly would have. The High Duke had just turned 40 this year, so how could he have a stroke? Brain deformity, degeneration, and metabolic diseases could be ruled out. Gu Jiao felt that it was more likely that the High Duke had an acute injury. Gu Jiao then asked if the High Duke had ever drowned or suffocated, and the answer she got was no. It seemed that the main cause of the High Duke's illness was the horse accident. Mu Qingchen frowned and gave Gu Jiao a look that said, It's almost time to recite the prescription. She didn't have to act so realistically. Gu Jiao ignored Mu Qingchen's look. She was observing the patient's condition. In fact, she didn't intend to touch the silver needles in the patient's arm. She planned to wait for Dr. Luo to come and take the needles away before treating him. But at this moment, she noticed that the High Duke's facial features twitched slightly. First, his eyelids twitched, then his eyeballs moved irregularly, and then the corners of his mouth seemed to twitch uncontrollably. Generally speaking, every profession had its own rules. No matter how good Gu Jiao was, she would not easily interfere with other people's treatment unless it was absolutely necessary. Gu Jiao glanced around and found the problem. She stretched out her hand and pulled out a silver needle from the patient's wrist. The High Duke's face stopped twitching slightly. Only Gu Jiao stood in front of the bed. No one saw what happened to the High Duke. They only saw Gu Jiao pulling out the silver needle from the High Duke's wrist. Everyone in the room was stunned. Mu Qingchen frowned. "What are you doing?" Accompanied by an angry shout, a young girl wearing a light green tunic dress came in with a bowl of medicine. She put the medicine on the table and walked quickly to the bed. She looked at Gu Jiao angrily. People in this world generally like to judge people by their appearance. Originally, the young girl was only a little angry, but after seeing Gu Jiao's face, she despised her even more. She said coldly, "Who are you? Why did you touch my silver needle?" Gu Jiao took the silver needle and said to her indifferently, "Your Naguan acupoint is wrong." The young girl frowned and said, "Impossible. Where did you come from? How dare you slander my medical skills? Second Madam, are all the people from the house of High Duke so arrogant?" Second Madam was embarrassed. It was true that the young girl was from a lower country, but she was not an ordinary person. She was the disciple of the famous divine Dr. Luo. The High Duke was counting on her to cure his illness. The young man smiled and said, "This is the Zhao country's physician that young Master Qingchen specially invited for the High Duke." He emphasized the two words Zhao country. Who didn't know that the Zhao country and the Qin country were like fire and water? Last year, the Qin country was defeated and had to pay the Zhao country a lot of money. The young girl looked at Gu Jiao with an unfriendly gaze. How was this a grudge between peers? This was national enmity. "Second Madam, do you also think that my needle is in the wrong place?" the young girl asked. Of course, Second Madam didn't think so. The young girl was divine Dr. Luo's disciple. How could she make such a mistake? In fact, the young girl's needle was in the right place. It was just that the angle was slightly off. Gu Jiao didn't know what situation she was in. Was she anxious, or was she careless because of pride? The young girl said arrogantly, "Second Madam, since you don't believe in my medical skills, why don't you find someone else?" "High Duke, I don't want to treat him." "Absolutely not." Second Madam hurriedly urged her to stay. Miss Mu's medical skills are brilliant, and she is divine Dr. Luo's disciple. Other than Miss Mu, who else can treat the High Duke? These words were a bit exaggerated. It wasn't that the Yen country didn't have more experienced doctors, but either they couldn't find one, or the doctor's method wasn't effective. They could only pin their hopes on other doctors. They originally wanted to invite divine Dr. Luo, but divine Dr. Luo injured his leg and couldn't come. Thus they recommended his disciple, Muru Xian. So far, Muru Xian was the most skilled doctor that the High Duke family could invite. Second Madam couldn't offend her. As for this young master, he was brought here by Mu Qingchen. It was reasonable to say that Second Madam should give him some face. However, Muru Xian had fallen out with her. Second Madam could only brace herself and offend Mu Qingchen. Second Madam said apologetically, "Young Master Qingchen, thank you for inviting a doctor for the High Duke. Since Miss Mu has the confidence to treat the High Duke, we don't need to trouble this little brother." These words were exactly what Mu Qingchen wanted. Originally, the two of them came here to go through the motions. Being rejected by Second Madam saved them the risk of being exposed. Mu Qingchen said, "It's a pity that we weren't able to help. I hope the High Duke wakes up soon." Xiao. Before Lu Lang could finish his sentence, Gu Jiao had already placed the silver needle on the bedside table and turned to check the patient's pulse. Muru Xian saw this and her eyes turned cold. "What are you doing?" She rudely stretched out her hand to pull Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's hand was next to the silver needles. If she pulled, the silver needles would be displaced. Gu Jiao gave her a backhand slap. A crisp slap resounded. Muru Xian was stunned. Not only was she stunned, Second Madam and the young man were also stunned. Was she so arrogant? Muru Xian flew into a rage. "You! He asked me to slap him." Gu Jiao immediately pushed the blame to Mu Qingchen. "Mu Qingchen," Gu Jiao said fearlessly, "I'm indebted to young Master Qingchen for trusting me to treat the High Duke. Whoever stops me from treating the High Duke is going against young Master Qingchen." Mu Qingchen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Gu Jiao said faintly, "Young Master Qingchen, don't worry. Even if it wasn't for the 1,000 taels that you promised me, I would still do my best to treat the High Duke." Mu Qingchen's mouth twitched again. He couldn't help but clench his fists. Without moving his lips, he gritted his teeth and said, "You've overdone it." Gu Jiao turned to check the High Duke's pulse. She didn't bring the medicine box. Firstly, she didn't trust this group of people, and didn't want to expose the secret of the medicine box to them too early. Secondly, this group of people didn't trust her. If she really brought it, she didn't know how the young man called Lord Xiao would interrogate her. If she really needed to use the instruments in the medicine box, she would come back tomorrow. She didn't believe that Lord Xiao would keep an eye on her in the High Duke's residence every day. Gu Jiao's 3 fingers accurately rested on the High Duke's wrist. Muru Xian hated this person for touching her patient. However, when Muru Xian looked at the silent Mu Qingchen, she gritted her teeth and suppressed the anger in her heart. She snorted coldly and said, "It wasn't easy for me to stabilize the High Duke's condition. In a few days, the High Duke will wake up. But now you actually found a dabbler to interfere with my treatment. I'll say the ugly words first. This will greatly affect the effectiveness of my treatment. If the High Duke doesn't wake up, please don't put the blame on me." The second madam wavered. "This little brother." Gu Jiao ignored her. After checking the High Duke's pulse, she directly pulled out the silver needles. Muru Xian's expression darkened to the extreme. Gu Jiao then opened the High Duke's eyelids. "Move aside. You're blocking the light." Mu Qingchen frowned, but he still cooperated and moved aside. The second madam really didn't want to move aside, but she couldn't afford to offend Mu Qingchen. The young man slightly narrowed his eyes and moved to the side. Then, as though he didn't mind the commotion, he smiled and said to Muru Xian, "Miss Mu, please move aside. Don't delay the treatment of this Zhao country's genius doctor." Muru Xian disdainfully said, "I've never heard of any divine doctor in Zhao country." As soon as she said that, she seemed to have thought of something, and her expression slightly froze. But soon she shook her head. "Impossible. The doctor who cured the plague at the frontier fortress was a woman." When Gu Jiao examined the High Duke, she found a very obvious scar growth at the back of his head. Gu Jiao suspected that he had fractured the base of his skull, which led to some degree of nerve damage or brain damage. Gu Jiao asked, "Second madam, do you still remember the High Duke's nose and ears leaking fluid after he was injured and in a coma?" The second madam was stunned. Leak what?" Gu Jiao explained. "It looked like his nose was running. If the cerebrospinal fluid leaked out, it could be diagnosed as an open brain injury. But it had been 3 years. Even if the base of his skull really was fractured, it should have healed by now." Gu Jiao gave up on this topic and said, "With the High Duke's current condition, acupuncture and medical treatment won't have much meaning." Muru Xian's face darkened. "Then tell me what good method you have." Gu Jiao said, "I don't have a good method for the time being. Let his relatives talk to him more." This was called family therapy among medical students. Actually, there was also hyperbaric oxygen therapy and physical therapy, but those required a certain amount of equipment. The probability of a vegetative person waking up was very low, so even if all 3 types of therapy were used, it might not be successful. Muru Xian sneered, "You were so powerful that I thought you really had a good method, but it was just a trick to fool people." She then turned to look at Mu Qingchen. "Young Master Qingchen, I didn't mean to offend you, but you might have been deceived by some scoundrel. Not everyone in the country knows real medical skills." The second madam's expression didn't look good. If talking could make the High Duke wake up, then they had been looking for medical treatment everywhere for the past few years in vain. "Didn't you say in the carriage that you have a secret ancestral prescription? It's specially used to treat people who are unconscious." Mu Qingchen winked at Gu Jiao. It was indeed a prescription for unconscious people. Although it couldn't cure the High Duke, it wouldn't be a bad thing. No, Gu Jiao didn't take the bait. Mu Qingchen was speechless. The second madam gave Mu Qingchen face again. Shirye's face couldn't help but turn cold. "Young Master Qingchen, I've troubled you to come here today. The High Duke's residence appreciates your kindness to the High Duke, but I hope you'll keep your eyes open in the future. Don't trust anyone so easily. Guards, send the guests away. Mu Qingchen closed his eyes, suppressing the anger he felt because of Gu Jiao. The young man couldn't help but laugh. I'll properly report young Master Qing Chen's kindness to the High Duke to the Crown Prince. Mu Qingchen's blood was boiling, but he said calmly, Xiao Lulang, let's go. Oh. Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen left. The second madam was extremely vexed. She held a handkerchief and patted her chest. Then, she turned to Mu Ru Xian and said with a smile, Miss Mu, I've offended you just now. I'll have to trouble you to treat the High Duke's illness. Ah, madam. The maid in the room suddenly shouted. The second madam's face darkened. What are you shouting for? You're so rude. The maid pointed at the bed, flabbergasted. The High Duke, he's moving his hand. Chapter 626. More. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. At this time, Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen had already left in the carriage, so they didn't know what the Duke was doing. The young man who was called Sir Xiao also left the Duke's mansion with them. Before he left, he mocked Mu Qingchen, but he didn't get anything on Mu Qingchen, so he left in the end. Do you have a grudge against him? Gu Jiao asked. Family conflict, Mu Qingchen said casually. He didn't explain what kind of conflict it was. Gu Jiao didn't want to get to the bottom of it. After all, she wasn't really interested in his affairs. 1,000 tales? Mu Qingchen looked at Gu Jiao indifferently. Gu Jiao waved her hand. It's fine if you don't want to give it to me. We were schoolmates, so I'm just doing you a favor. Ha! Mu Qingchen was so angry that he laughed. Who taught you how to lie through your teeth? Then who taught you how to lie? Gu Jiao asked back. You're not bad at lying through your teeth either, okay? Mu Qingchen looked away and didn't delve into the topic. Gu Jiao said, Can I go to the clinic? Mu Qingchen glanced at her and said, It's already over. You don't have to pretend to be a doctor anymore. Gu Jiao, would you believe me if I said I'm a real doctor? Speaking of which, you were quite good at pretending just now. If it weren't for her magical speech therapy, Mu Qingchen would have believed her. Don't do that next time. I can't protect you if you expose yourself. Gu Jiao, oh, can I go to the clinic? I want to buy some medicine. Mu Qingchen looked at her. Are you sick? My brother. Gu Jiao said. Gu Yan's sick leave wasn't a secret. Although it wasn't made public, it wasn't difficult for Mu Qingchen to find out. Mu Qingchen seemed to have thought of something, and didn't say anything else. He asked the coachman to drive the carriage to a clinic. I'll wait for you in the carriage, Mu Qingchen said. Okay. Gu Jiao did not refuse. Mu Qingchen naturally found a good clinic for Gu Jiao. There were many patients, many doctors, and all kinds of rare herbs. If she really came to buy herbs, she would not return empty-handed. Unfortunately, she was here to ask about the operating theater. Do you have these things here? Gu Jiao handed over the drawing of the operating theater. The doctor shook his head repeatedly. I've never seen him before. Gu Jiao put away the drawing and got on the carriage. Don't you have the herbs you want? Mu Qingchen asked when he saw Gu Jiao returning empty-handed. Gu Jiao replied faintly. There are 2 more clinics ahead. Mu Qingchen said. Thank you. Gu Jiao said. This was the most sincere sentence Mu Qingchen had heard so far. Although it was only 2 words. Mu Qingchen asked the coachman to go to the 2 clinics. However, to his disappointment, they had never seen the operating theater on the drawing. So the operating theater hadn't been built or popularized among the people. Mu Qingchen said, What medicine do you want to buy? Tell me the name of the medicine. I'll ask for you later. No need. Gu Jiao said. She had to ask for it herself. She was not used to letting a stranger know her secrets. Mu Qingchen saw that Gu Jiao was unwilling to tell him, so he didn't force her. Soon the 2 of them left the inner city. Where do you live? Mu Qingchen asked. Just send me back to the academy, Gu Jiao said. Mu Qingchen took a deep look at Gu Jiao. It seemed that he could feel her cautiousness and vigilance. He still didn't say anything. After sending Gu Jiao back to the academy, he left. At this time, The whole day's classes in the academy had already ended. Gu Xiaoshan held a bag of books and waited for Gu Jiao at the door of the Mingxin Hall. Xiaoshan. Gu Jiao walked over. Sister. Gu Xiaoshuan's eyes lit up. She ran over with a bag of books. They just said that you were taken away by the officers. What happened? Nothing. I went to the inner city to treat someone. Hearing this, Gu Xiaoshuan's heart, which had been hanging in the air for the entire afternoon, finally relaxed. She whispered, You're treating someone's illness. I was worried that you'd been found out when you secretly went to do that. Gu Jiao curled her lips. Who are you treating? Gu Xiaoshan asked. A duke. Gu Jiao went into the classroom to pack her books. Let me take it. Gu Xiaoshan took Gu Jiao's books without hesitation. What illness does he have? Is he cured? The siblings talked as they walked out of the Tianxiong Academy and went back to their residence. When they got home, Madame Nin also asked why they came back late. Gu Xiaoshan said with pride, Sister went to the inner city to treat someone. And it's a duke. His face was full of pride. My sister is so awesome. My sister is awesome. Madame Nan and Master Lu looked at Gu Jiao in surprise. They knew the Yin Kingdom. Naturally, they knew that a new student was not qualified to treat a duke's illness. As if seeing their doubts, Gu Jiao said calmly, My deskmate seems to be a son of an aristocratic family. He has a close relationship with the duke's mansion. I heard him mention the duke's illness by accident, so I suggested that I go take a look at the duke. My deskmate is good, so he took me there. Tianxiong Academy was known as the Royal Academy. Naturally, many sons of aristocratic families came to study. Compared to the identity of this son of an aristocratic family, Madame Nan was more curious about the duke. Which high duke? Mistress Nan asked. Duke and Gu Jiao remembered that the plaque said Duke An's mansion. It's him? Madame Nan was surprised. Do you know him? Gu Jiao asked. Mistress Nan smiled. I don't know him, but I've heard about him. This High Duke was an influential figure when he was young. He was extraordinarily handsome and talented. I don't know how many girls in Xingdu fell in love with him. Master Lu's face suddenly darkened. How could his wife praise another man in front of him? What happened to him? Madame Nan had been away from the Yin Kingdom for too long. She didn't know the situation in Chengdu in recent years. Gu Jiao said, He was poisoned 3 years ago and fell off a horse. He became a vegetable. A vegetable? Madame Nan was confused. He's in a coma. Gu Jiao explained. Mistress Nan exclaimed, You mean the living dead? It turned out that people in a vegetative state called the living dead. Gu Jiao said, You can say that. Mistress Nan sighed regretfully. How could this happen? Dukin's life is full of misfortunes. Gu Xiaoshan didn't understand. He's the Duke of the Yin Kingdom. How can his life be full of misfortunes? Madame Nan sighed again. You don't know. Dukin lost his mother when he was young. He lost his wife when he was young. Then he lost his daughter. He's a lonely person. Gu Xiaoshan was speechless. So miserable. When people were at home, it was inevitable that they would gossip. Since the conversation had reached this point, Madame Nan decided to tell the children about the Duke's deeds. Dukin was the eldest son of the old Duke. The old Duke's wife passed away early. She didn't leave him a younger brother or sister. After the old Duke remarried, the second wife gave birth to a son and a daughter. The Duke was generous. He treated his concubine's younger brother and sister very kindly. They got along well with each other. After the old Duke passed away, as the eldest son, he inherited the position of Duke, and Gu Jiao said. So the second wife I saw in the mansion is his sister-in-law? Madame Nan nodded. Yes, he only married one wife in his life. He never had a concubine. Gu Jiao touched her chin. In ancient times, there were few men who were so loyal. Then his wife, alas. Madame Nan didn't know how many times she sighed tonight. Master Lu's face darkened. What? You're sighing because of a man? I don't care about my face. Madame Nan ignored her husband. She said regretfully, We can only talk about this behind closed doors. People outside don't dare to mention his wife. Why? Gu Jiao asked. Madame Nan hesitated and said, His wife is from the Xian Yuan family. Gu Jiao looked at the red tasseled spear hanging in her room. Xianyuan Li's Xianyuan family? Madame Nan said. Yes, the Xianyuan family was the #1 military family in the Yin kingdom. It was said that they had millions of soldiers. Their achievements overshadowed their master. The children of the Xianyuan family, regardless of gender, were all brave and good at fighting. Unfortunately, the Xianyuan family walked the path of rebellion. Since ancient times, rebellion didn't end well. The powerful Xianyuan family was no exception. The imperial army and the Xianyuan army fought to the death. The generals of the Xianyuan family all died. Duke Yin's wife went to the battlefield to save her father and brother. Although she was pregnant, she still went to the battlefield. In the end, she also died. She couldn't save the baby in her belly. She only left a 2-year-old daughter. This incident almost implicated the House of Duke. The king of the Yin kingdom forced the duke to hand over the remnants of the Xianyuan family, which was the 2-year-old daughter. The duke spent a lot of effort, and even resigned from his official position to save his daughter's life. The children of the Xianyuan family were not so lucky. All the men with the surname of Xianyuan were killed, and the youngest was just a baby in swaddling clothes. The women were all sent to the musical house, and since then became musicians. Gu Jiao said, "The king of the Yin kingdom is a tyrant." Madame Nan smiled bitterly. Not everyone is determined to be a benevolent king, like the king of the Zhao kingdom. Gu Jiao frowned and asked, Madame Nan just said that the duke lost his daughter. But wasn't the child protected? Madame Nan smiled and shook her head. The king hated Xianyuan Li to the core. How could he really let his grandson go? After Duke Yin resigned from his official position, he handed the House of Duke to the second branch to take care of. He left the capital with his daughter, and found a paradise to live in seclusion. However, after a few years, the child still died. It was very sudden. It was like a sudden death. At that time, many people guessed that she was assassinated by the king. However, all the people who said so were arrested by the king. After that, no one dared to talk about it. Gu Jiao suddenly understood. I see, Madame Nan said. This was more than 10 years ago. Now who in the Yin kingdom still remembers the Xianyuan family? Maybe there are some who remember, but they don't dare to mention it. The king hated Xianyuan Li. Even Xianyuan Li's divine weapon was thrown to the people of Chun by the king as a pile of scrap metal. After dinner, Master Lu went to clean up the dishes. Madame Nan was still a little worried when she thought of what happened during the day. Jiao Jiao, there are many eyes and ears in the House of Duke Yin. It's better if you don't go there so as not to expose your identity. Okay. Gu Jiao agreed. Madame Nan thought of something and continued to remind her. And your deskmate, since he can have dealings with the House of Duke Yin, he must not be an ordinary person. Just make friends with him appropriately. Don't go too deep. Chengdu was a complicated place. Madame Nan was mainly worried that a good seedling like Gu Jiao would accidentally be noticed by others and get involved in the affairs of Chengdu. Gu Jiao understood that Madame Nan was doing it for her own good. She nodded. Don't worry, Madame Nan. I will change my seat tomorrow. I won't sit with him. She and Mu Qingchen would not have any more interactions. Early the next morning, Gu Jiao went to the classroom. She came early, so there were not many people in the classroom. She saw Zhong Ding at a glance. She hesitated between Mu Qingchen and Zhong Ding, but still walked over with her school bag. Zhong Ding was stunned. What are you doing? Gu Jiao said. I will sit with you today. Zhong Ding thought for a moment. Are you afraid that those people will beat you? In fact, it's better this way. We can't make friends with people like young Master Qingchen. They will be jealous. Gu Jiao did not speak. Lend me your homework. She forgot to do her homework yesterday. She only remembered it when she saw Zhong Ding reviewing her homework. Zhong Ding generously gave his homework to Gu Jiao. Mu Qingchen came to class again today. This was a new record for Mu Qingchen in the academy. He was the kind of person who wouldn't even come once in half a year, and would never come twice in a row in his entire life. As soon as he entered the classroom, he saw Gu Jiao sitting next to Zhong Ding. He didn't say anything as he expressionlessly sat down in the last row of seats he had sat in yesterday. The square-faced guy who made trouble for Gu Jiao yesterday was the first of the 6 to enter the classroom. When he saw the empty seat next to Mu Qingchen, he grabbed his school bag and rushed over. Qing Qing, young Master Qingchen. Bang! Mu Qingchen put his school bag on the stool next to him. The square-faced guy had no place to sit. Gu Jiao practiced the red-tasseled spear until midnight last night. She did not sleep well, and dozed off the whole morning. Which student can explain this sentence? In the lecture, the teacher looked at the students and asked, "Teacher." Mu Qingchen stood up and said, "Xiao Lulang knows how to do it." Gu Jiao almost pecked the rice on the table. Chapter 627. Gu Jiao was dozing off, so she didn't know what the teacher was talking about. She gave Zhongding a look, and Zhongding silently opened his book. His finger pointed at the annotations he had written without leaving a trace. Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. "Brother, your annotation is in Zhao state." Gu Jiao couldn't answer the question, and was punished by the teacher to copy the text 50 times. Gu Jiao gritted her teeth and sat down. Very good. The tide had turned. However, what was even worse was that after class, Gu Jiao was called to the teacher's room in Ming Xian Hall, and received a demerit from the academy. Gu Jiao's body trembled. "Why?" Teacher Jiang of Ming Xian Hall said. "All students of the academy are not allowed to go to brothels. Otherwise, a demerit will be recorded." Gu Jiao was speechless. Tianqiong Academy had its own dining hall. Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshan ate there at noon. The meal fee was included in the tuition fee, so they didn't have to pay extra. "Sister." Gu Xiaoshan happily came to the door of Ming Xian Hall. Gu Jiao suppressed her unhappiness and looked at Gu Xiaoshan. "How was your class today?" Gu Xiaoshan said. "It was okay." Gu Jiao asked, "Did you doze off?" "Well, yes. Wasn't dozing off a standard in class?" Gu Jiao paused. "Did the teacher call you out?" Gu Xiaoshan shook her head. "No." So why was she the only one who was called out by the teacher when they both dozed off? It was all because of Mu Qingchen. She knew that he wouldn't let her go so easily. Being kidnapped by her that night was the greatest shame of his life, as young Master Qingchen. He had to get back at her. Gu Jiao looked at Mu Qingchen's back and narrowed her eyes slightly. "Sister, why do you keep staring at me?" Gu Xiaoshan noticed Gu Jiao's gaze. Gu Jiao retracted her gaze. "It's nothing. He's handsome. Let's go and eat." "Oh." At the mention of food, Gu Xiaoshan became excited. He thought of something and leaned close to Gu Jiao to whisper. "But sister, how can you think that other men are good-looking? Brother-in-law will be jealous." "Didn't I just blurt it out? You were the one who asked the questions." Fortunately, Gu Xiaoshan was more interested in food, so she didn't care about this. "We paid so much money. I wonder if the food in the dining hall is delicious." When the two of them arrived at the cafeteria, Mu Qingchen was also there. Everyone in the cafeteria was looking at him, but he was exuding an unapproachable aura, so no one dared to provoke him. "Qingchen." On the second floor, a young scholar waved at Mu Qingchen. Mu Qingchen raised his eyes and looked at him, then stepped up the stairs. Lunch was steamed buns and 3 dishes of meat and vegetables. They could eat as much as they wanted. If it wasn't enough, they could get more. The first floor was crowded and noisy, while the second floor looked quieter. Gu Jiao planned to take Gu Xiaoshan to the second floor, but they were stopped by Squarefaced and his men at the top of the stairs. Squarefaced was humiliated by Mu Qingchen, but he didn't dare to be angry with Mu Qingchen. He could only vent his anger on Gu Jiao. "Xiao Lulang, where are you going?" "He wants to go upstairs to find young Master Qingchen," Square-Eyed said with a smile. Squareface crossed his arms and pointed upstairs with his thumb. He said arrogantly, "That's not a place for people like you." Zhongding saw Gu Jiao being blocked at the top of the stairs from afar. He put down his bowl and walked over. He pulled Gu Jiao to turn around and whispered, "The food upstairs is not for ordinary students like us. Only young masters like Mu Qingchen were qualified to go upstairs." Gu Xiaoshan muttered, "What kind of academy is this? There are so many rules." Gu Jiao just wanted some peace and quiet, not the food upstairs. She didn't care if she couldn't go upstairs. "Xiaoshan, let's go," Gu Jiao said. "Hey!" Gu Xiaoshan quickly followed her. Square-Faced and his men were stunned again. Square-eyed pointed at Gu Jiao's back. No, he just left like that? He shouldn't have quarreled with them. What's wrong with people like us? Is there still a hierarchy in your academy? Can you go upstairs? If not, why are you showing off? Can't you even quarrel with them? Square-eyed wondered. Is he looking down on us? Gu Jiao found a quiet corner to eat with Gu Xiaoshan. Gu Xiaoshan loved to eat meat, so Gu Jiao gave him all the braised pork in her bowl. Although it was said that they could eat as much as they wanted, they could only get 1 spoonful of braised pork per person. Gu Xiaoshan said, Sister, you can eat it yourself. Gu Jiao said, You can eat it. I can't finish it. In a wing room on the 2nd floor, a handsome young man wearing a white headband looked at Mu Qingchen opposite him and said with a smile, What brings you here? You didn't come when I asked you to come to class. This time, you came for 2 days in a row, and even came to the dining hall to eat. Am I seeing things? Mu Qingchen didn't say anything. He glanced at the person who had given all the braised pork to his younger brother in the corner of the 1st floor, and then looked at the table of delicacies in front of him. He asked, Is it necessary for 2 people to eat with so many dishes? That's a lot? There are only 8 dishes. The young man with the headband said. A moment later, the young man noticed Mu Qingchen's gaze. He smiled and looked at Gu Jiao, who was in the corner. What's wrong? Is that guy an eyesore? Well, he's so ugly that he's an eyesore. Don't worry. I'll make sure he can't stay in Tianqiong Academy in 3 days. Mu Qingchen glanced at him. Go if you're not afraid of death. Cousin, are you saying that I can't beat a man from the lower country? The young man with the headband heard that the young man with the birthmark on his face was from the lower country. After he finished speaking, he seemed to realize something and looked at Mu Qingchen in disbelief. Are you going to protect him? You think too much. Mu Qingchen pushed the bowl in front of him. Eat your food. Don't cause trouble for your parents. The young man with the headband stopped talking when his parents were mentioned. In the afternoon, they had arithmetic class. Gu Jiao sat next to Zhongding as usual. The teacher who taught them was a teacher with the surname Gao. Gu Jiao was still dozing off with one hand supporting her head. Zhongding was sure that she didn't hear a single word, so he kindly made a note for her. Of course, he learned from his mistake and used the language of Yen instead of the language of Zhao. What did you do last night? Zhongding asked Gu Jiao after class. Nothing, Gu Jiao said. Here you are. Zhongding handed the note to Gu Jiao. Don't do this next time. Teacher Gao is one of the strictest teachers in the academy. He sets tests every month. If you don't pass the tests, you'll be miserable. Got it. Gu Jiao yawned and took the note. She packed up and prepared to leave. Zhongding was still working on the questions. You got the 3rd question wrong. Gu Jiao stood up and said casually. Zhongding was stunned. He looked at Gu Jiao, and then looked around. Are you talking to me? The correct number is 19. Gu Jiao didn't even look as she grabbed her bag and left. How can it be 19? Isn't it 17? Did you look at the questions? You're just talking nonsense. Zhongding didn't believe her. How could someone who dozed off during class know how to answer the questions? After dinner, Gu Jiao decided to go into the inner city again. Madame Nan said, The inner city has a curfew. Why don't you wait for the limelight to pass? Gu Jiao said, I don't know when this limelight will pass. A Yan's condition can't wait. In fact, Madame Nan felt that after asking so many medical centers, they didn't have the operating room that Gu Jiao needed. The operating room probably didn't exist at all. However, Gu Jiao's unyielding tenacity made Madame Nan unable to say it no matter what. Some people accept their fate, some people don't. Gu Jiao belonged to the category of people who not only didn't accept their fate, but also wanted to snatch it from the heavens. Be careful, Madame Nan reminded her. I will. Gu Jiao changed her clothes and let Gu Xiaoshan send her to the inner city gate. This child. Master Lu sighed. Madame Nan said, It reminds me of someone. Master Lu, who? Madame Nan, Duke. You mean Dukin? Master Lu's face darkened. Why do you keep mentioning him recently? If you keep doing this, I'll get angry. Madame Nan looked at him angrily. I just feel that Jiao Jiao's stubbornness is the same as Dukin when he was young. Do you still remember the marriage between Dukin and Miss Xianyuan? Master Lu said angrily. I'm not from Yen, and I didn't live in Yen for so many years like you. How can I remember? Madame Nan glared at him in annoyance and amusement. Miss Xianyuan once said to Dukin, you can't lift a shoulder or pick a hand. You can't even take one move from me. My father said, if the daughter of our Xianyuan family wants to marry, she should marry the bravest and most skilled man in the world. Master Lu was puzzled. Then why did she still marry Dukin? Madame Nan smiled. Yes, she still married him. Everyone thought it was impossible, but Dukin didn't give up. Jiao Jiao is the same. Master Lu pondered for a moment. But I think treating Ah Yan's illness is more difficult than Dukin's marriage to the Xianyuan family's daughter. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Dukin only stole his daughter from Xianyuan Li, but Jiao Jiao had to steal someone from the king of hell. Madame Nan sighed. Isn't that so? Moreover, Jiao Jiao has no relatives in the Yin kingdom. It's really hard for her. After entering the inner city, the inspection was even stricter. Gu Jiao didn't choose to hang at the bottom of the carriage this time. Instead, she found a box to hide in and covered it with silk cloth. Stop! When they arrived at the gate of the inner city, the carriage was stopped by the city guards. The guards not only checked from top to bottom, they didn't even let the bottom of the carriage go. They also opened every box and confirmed that there was indeed cloth inside before letting them go. After the carriage stopped, the coachman called for people to unload the goods. Gu Jiao took the opportunity to come out of the box. She looked around and was suddenly confused. Why did she come to Dukin's residence again? Okay, you guys, move the top 2 boxes of silk cloth to Second Madam's courtyard. Yes, send the rest of the silk cloth and jewelry to Miss Mu. She did a good job in treating Dukin. These were all bought by Second Madam as a reward. We understand. As the conversation got closer, Gu Jiao walked out from the other side. Suddenly, a black shadow swept past from the bushes not far away. It was extremely fast. If Gu Jiao wasn't coincidentally nearby, she wouldn't have noticed it at all. She frowned and instinctively felt a murderous aura. The black shadow went straight to the southeast corner. That was Dukin's courtyard. Someone wanted to kill Dukin. Mistress Nan reminded Gu Jiao not to get involved with Dukin's residence. Dukin was just a stranger and had nothing to do with Gu Jiao. Forget it, I don't care. Dukin's residence has its own guards. I don't need to do anything unnecessary. The person's movements were strange. He avoided all the patrolling guards and successfully sneaked into Dukin's courtyard. The servant girl called Lian Xiao sneaked away to play again. Dukin was the only one left in the house. The assassin in gray held a shiny dagger and came to the bed. The cold light reflected from the dagger fell on the High Duke's tightly shut eyes. It was unknown if the High Duke was alerted, but his hands began to tremble. But the assassin in gray didn't hesitate to stab Dukin's heart. Bam! A small figure flashed over and sent the assassin flying with a kick. The assassin crashed into the pillar behind him and fell heavily to the ground. Gu Jiao did not give him a chance to get up. She kicked him again, causing him to fall to the ground and vomit a mouthful of blood on the spot. The assassin looked coldly at the masked young man who suddenly appeared. He knew that today's assassination plan had failed. He didn't want to fight anymore and jumped out of the window. Gu Jiao picked up the dagger that he didn't have time to take and put it in her clothes. She came to the bed. Although the assassin didn't really succeed, the tip of the dagger still cut the back of Dukin's hand. You're injured. Let me bandage it for you. There was no one here anyway. Gu Jiao used her own voice. Dukin's fingertips moved. Gu Jiao made a sound and said, "You can hear me?" Dukin's fingertips moved again. It seemed that he could really hear. The patient had already reacted to external stimuli. This was a very good sign. Gu Jiao took out a first aid kit from her clothes. Then I'll treat your wound. Don't move. She paused and added, "It won't hurt." Chapter 628. Novels with content that cannot be found on the internet are available here. The Duke was very quiet. Gu Jiao was not sure to what extent his consciousness had recovered. Was he only able to respond vaguely to external stimuli, or was he able to clearly recognize external sounds? To put it bluntly, she did not know if he could understand what she was saying. However, Gu Jiao still treated him as a patient with complete self-consciousness. She rolled up his sleeve and completely exposed the wound on his forearm. The wound is not long and not deep. There is no need for stitches. I will clean it up for you first and apply some ointment. As Gu Jiao spoke, she used a disposable iodophore stick to wipe the blood from the wound. Then, she opened the ointment, dipped it in a little and applied it evenly on the wound. The evening light gathered, and the sun was setting outside the house. The Duke's breathing was very even. He did not move at all during the application of ointment. It's done. Gu Jiao took back the medicine bottle and the cotton swab. The cotton swab was wrapped in oiled paper. She would not throw away all the medical consumables she used. Instead, she treated them as carefully as possible. Gu Jiao planned to leave after saving the man and treating the wound. She took one last look at the man on the bed. His condition seemed to be better than the first time they met. At least his body was not as cold as before. Gu Jiao stretched out her finger and touched his forehead. There was a thin layer of sweat. Gu Jiao pulled his quilt slightly lower and opened the window for ventilation. Then she turned and left. The Duke on the bed raised his trembling hand, as if he wanted to grab something. After leaving the Duke's mansion, Gu Jiao went to a few more medical centers. This time she changed her strategy. She did not ask about the operation room. Instead, she asked about the serious heart disease in her family, and if there was a cure. She also handed the prescription of Chinese medicine she wrote to the doctor in the medical center. The doctor could roughly judge the degree of the patient's heart disease through the prescription. Experienced doctors knew that medicine could not cure the disease. I have a prescription passed down from my ancestors. Maybe you can give it a try. I've been a doctor for dozens of years, and there's no disease that I can't cure. Bring the patient here for me to take a look someday. This golden core of mine has been passed down from my ancestors. It is guaranteed to cure all diseases and detoxify all poisons. One pill is worth 80 taels. I see that little brother is a kind and honest person. How about this? I'll sell it to you for 50 taels. When Gu Jiao came out of the 5th clinic, it was already completely dark. These people don't know about the operation. Could it be that the Yin Kingdom really doesn't have an operating theater? So the transmigrated senior is just like me. He's only looking for an operating theater. So he drew a sketch of one? Get out of the way. Gu Jiao muttered in confusion. Suddenly, there was a commotion on the street in front of them. A man in black clothes fell from the roof and fell to the ground. Gu Jiao heard a crisp crack from afar. She didn't need to guess to know that his leg was broken. Not only that, there seemed to be other injuries on his body. Blood was gurgling out of his abdomen. Almost at the same time, a few men in gray robes rushed out of the alley and placed their swords on the heavily injured man's neck. One of the men in gray robes squatted down and checked the man's injuries. He said seriously, "He's seriously injured. He must be operated on as soon as possible. Otherwise he'll die." Operated on? Gu Jiao's eyes narrowed. The gray-robed men rushed into the alley from before and carried out a simple stretcher. They carefully moved the heavily injured man onto the stretcher. "Get in the carriage," the man in gray robes who checked his injuries said. They carried the injured man onto the carriage in the alley. Gu Jiao stepped forward and followed. However, as soon as she passed through the alley, her arm was grabbed by a strong hand. Gu Jiao pulled out the dagger almost instinctively. "It's me," the man said. Gu Jiao put down the dagger and turned to look at Mu Qingchen, who suddenly appeared. "Why are you here?" Mu Qingchen asked. "I should be the one asking you that. This is the inner city. Why are you here?" Gu Jiao kept the dagger and didn't answer. Mu Qingchen understood Gu Jiao's character. He didn't ask what he wanted to say, and it was useless to ask what he didn't want to say. Also, did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? You dare to follow anyone? Gu Jiao said, "That man is seriously injured. I'm just curious how they will treat him." This was the truth. Mu Qingchen said coldly. "Is your curiosity used on this kind of thing?" Gu Jiao said, "I'm happy to." Mu Qingchen, "Can you let go now?" Gu Jiao looked at his hand that was holding her arm. Mu Qingchen put down his hand and glanced at Gu Jiao. He turned and walked forward. I'm going out of the city. Oh. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and followed Mu Qingchen into his carriage. Out of the city, Mu Qingchen said. The coachman was confused. Didn't they just come back? Why did they have to go out again? The coachman turned the carriage around and went out of the city slowly. Did you catch the assassin in the crown prince's residence? Gu Jiao asked. Yes, but the assassin committed suicide to avoid punishment. Mu Qingchen said. The battle of the royal family was not rare in any country. Gu Jiao was not surprised. On the other hand, it was the assassin she met in the public house that made Gu Jiao suspicious. The first time she entered the house of High Duke, the house of High Duke scribes had found traces of suspicious people. She once thought that she had been exposed. Looking at the situation today, she was afraid that there was an assassin who wanted to harm High Duke in that day. However, the guards of the house of High Duke found him in time, and he escaped before he could kill him. Today, the assassin was more careful and avoided the guards of the house of High Duke. Gu Jiao thought for a moment, then took out the dagger from her bosom and threw it to him. Mu Qingchen caught it and asked suspiciously, What is it? Someone tried to assassinate the High Duke. This is the weapon dropped by the assassin. Gu Jiao decided to tell Mu Qingchen the truth. Firstly, Gu Jiao did not feel any hostility from Mu Qingchen when she went to treat the High Duke that day. Secondly, the prescription that Mu Qingchen gave her was for the treatment of fainting. It meant that Mu Qingchen was secretly looking for a doctor for the High Duke. He was not the High Duke's enemy. After hearing Gu Jiao's words, Mu Qingchen's first reaction was, You went to the house of High Duke again? Gu Jiao said. Would you believe me if I said it was a coincidence? Mu Qingchen was speechless. What happened? He asked. Gu Jiao told Mu Qingchen about the 2 times she went to the house of High Duke by mistake. Mu Qingchen did not know what to say. No wonder he felt that she was revisiting the house of High Duke when he took her there. It was true. Gu Jiao thought that Mu Qingchen would ask her how she was able to defeat an assassin. But to her surprise, Mu Qingchen did not question her skills at all. It was as if he had seen it before. However, Gu Jiao could not remember showing her skills in front of Mu Qingchen. In the end, she could only blame it on Mu Qingchen's disinterest in her skills. Mu Qingchen looked at the dagger in his hand and said, I know. I will inform the house of High Duke and ask them to be more alert. Gu Jiao reached out her hand to Mu Qingchen. Mu Qingchen asked, What? Gu Jiao said confidently, Give it back to me. I snatched it with my own skills. I am just showing you the evidence, not giving it to you. Mu Qingchen was speechless again. There was nothing on the dagger that could prove the identity of the assassin. It was fine to give it to Xiao Lulang. Mu Qingchen returned the dagger to Gu Jiao. I promised someone to take good care of the house of High Duke. Why did they suddenly talk about this? Are you talking to me? Gu Jiao asked Mu Qingchen. They were not close enough to have a heart-to-heart talk. Mu Qingchen was stunned. He seemed to know that he had said something wrong. He explained, I just thought of that person. Gu Jiao did not want to continue the conversation. However, she looked at Mu Qingchen and asked, Is it someone important? Mu Qingchen recalled, It's a little girl. Before she left, she said to me, Mu Qingchen, you have to take good care of my father. If I find out that you didn't take good care of him, I will beat you up. Is she the daughter of High Duken? Gu Jiao asked. Oh, is she that arrogant? Mu Qingchen said. She is younger than me, but I can't beat her. Even a wolf can't beat her. Gu Jiao thought to herself. Even a wolf can't beat me. Then again, this scene was a bit melodramatic. Gu Jiao was not good at dealing with this kind of situation. She felt that if she continued to talk like this, her little toes would dig out 3 rooms and 2 living rooms in the carriage. Fortunately, Mu Qingchen changed the topic. Those people just now are from the State Preceptor Hall. Which ones? Gu Jiao asked. The ones you want to follow, Mu Qingchen said. Gu Jiao was instantly energized. What is the State Preceptor Hall? Mu Qingchen said. The State Preceptor Hall used to be the Imperial Astronomer. After it was taken over by the State Preceptor, a new state preceptor hall was built. The state preceptor hall is the most powerful force in Chengdu. The state preceptor is very resourceful and highly regarded by the king. He can carry a sword when he enters the palace. There is no need to inform the king. It was said that the Yan kingdom was just a small kingdom decades ago. One day, a powerful state preceptor suddenly came and presented the king with the 6 ancient books. Relying on the secrets in the books, the Yan kingdom sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Gu Jiao did not know whether these rumors were exaggerated or not. But since Mu Qingchen praised the state preceptor hall for his resourcefulness, could he be the time traveler who built the operating room? Chapter 629. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Once she found him, Gu Yan could have the operation. Gu Jiao said. Well, Mu Qingchen interrupted her coldly. Don't even think about it. I won't take you to the state preceptor hall. Gu Jiao paused. You can't get in at all, right? Mu Qingchen was speechless. Gu Jiao basically understood. The hope of Gu Yan's operation was in the state preceptor hall. However, the state preceptor hall was an important place in Chengdu. Even a young master like Mu Qingchen couldn't enter at will. It was good that she knew it was in the state preceptor hall. She would find a way to get there. Mu Qingchen sent Gu Jiao to the gate of Tianqiong Academy as usual. Then Mu Qingchen left. Gu Jiao walked back to her residence. Madame Nan and Master Lu were waiting for her in the central room. When they saw her coming back, they both breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't worry about her today. Jiao, you haven't eaten yet, right? Madame Nan asked. Not yet, Gu Jiao said. I'll get it for you. Madame Nan went to the kitchen and brought the food in the pot. It's been heated for a while. It might not be as good as before. Gu Jiao said. It's okay. Madame Nan's cooking is delicious. The truth was that Madame Nan's cooking skills were really not very good. However, everyone who had been poisoned by Xiao Liulong's dark cuisine wouldn't think that Madame Nan's cooking was bad. It was summer in Chengdu in May, but it wasn't hot in the morning and evening. Madame Nan was sweating because she was waiting for Gu Jiao anxiously. Now that Gu Jiao was back, her heart was calm, and she didn't even want the fan in her hand. She threw the fan to Master Lu and asked Gu Jiao, How was it? Did you find anything? Yes, Gu Jiao nodded. The Grand Preceptor's Hall might have what I want. Imperial Preceptor Hall. Madame Nan gasped. Mistress Nan's reaction basically showed the difficulty of this mission. Gu Jiao asked, Does Mistress Nan know any way to enter the Imperial Preceptor Hall? In view of Gu Jiao's past behavior, Madame Nan hurriedly reminded her, Sneaking in definitely won't work. I won't allow you to do so. The Imperial Preceptor's Hall is full of experts. Do you know how the men of sacrifice of the Yan Kingdom came to be? Gu Jiao asked. Is it related to the Imperial Master Hall? Marshal Aunt Nan nodded and said, That's right, it was the Imperial Tutor who taught him. Didn't the late Emperor of Zhao Country also buy a group of men of sacrifice from Yan Country? Those aren't the best suicide warriors. The best ones are in the Imperial Preceptor Hall. If Gu Jiao had recovered her full strength, she might be able to give it a try. But now, it was better to be smart. Gu Jiao asked, Then how can I get in? Madame Nan stood up and paced around the room. Either you pretend to be a disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Hall and sneak in, or let the people of the Imperial Preceptor Hall willingly take you in. But neither of these two methods is feasible. The first method was easy to be discovered. The second method was almost impossible. Madame Nan sighed. You go and rest first. I'll think about it tonight. I'll tell you when I think of something. Gu Jiao said. I'll have to trouble you. Madame Nan said warmly. Don't treat me like an outsider. It's also my wish to help Yenna recover quickly. In the dead of night, after the children had all gone to bed, Madame Nan changed into a night suit, opened the door and walked out. In the house of Duke Sheng, the glazed candles were shining in the corridor. After Mu Qingchen returned to the inner city, he immediately went to the house of Duke and found Second Master Jing. He told him that when he passed by the house of Duke, he accidentally found a few suspicious people wandering outside. He hoped that Second Master Jing could strengthen the security of the House of Duke, especially Duke An's courtyard. Second Master Jing of the House of Duke didn't doubt Mu Qingqian's words. Although Mu Qingqian's family was against the House of Duken, Mu Qingqian himself had been taken care of by Duken when he was young. He didn't have any bad intentions toward Duken. Don't worry. I'll personally guard Big Brother's courtyard tonight. Although Second Master Jing and Duken didn't have the same mother, they were very close since childhood. In his heart, Duken was like a father. No matter what, he wouldn't let anyone harm his big brother. After Mu Qingqian left, Second Master Jing selected the most powerful men of sacrifice in the House of Duke and to surround Big Brother's courtyard. He himself took a blanket and lay on the ground in front of Big Brother's bed. In his half-awake state, he faintly heard a vague voice from Big Brother's bed. After he woke up, he suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Big Brother, are you calling me?" He jumped up like a carp and came to the front of the bed. He lifted the curtain and used the weak candlelight to look at Big Brother's thin face. Duken's eyes were still closed, and he was unconscious. He didn't call out to him. However, Big Brother was indeed mumbling in his sleep. This was great progress. Big Brother had been unconscious for so long, but he had never talked in his sleep. Second Master Jing bent down to listen to what Big Brother was saying. In the end, Big Brother only repeated one name in his dream. Yinin. Yinin. His niece who died young, Jing Yinin. At dawn, Gu Jiao woke up from her dream. She sat at the head of the bed in a daze for a while. "It's so strange. I think I had a dream last night, but I can't remember what I dreamed of." She rarely had dreams. What she dreamed of was something that could happen, and she usually remembered it. If she couldn't remember it, it probably wasn't something important. Yes, it must be so. Gu Jiao dressed neatly and practiced the red tasseled spear and whip in the backyard for a while before going to the main room for breakfast. Guyan didn't get up. He always liked to sleep early, so it wasn't strange. However, Marshal Madame Nan wasn't there. "Master Lu, did Marshal Madame Nan go out?" Gu Jiao asked. Master Lu cleared his throat and said, "She went to do something. You guys eat first. I bought porridge and scallion pancakes at the market. I don't know if they're to your liking." Master Lu eat too. Gu Jiao also ladled a bowl of porridge for him. "This child." Master Lu took it with a smile. After breakfast, Master Lu stayed at home to take care of Gu Yan. Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshan went to class at the academy. "Sister, did you do your homework?" Gu Xiaoshan asked. Gu Jiao suddenly felt a blow to her soul. She forgot to do her homework again. She hadn't been a student for so many years that she wasn't familiar with her work. Gu Jiao entered the classroom and walked to Zhongding's seat. When she was about to sit down, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. "It's you? Where was Zhongding? How did the person in his seat become Mu Qingqian?" Mu Qingqian took out a homework book and threw it on the table indifferently. "Here, take it." It was as if he was saying, "You're welcome. It's better than Zhongding's." Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. She turned her head and looked around the classroom. Everyone had their heads down and looked down, as if they didn't know what was going on. Gu Jiao found Zhongding in the last row that originally belonged to Mu Qingqian. She walked over and sat down beside Zhongding without saying a word. "Let me copy your homework." Zhongding was stunned. He looked at the expressionless Mu Qingqian, and then looked at Gu Jiao, who was furious. You didn't copy young Master Qingqian's homework, but you came to copy mine? Gu Jiao, take it out." Zhongding took out his homework resentfully under Mu Qingqian's terrifying aura. Gu Jiao finished copying it quickly. Zhongding whispered, "It's not Teacher Jiang and Teacher Tong's class in the morning, so I don't have to hand in my homework." Gu Jiao's face darkened. "Why didn't you say so earlier? The riding and archery class was in the morning." Tianqiong Academy had its own pasture and stable. They had domesticated dozens of strong horses. Their riding and archery instructor was surnamed Wu. It was said that he was once the martial arts champion of the Yin Kingdom. Originally, he held an official position in the imperial court. However, he had no background and didn't like to be involved in politics. Therefore, he resigned and came to Tianqiong Academy to be a martial arts instructor. The students of Mingxin Hall first went to the stable to choose a horse. In principle, 2 people would take turns to use a horse. However, many students of Mingxin Hall had brought their own good horses from home, so the stable had more than enough horses. I don't know much about horses. Can you help me pick one? Zheng Ding said to Gu Jiao embarrassedly. I'll pick that one. Gu Jiao pointed to a tall horse at the innermost side of the stable. It's gentle. It won't throw you off. Zheng Ding still didn't dare to enter the stable. Gu Jiao went in and took the horse out. Here. Zheng Ding still had a lingering fear. It's really gentle? Gu Jiao threw the reins to him. It's the most gentle one here. Zheng Ding subconsciously hugged it with both hands. How do you know? Gu Jiao frowned irritably. Give it to me if you don't believe me? Zheng Ding hurriedly hugged the reins and turned around. I believe. Actually, Zheng Ding had already felt the gentleness of the horse from the moment he got close to it. His riding skills weren't good, and he had fallen off a horse before. Therefore, he didn't dare to ride a horse with a strong temper. At this time, the rest of the students were almost done choosing. Gu Jiao didn't like to squeeze with others. She waited for everyone to finish choosing, and then went to take another horse out. Suddenly, someone called her from behind. Xiao Lulang. Chapter 630. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. Gu Jiao turned around and looked indifferently at the 6 scumbags of Bright Heart Hall. What's the matter? The square-faced man walked over to her with a smile and said kindly, You just came to the academy, so you don't know. The horses in this stable are all leftovers. The horses in the stable next door are the best. Do you want to try them? No, Gu Jiao said. The square-faced man was startled, then smiled sarcastically. You're not afraid, are you? Gu Jiao ignored him. No, why didn't this person play by the rules? However, it was unknown if the heavens were helping them. But the teacher from Gu Xiaoshuan's class changed classes at the last minute, and also came to the martial teacher's riding and shooting class. As a result, there were not enough horses in the stable. When the last horse was taken away, Gu Jiao and the other students of Bright Moon Hall could only go to the stable next door to choose a horse. The square-faced man winked at his companions. The few of them understood and secretly pulled open a guardrail, using a hook to hook the reins out. When there were only 2 horses left in the fence, the square-faced man grabbed one of the reins. I want this horse. He took the brown horse away. Gu Jiao looked at the last docile white horse and didn't say anything. She took the reins and walked out. But after taking a few steps, she felt that something was wrong. There was something wrong with the sound of the horse's hooves. It wasn't the white horse that came out, but a black horse that had come out from the shadows. There should have been a fence around the black horse, but it had been pulled open at some point. The white horse was trembling with fear. The black horse had a wild, murderous aura, and it slowly walked towards Gu Jiao like the king of all horses. Ha 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 ha. Guess what happened to him now? Was he trampled to death by that horse? The square-faced man was convulsing with laughter in the meadow. It was not a horse that could be used for lessons, but a wild horse that had not been tamed yet. Wu Fuzi specially locked it up, and didn't let it eat or drink in order to dampen its spirit. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to tame it. But that horse king is so powerful, won't it kill someone? One of his companions asked. The last time Master Wu tried to tame it, did he get hurt by it? Another companion said. Even Wu Fuzi was injured. That weak Xiao Lulang will die miserably, right? If he dies, won't he blame us? The third companion said. The square-faced man felt guilty for a moment, but he quickly waved his hand. How can you blame us? He was the one who pulled the rope. He was also the one who opened the fence. All of you, remember this well. Besides, so what if someone died? Who asked him to be so arrogant? A lowly person from a lower country was cooking for him, and he really thought of himself as a dish. Young Master Qingchen took the initiative to sit with him, but he turned around and left. He didn't even let young Master Qingchen sit with him. Does he need to be taught a lesson? The triangular-eyed man said. That's right. He should be taught a lesson. He should know that a lower country person should know his place. Don't be so shameless. What are you talking about? Who wants to kill someone? Mu Qingchen's voice suddenly sounded behind them. They were so scared that they almost threw the reins in their hands away. The 6 of them turned around and looked at Mu Qingchen, who was riding on the Fergana horse. Their blood froze in their veins. "Speak!" Mu Qingchen shouted. Their legs went weak. One of the students named Sun Peng pointed at the square-faced man and said, It was all Li Hongyi's idea. He was the one who wanted Xiao Lulang to challenge the Horse King." Mu Qingchen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The square-faced man said in a trembling voice, I saw how disrespectful he was to young Master Qingchen, so I wanted to teach him a lesson." Mu Qingchen glared at them coldly. Then, he pulled the reins tightly and changed the direction of the horse, rushing toward the stable. When he was about to reach the stable, he saw Gu Jiao riding the untamable Horse King out. He urged his horse to rush toward Gu Jiao, intending to grab Gu Jiao's reins. Unexpectedly, a delicate voice called out to him, "Fourth brother." It was Su Shui. Su Shui was wearing a veil and holding up her pink dress as she ran toward Mu Qingchen. She didn't know anything about danger. Gu Jiao's horse was about to rush out of the narrow path of the stable, and he couldn't save Su Shui in time. There was a blind spot in the narrow path. Gu Jiao didn't see Su Shui, but she saw Su Shui's shadow on the grass. She tried to tighten the reins, but the reins broke with a snap. The horse continued to run forward ferociously. The Horse King raised its front hoofs. Su Shui was about to be trampled into a pile of mud. In the nick of time, Gu Jiao grabbed the Horse King's head and threw it onto the grass. One had to know that this was the Horse King. Gu Jiao fell down as well. She rolled a few times to stabilize herself. She knelt on one knee and supported herself with her right hand. She coldly looked at the Horse King that was still untamed. The Horse King stood up and charged toward Gu Jiao and Su Shui. Gu Jiao grabbed the Horse King's mane and flipped it over, throwing it onto the grass again. Su Shui fell down again. The Horse King stood up, and so did Su Shui. She raised her hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth and smirked. I'm definitely going to have you." Su Shui blushed. "This lecher? What nonsense is he talking about? Who is mine?" Gu Jiao couldn't remember how many times she fell down while hugging the Horse King. The Horse King's eyes gradually retreated, but it wasn't that easy to make it submit. It seemed to be waiting for Gu Jiao to use up all the strength in her body. After all, everyone who had tried to tame it had eventually exhausted their strength before it. Otherwise, Wu Fuzi would not have wanted to starve it for a few days first. It had only been hungry for half a day, so it was full of energy. But the strange thing was that this youth was clearly exhausted, but he could still explode with astonishing fighting strength. The youth's bones seemed to have a will that would never admit defeat. More and more people came to watch. Wu Fuzi looked at the wolf-like youth in disbelief. His heart was deeply shocked. The last time he was shocked like this was more than 10 years ago. The Xianyuan family's children showed him what a true wolf's nature was. In the end, the young wolf defeated the Wild Horse King. Panting, the Wild Horse King obediently submitted to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was also on the verge of death, but she knew that this was only a test from the Horse King. If she couldn't get on the Horse King, she wouldn't have a second chance to tame it. She tightened her grip on the Horse King's mane. Su Shui looked at her trembling body, and her heart tightened. She turned to Mu Qingchen. "Fourth brother." Mu Qingchen signaled for her to calm down. Everyone held their breath. They wanted to know if Gu Jiao, who was covered in wounds, could still ride the Horse King. Gu Jiao licked the blood from the corner of her mouth and smiled wickedly. With a nimble flip, she got on the Horse King. The Horse King let out a long neigh, showing its complete submission. The youth had tamed the Horse King, and the entire field was in an uproar. Amidst the jubilant cheers, everyone could feel the blood in their bodies surging. Even Wu Fuzi was so excited that his eyes were shining. The Xianyuan family's men were all gone. But Wu Fuzi wanted to say that he saw a new wolf. A young wolf that was about to become the Wolf King. The price to pay for taming the Horse King was terrible. Gu Jiao couldn't go to class anymore. Wu Fuzi had Gu Jiao return to her dormitory first. "Can someone send him off?" "I'll send him off," Mu Qingchen said. Mu Qingchen brought the limping Gu Jiao back to the southern courtyard. Su Shui followed behind them. "What are you doing here?" Mu Qingchen asked at the entrance of the southern courtyard. This is the men's dormitory. There's no one here anyway. Su Shui said. Are we in the wrong place? Gu Jiao looked around the courtyard and asked. Su Shui said, no, this is the southern courtyard. Gu Jiao was doubtful. Is this for the people of China? Why was it so extravagant? Was the plaque on the pavilion made of real gold? Su Shui said, why would it be for the people of China? The southern courtyard is only for the people of China. Gu Jiao asked curiously, then why am I here? Oh, I forgot you're from China. Su Shui said. Su Shui was an arrogant and rude person, but she wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for her. In her bones, she did look down on the people below her. But Xiao Liulong's performance today was beyond her expectations. Not only did he save her, but he also tamed the horse king that even the martial scholar couldn't tame. This young man used his strength to win her respect. She decided to allow him to be on equal footing with her from now on. She said, actually, there's a person from China living in my dormitory. She's also a new student. She's quite pretty, but compared to me, she's just a little bit worse. Alright, she was much prettier than her. She had never seen such a beautiful person in her entire life. On the first day, she had already surpassed the beauty of the academy's first courtyard, Gu Chengcheng. On the third day, she entered the beauty rankings of the 6 nations. The more Su Shui thought about it, the more jealous she became. She began to nitpick. But she's a little tall. It's hard for a woman to find a husband if she's too tall. Also, she's a little mute and has a little black child who's a burden. In a certain dormitory of the Zhonglan Women's Academy, an adult and a child sneezed at the same time. Gu Jiao didn't like to chat, but Su Shui and Zhong Ding were easy to talk to. Su Shui continued to talk to Gu Jiao. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Su Shui. Since you saved me today, I won't hold it against you for what happened at the relay station last time. Mu Qingchen said indifferently. Last time, you were the one who hit him first, but you fell because your skills weren't as good as his, right? Who's the one holding it against whom? Su Shui choked. Gu Jiao looked at Mu Qingchen, and then at Su Shui. You call him fourth brother. What kind of siblings are you? Su Shui said. Biological siblings. Gu Jiao was confused. Then why is your surname Su and his surname Mu? I took my mother's surname, Mu Qingchen said lightly. Gu Jiao said. Oh. Gu Jiao only remembered that she didn't bring her key when she arrived at the door of her dormitory. I have it. Mu Qingchen took out a key from his brocade pouch and opened the door. Gu Jiao looked at him with a frown. Why do you have the key to my dormitory? Mu Qingchen said indifferently. Because this is also my dormitory. Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao hadn't stayed here before. And it seemed like Mu Qingchen hadn't stayed here before either. She originally thought that it was empty inside, but she didn't expect that the bedding and mattresses were all soft and fine, and all of them were of the highest quality. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. You've already made 2 beds. Young Master Qingchen, you take good care of your roommate. Now that things had developed to this point, it would not make sense if Gu Jiao still could not guess. Mu Qingchen must have seen how she saved Su Shui with her silver needles that night, so he opened a series of back doors for her. Fortunately, he was just repaying her kindness. She almost thought that he was interested in her. Gu Jiao took out a bottle of medicine from her pouch. Su Shui said, let me apply the medicine for you. He's a man. Mu Qingchen frowned. Su Shui scratched her hair and lowered her eyes. Oh. Mu Qingchen said to Su Shui. You go out first. I'll apply the medicine for him. Gu Jiao said. Both of you go out. I'll apply the medicine myself. What a joke. If I can't treat Su Shui, do you think I can treat you? Mu Qingchen wasn't used to having outsiders around, so he didn't suspect anything. He thought for a moment and said, or I'll call your brother over. Gu Jiao said seriously, no. Let him go to class. I'll do it myself. It's not that serious. Su Shui was shy and had already left. Mu Qingchen didn't want to force Gu Jiao, so he got up and left as well. But the moment he turned around, he suddenly saw a pool of blood on Gu Jiao's bed. You said it's not serious. You're bleeding. Gu Jiao had a lot of scratches on her body, and there were traces of blood. But the extent of the bleeding Gu Jiao followed his gaze and looked over. It wasn't an injury. It was her menstrual cycle. Gu Jiao cleared her throat and said seriously, "Well, it's not an injury." Mu Qingchen looked at her deeply, as if he was trying to figure out if she was telling the truth. After a while he seemed to have understood something. His eyes moved. Gu Jiao facepalmed. "Damn, I've lost my virginity just like that." Mu Qingchen's face flashed with embarrassment. "I'll get you some medicine. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Mu Qingchen probably ran as fast as a dead horse, because he came back in a short while. He coughed and handed the medicine bottle to Gu Jiao awkwardly. You can do it yourself. Menstrual pain medicine?" She didn't expect this annoying Mu Qingchen to be such a considerate man. "Thank you." Before she could finish her words, Gu Jiao saw 3 eye-catching words on the bottle: hemorrhoid ointment. Gu Jiao. Chapter 631. You can find all the novels that you can't find on the internet here. Gu Jiao was in a bad mood. She really wanted to open Mu Qingchen's brain to see what was going on inside. Why did he suspect that she had this disease? Mu Qingchen, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the medicine? Gu Jiao took a deep breath. Yes, thank you. Mu Qingchen was baffled. Thank you. Why are you gritting your teeth in anger? It was not him who made her hemorrhoids attack. Mu Qingchen knew that it was very embarrassing to be found out, so he turned his back to her. By the way, how did you get this disease at such a young age? Gu Jiao's face darkened. Yes, how did I get this disease at such a young age? Of course I have to ask you. Gu Jiao didn't plan to live in the dormitory, so there were no spare clothes in the dormitory. It was inconvenient for her to go out in this outfit. Mu Qingchen sympathized with his roommate's experience, so he generously asked someone to fetch his cloak from the carriage and handed it to Gu Jiao. In the afternoon, Mr. Jiang and Mr. Gao had classes. Mr. Wu took the initiative to ask for a leave for Gu Jiao. In fact, Gu Jiao was more resilient than Mr. Wu thought. After an hour of rest, she was fine again. However, there was a free leave, so it would be a waste not to take it. Gu Jiao didn't have lunch in the canteen. She went straight back to the house she rented. Although she had left, the discussion about her had just begun. In the canteen. Hey, have you heard? A new student came to Mingxin Hall this morning and tamed Mr. Wu's Horse King. What Horse King? It's the wild horse that Wu Fuzi won from a martial arts competition. The dark horse that broke one of Mr. Wu's front teeth. That should be it. Mr. Wu taught it for a long time, but he couldn't do anything about it. Who did you say tamed it? A new student. What is his name? Xiao Lilang? I've never heard of it. Are there any young masters with the surname Xiao in Xingdu? He's not from Xingdu, he's from another country. Jin Nation? No. State of Liang. It's the state of Zhao. Zhao State. A citizen of a lower country? How could this be? Was there something wrong with the horse? Was he injured by Wu Fuzi? Those who had not seen it with their own eyes would not be able to imagine the scene at that time. Only the students of Ming Xian Hall and Mingyu Hall had witnessed Gu Jiao training the horse. They were very sure that not only had the horse not been injured by Wu Fuzi, but it had also been beaten up by Wu Fuzi, and had even released some of its anger for revenge. No one present thought that Gu Jiao had won by luck. Gu Jiao didn't beat it up. She just knocked it down again, and again until it lost its temper. This sounded easy, but it was no less difficult than these weak scholars becoming the martial scholar. The boy named Xiao Lulang was as ruthless as he could be. He was ruthless to the horse, and even more ruthless to himself. Who would dare to provoke him in the future? In short, the people of Ming Xian Hall and Mingyu Hall did not dare to. The matter did not end hastily at this point. Mu Qingchen handed Li Hongyi and the others over to Wu Fuzi. The 6 of them were first intimidated by Mu Qingchen, and then they were severely shocked by the whole process of Gu Jiao training the horse. How could they dare to lie? They obediently told Wu Fuzi that they had tricked Gu Jiao into becoming the horse king. Stupid! Wu Fuzi was furious. Thanks to Xiao Liulang's ability, if it were anyone else in the academy, they would have died under the horse's hooves. Wu Fuzi thought of the daughter of the Su family who had almost died, and his back was covered with a layer of cold sweat. This matter could not be tolerated, and Wu Fuzi reported it to the dean. After the dean understood the situation, he suspended Li Hongyi, the instigator of the incident, and severely warned the other 5 people. All of them were recorded with a major demerit, criticized by the whole academy, and punished to clean the latrines. And the letter of repentance, hand it all in tomorrow morning, the dean said sternly. The 6 people left the dean's office gloomily. Gu Jiao knew nothing about the follow-up of this matter. She was leisurely lying on the rattan chair in the courtyard and enjoying the cool air with Gu Yan. The climate in Chengdu was humid than in the Zhao country, and the air was sticky when it was hot. Gu Jiao fanned Gu Yan. How is it? Is it cool? It's cool, Gu Yan said weakly. Gu Jiao touched his neck. There was no sweat, so she put down the palm leaf fan. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Master Lu came out of the backyard with a wood-chopping axe. I'll open the door, Gu Jiao said. The door was unlatched, and the other party probably knocked on the door out of courtesy. Gu Jiao walked over and opened the wooden door. A black horse head came in. Then, Gu Jiao saw Wu Fuzi standing beside the horse with a bloody nose and a swollen face. His right arm was hanging on his neck with gauze. Gu Jiao asked strangely, what's going on? Wu Fuzi smiled embarrassedly. You tamed this horse. I discussed with the academy, and decided to give it to you as a reward. The truth was, after Gu Jiao left, Wu Fuzi thought that the horse had been tamed, so he ran over to ride it. As a result, he was miserably thrown by it. The dean was also there at that time, and he was almost kicked away by the horse's hooves. If Wu Fuzi hadn't used himself as a shield, the dean would have broken an arm. The dean said that he never wanted to see this horse again. Wu Fuzi didn't dare to see it again. Gu Jiao paused and said, but my family is poor. I'm afraid we can't afford to raise this horse. They didn't have enough money with them, so they had to be frugal with everything. I'll pay for the horse, Wu Fuzi said. Please take this horse. After it was defeated, it lost all its face. It was so angry that it went back to the stable and bullied the other horses. The academy couldn't tolerate it anymore. In the end, Gu Jiao got a horse from Wu Fuzi for free, plus 10 taels of silver for feed every month. When it was close to evening, Madame Nan came back. Madame Nan was wearing night clothes. Master Lu said in the morning that Madame Nan went out to do something, but looking at her clothes, it wasn't a small matter. Madame Nan went into the room and drank a few cups of water. Then she said to Gu Jiao while panting, Jiao, I used some old connections to contact a kitchen manager in the State Preceptor Hall. He will come to the house later to discuss with you about going to the State Preceptor Hall. So this was the reason. Gu Jiao looked at Madame Nan and said, Madame Nan, go change your clothes first. I'll go get some water for you. Madame Nan had been running for a day and a night. She was soaked and didn't feel well. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen to get some water for Madame Nan. When Madame Nan finished bathing and changing her clothes, the manager of the State Preceptor Hall also came to visit. He was a fat middle-aged man with a decent appearance. He wore a gray robe similar to the disciples of the State Preceptor Hall that Gu Jiao saw that day. There were some differences in the embroidery on the belt and the cuffs. This is Steward Liao. Madame Nan introduced. Gu Jiao greeted, Steward Liao. Madame Nan smiled and said to Steward Liao, this is my adopted son Little Six. In order to make things easier, Madame Nan tried to explain the relationship between Gu Jiao and herself. Steward Liao looked at Gu Jiao lightly and said, he's the one who wants to enter the State Preceptor Hall. What is he going to do in the State Preceptor Hall? Don't implicate me because he's doing something dirty. Why would I? Madame Nan said pleasantly. He's just curious and wants to go in to broaden his knowledge. Don't worry, Steward Liao. Just because we came from the same sect, you should trust me. So he was from the same sect as Madame Nan. It was true that they were from the same sect. But in reality, Steward Liao was only an outer sect disciple. He couldn't curry favor with Madame Nan. But as the saying goes, every dog has its day. Now both of them had left the sect. He had entered the State Preceptor Hall and was doing well. But this former direct disciple of the inner sect still had to beg under his name. Because of this momentary sense of superiority, Steward Liao decided that he could help her this once. Steward Liao said in an arrogant tone, "I'll say the ugly words first. I'll only bring you in for a walk. You can't steal inside, or do anything that's detrimental to the state preceptor hall." Madame Nan smiled and said, "Look at what you're saying. With an expert like Steward Liao watching, what can my adopted son do?" Who didn't like flattery? Steward Liao laughed unscrupulously. Madame Nan took out 2 gold bars from the house and handed them to him. Steward Liao raised his eyebrows and put the gold bars into his sleeves without any hesitation. If he only took the gold bars, it would be fine. But he inadvertently glanced and saw the horse king eating grass in the backyard. He pointed with his hand and said, "That horse, I want it." Madame Nan didn't go to the backyard just now, but now that she looked carefully, she realized that there was an extra black horse in the house. It bullied the horses in the stable and people in the field, but it was very obedient here. Gu Yan could even brush its hair. Gu Jiao didn't tie it up. Perhaps because it sensed that someone wanted it. It stopped eating the grass and walked through the central room with wild and elegant steps towards Steward Liao. Steward Liao looked at the pair of bright eyes and was delighted. This horse has intelligence. The horse king did have intelligence, and it was extremely intelligent. It walked in front of Steward Liao and slowly turned around. Steward Liao admired its strong body greedily. This was a first-class horse king. That's it. That's it. Before he could finish speaking, the horse king kicked Steward Liao away mercilessly with its hoof. "Gu Jiao." "Madame Nan." Gu Jiao looked at Steward Liao, who fell outside the door with his tongue out and eyes rolled back. She asked confusedly, "Madame Nan, do you think I can still go to the state preceptor palace?" Madame Nan was even more confused than her. "You can go in your dreams." The horse king didn't know that it had caused a disaster and was still jumping around in the yard. It seemed to be quite proud of itself. Gu Jiao turned around and looked at it with a dark face. "Can't you pretend to leave with him and then sneak back?" It had to be a scheming horse. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and glared at it fiercely. As she glared, she started to feel that something was wrong. The horse king's eyes started to show a hint of grievance. Then it looked like it was about to cry. Gu Jiao's delicate body shook and her face was full of rejection. "You can't do this. You're a horse king, not a little princess." "Horse king," sob sob sob. "Gu Jiao." Steward Liao was embarrassed after being kicked by the horse king. His whole body was in pain. No matter how Madame Nan tried to talk to him, he refused to help her. Madame Nan was helpless and could only watch as Steward Liao left. "Gold bar." Gu Jiao called out to him. "What?" Steward Liao frowned and looked at this kid. Gu Jiao said, "You didn't bring it to the state preceptor palace. Return the gold bar." Steward Liao. "Very well, you can forget about entering the state preceptor palace in this lifetime." Steward Liao gritted his teeth and sat on the horse carriage angrily. He was furious when he thought about what happened today. The coachman asked, "Steward Liao, are we going back to the state preceptor palace?" Steward Liao said angrily, "If we're not going back to the state preceptor palace, where do you think we're going?" The coachman hurriedly said, "I've said too much." The coachman rushed the horse carriage all the way back to the state preceptor palace. "Are you trying to drive me to my death?" The coachman slowed down. "Do you want to walk until tomorrow if you're so slow?" The coachman sped up again. "Do you know how to drive a horse carriage? Do you know how to drive?" The horse carriage finally arrived at the state preceptor palace amidst Steward Liao's scolding and fussing. With Steward Liao's status, he wasn't qualified to walk through the main entrance. He couldn't even sit in a horse carriage and walk through the main entrance. When he reached the main entrance, a plain but majestic horse carriage drove towards the state preceptor palace's main entrance. Steward Liao's arrogance and annoyance disappeared as he politely bowed to the horse carriage. The horse carriage didn't stop and entered the state preceptor palace without any obstructions. The coachman was new and didn't know what was going on. Even the inner disciples of the state preceptor palace had to get off the horse carriage and walk. Who had the guts to enter directly from the main entrance in a horse carriage? "Steward Liao, who is that?" the coachman asked. Steward Liao looked at the horse carriage that was gradually driving away and said enviously, "Who else could it be? The chess master of the Six Nations, old Mr. Meng. The state preceptor likes to learn from others. As long as old Mr. Meng is in Chengdu, he will be invited to the palace to play chess every month. Remember to be respectful when you see old Mr. Meng in the future. He is an important guest of the state preceptor palace." Chapter 632. The novel will be updated more quickly. Since Steward Liao's method didn't work, Gu Jiao decided to think of another way. The first person she thought of was Mu Qingchen. From what Mu Qingchen said to her that day, she could guess that Mu Qingchen himself couldn't enter the State Master Hall. But it didn't mean that he didn't know how to enter the hall. Gu Jiao lay on the bed with one hand behind her head. She looked at the top of the tent and said, "Okay, I'll choose you." The next day, Gu Jiao got up early. She went to see Gu Yan first, and then went to Tianqiong Academy with Gu Shaoshun. Gu Jiao became famous in the grassland yesterday. As soon as she entered the academy today, she felt the attention from all directions. The people of Bright Moon Hall and Bright Heart Hall had seen her. As for the students of the other 10 halls, although they hadn't seen her with their own eyes, the birthmark on her face was too easy to recognize. There's a red birthmark on the left side of her face. This news spread throughout the academy within a day. Therefore, all the teachers and students in the academy knew her. Among this group of people, some were afraid, some were simply curious. And of course, some didn't believe that she was so capable. They just thought that she was lucky and scoffed at her. Gu Jiao didn't care about any of them. She went to their respective classrooms with Gu Shaoshun. The seats in the classrooms were basically fixed. But if they changed privately, the teacher wouldn't say anything. Mu Qingchen hadn't come yet. Gu Jiao didn't know where he would sit. Zhong Ding waved at her from his original seat and patted the stool next to him, indicating that he had left a seat for her. Gu Jiao didn't sit with Zhong Ding. Instead, she chose a seat in the last row and sat down. The seat next to her was empty. Mu Qingchen should sit there. Gu Jiao put away her bag, took out her writing brush, ink, paper and inkstone, and pointed at her classmate in the front row. His classmate turned his head and looked at Gu Jiao nervously. Brother Xiao, what's the matter?" Gu Jiao said. "Let me copy your homework." Her classmate handed her homework to Gu Jiao. Yesterday afternoon, Gu Jiao asked for leave. She didn't know what Teacher Gao and Teacher Jiang taught, but she still did her homework. She was a good student who abided by the rules. Gu Jiao finished copying the homework and returned it to her classmate in the front row. "Thanks." No need to thank me," his classmate stammered. Gu Jiao glanced at her. "Why are you so nervous? I'm not going to eat you." "Oh, I'm not nervous." "Don't be nervous." Her classmate put away the homework that Gu Jiao had returned. She dipped the brush in ink and put it directly into the homework. Gu Jiao. Originally, there were more people in the class who ignored and looked down on her. But after seeing her tame the Horse King, everyone began to fear her. Zhongding was fine. Perhaps it was because he and Gu Jiao knew each other early and lived in the same dormitory as Gu Jiao's wife's brother. Although Gu Shaoshun didn't live in the same dormitory, they were closer than ordinary classmates. Zhongding walked over and leaned on Gu Jiao's desk. He whispered to Gu Jiao, "Xiao Lulang, how did you calculate that the answer to yesterday's question was 19? He didn't believe it at first, but when Teacher Gao checked the answer in class, he knew that Xiao Lulang was right. No, Xiao Lulang didn't calculate it. Zhongding whispered, Did you peek at Teacher Gao's answer?" Gu Jiao glanced at him indifferently. "Yes, I saw the answer." Zhongding was relieved. "I knew it. It was such a difficult question, and no one in the class could answer it correctly. How did you guess it?" "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll go sit down." "Wait." Gu Jiao stopped him. "What's wrong?" Zhongding turned around and asked. "Why isn't Mu Qingchen here yet?" "Don't you know?" "Know what?" "He may not come today. Old Master Meng is playing chess with the dean in the Immortal Yuan Pavilion. Young Master Qingchen went to watch." "Which Old Master Meng?" "The chess sage of the Six Kingdoms." "Don't tell me you haven't heard of him. He's from the Zhao Kingdom." "Because he's good at chess, The king of the Yin kingdom made an exception and invited him to live in Chengdu. Oh, this old Master Meng. Gu Jiao had heard of him before. Old Master Meng rarely goes out of the inner city. Even if he does, almost no one is qualified to play chess with him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No wonder young Master Qingchen went to watch and learn. I want to go too, but I don't dare to skip class. I'll get a demerit. If she wanted a demerit, then forget it. She planned to go to the Immortal Luan Pavilion to find Mu Qingchen. Everyone, Master Jiang went to the Immortal Luan Pavilion. It's Master Wu's class in the morning again. Everyone in the Bright Heart Hall cheered. Gu Jiao roughly understood that Master Wu's class was similar to the physical education class in her previous life. Everyone loved Master Wu's class. Master Wu was a good and considerate teacher. Even though he broke one of his arms, he still took the place of Master Wu, who couldn't attend class. Master Wu, can we ask for leave? A student said. We ate something bad. Master Wu waved his hand. Go. Not long after, a few more students came over. Master Wu, we also have a stomachache. Master Wu nodded. Yes, it's approved. Wu Fuzi was a rare understanding person. He had a stomachache because he wanted to watch the chess sages of the 6 nations play chess. Zhong Ding pulled on Gu Jiao's sleeve. Brother Xiao, they're all going. Let's go too. Will we get a demerit? Gu Jiao asked. Zhong Ding hurriedly said, No. Since Master Wu agreed to take leave, we won't get a demerit. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. That's feasible. Zhong Ding and Gu Jiao walked over. Before Zhong Ding could speak, Master Wu said, You also ate something bad? Got it. Go. Zhong Ding chuckled and went to the Immortal Luan Pavilion with Gu Jiao through the academy's back door. The Immortal Luan Pavilion wasn't far. After exiting the back door, they turned left and walked east for a mile. After crossing a street and passing through an alley, they could see the Immortal Luan Pavilion's signboard. Only the Tianqiong Academy knew about the chess game between old Mr. Meng and the dean. Therefore, those who came to watch were all teachers and students of the academy. Most of the teachers went upstairs while the students crowded downstairs. Suddenly, an arrogant shout came from the alley. Don't you have eyes? Why did you bump into me? So sorry. Yes. Can't you speak properly? You're a stutterer. Ha ha, he really is a stutterer. Zhong Ding stopped and said to Gu Jiao. It's Zhou Tong and the others. Those are the students of the Wuyue Academy. Gu Jiao didn't know the students of the Wuyue Academy, but she knew the one called Zhou Tong. He was her classmate in the front row. He had just lent her his homework this morning. The one who was pointed at by the students of the Wuyue Academy and scolded as a little stutterer was him. Of course, Zhou Tong didn't stutter. He only stuttered when he was nervous. Zhong Ding said anxiously. The Wuyue Academy used to be a martial arts club. They focus on the martial arts examination. All their students are troublemakers. They are arrogant and despotic. Our academy is afraid of them. The leading student of the Wuyue Academy grabbed Zhou Tong's hair with one hand and lifted him up. He pointed at his shoes and said, Lick it clean. Don't go overboard. Zhou Tong's companion said. A student of the Wuyue Academy lifted his leg and kicked his companion who was speaking. With a painful cry, the Wuyue Academy student was kicked away by a figure who had appeared out of nowhere. The 4 students of the Tianqiong Academy were shocked. Xiao Luleng. Gu Jiao looked coldly at the Wuyue Academy student who grabbed Zhou Tong. Let him go. Don't make me say it again. The other party looked at Gu Jiao from head to toe. His gaze landed on Gu Jiao's left cheek. Where did this ugly boy come from? Do you think I'll let him go just because you asked me to? Who will lick him if I let him go? You. You want to lick him? Fine. I'll fulfill your wish. Gu Jiao said coldly. She lifted her hand and chopped down, hitting the nerve on the other party's arm. The other party's arm went numb, and Zhou Tong fell down. Gu Jiao pulled Zhou Tong behind her and lifted her leg to kick the other party's chest. The remaining Wuyue Academy students saw this and attacked Gu Jiao fiercely. Gu Jiao took down one person with one move. In the blink of an eye, the 7 of them fell to the ground and cried out in pain. The Wuyue Academy student who called himself Young Master finally felt a trace of fear. He covered his chest and got up. He glared at Gu Jiao fiercely and stepped back unconsciously. Who are you? You bastard. Gu Jiao grabbed his hair and kneed his abdomen. He was in so much pain that he bent over like a prawn in a steamer. His shoes fell to the ground. Gu Jiao threw him to the side of the shoes. If you want to lick it yourself. Then, she said to Zhou Tong and the others behind her. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and follow me. Zhou Tong looked at the Wuxia Academy students who were beaten up in disbelief. His eyes fell on Gu Jiao's cold back and nodded. Ah, good. She's coming. He said to his companions, hurry up. Follow me. They stepped over the bodies of the Wuxia Academy students and quickly followed Gu Jiao. Zhongding also followed. The way they looked at Gu Jiao was different from before. They looked at her with admiration and a little intimacy. Zhou Tong kept stealing glances at Gu Jiao. What's the matter? Gu Jiao was impatient. She glanced at him, and Zhou Tong's heart almost jumped out of his throat. But when he thought of what happened in the alley, Zhou Tong felt that he should not be so scared. Thank you. Also, I'm sorry. Gu Jiao said. Why do you always apologize to people? Zhou Tong said embarrassedly. I was forced to apologize to them. Actually, I didn't step on them. They deliberately stretched out their feet to trip me. The Wuxia Academy students like to bully us. He realized that his words were a little off topic, and quickly went back to the topic. I apologize to you because I misunderstood you. He thought that he was the same as the Wuxia Academy students, violent and domineering. But reality proved that he was not. His martial arts were not used to bully people. You don't like to fight, right? You fought with the Horse King yesterday to save Miss Su. You beat them up today to protect us? Brother Xiao, you are a warm-hearted person. Gu Jiao, who was suddenly given a good person card, was speechless. Do you have some misunderstanding about what a good person is? They were delayed in the alley for a while. When Gu Jiao and the others arrived at the Xianluan Pavilion, the game was already over. Old Master Meng had also left in the carriage. Zhongding thought of the missed opportunity to meet Old Master Meng, and could not help but burst into tears. I'm so miserable that I couldn't see Old Master Meng. This is the closest I've ever been to Old Master Meng. I won't have a second chance in my life. Whoa. Gu Jiao did not care about Old Master Meng. She came to find Mu Qingshan. Unexpectedly, Mu Qingshan also returned to the inner city. Gu Jiao suddenly thought of something. We will be given a demerit for skipping classes. Why won't Mu Qingshan? Did this guy have a special ability to skip classes? Zhongding said enviously. Although he doesn't come to class, he always gets first place in every exam. How can they give him a demerit? 3 demerits, and he will be expelled from the academy. He is such a good seedling. Do you want to expel him or not? So the dean specially allowed him to study at home. Gu Jiao asked. Don't the other students have any objections? Zhongding sighed. If they have any objections, they can ask Mu Qingshan to take the exam. So far, no one has beaten him. Gu Jiao touched her chin. Is he so good? Zhongding wiped his tears and said. But I heard that he is not going back to study this time. Something happened in his family, so he has to leave Xingdu temporarily. Gu Jiao was shocked. So I won't see him for a long time? Then how could she enter the state preceptor hall? It was a dark and windy night. In a corner of a women's academy in the inner city, in a low-key but luxurious courtyard, a little black baby, who almost blended into the night, sneaked out with a small bag in his arms. The bad brother-in-law went to take a bath. He wanted to take the opportunity to slip away. He wanted to find Jiao Jiao. The little black baby went through the dog hole, climbed the tree, climbed over the wall, jumped down the tree, and climbed down in one go. Finally, he got out of the academy. He came to the vast sky. He stood on the quiet street. Jiao Jiao, your favorite little man is here. Squeak. Little black baby fell face first onto the ground. Whoosh. A carriage galloped over. If the coachman had not seen the bag, he would have run over it. He quickly pulled the reins and stopped the horse. What's wrong? The person in the carriage asked. Master, there's a child. The coachman looked for a long time before he realized that there was a child under the bag. The child was too dark. Go and see. The person in the carriage said. Yes. The coachman jumped off the carriage and walked toward the child. He wondered if the child was unconscious or dead. Just as he squatted down to check the child's breath, the child suddenly raised his head. "Mother!" The coachman was so scared that he ran 10 meters away. The person in the carriage heard the commotion and raised his hand to lift the curtain. "What's wrong?" Xiao He got up from the ground, picked up the small bundle, and hugged it in his arms. He looked at old Master Meng in the car cutely. "Grandpa, can you take me to Jiaojiao?" Chapter 633. Old Master Meng looked at the dark little boy. He looked less than 5 years old. His eyes were big and bright, as if they were filled with all the simplicity and beauty in the world. Old Master Meng was not a compassionate person. Of course, he was not a cold-blooded person who would ignore a helpless child. Under normal circumstances, it was best for him to report such things to the authorities. Old Master Meng thought for a while and asked, "Did you come out alone? Where's your family?" Xiao He rolled his eyes. "I can't say bad brother-in-law. Otherwise, what if Grandpa sends me back to bad brother-in-law?" Xiao He hugged the small bundle in his arms and said seriously, I'm going to find my family." "Where is your family?" Old Master Meng asked. "At Tianqiong Academy," Xiao He said. He knew Jiao went to bad brother-in-law's academy. Bad brother-in-law thought he didn't know what the academy was called. Humph, he was the one who put away the document. How could he not know? Coincidentally, old Mr. Meng had just gone to the vicinity of the Tianqiong Academy and played a game of chess with the Tianqiong Academy's teacher. Old Master Meng couldn't help laughing. He asked the little boy, "Tianqiong Academy is in the outer city. Since your family is in the outer city, how did you get into the inner city?" Xiao He's eyes darted around again. "Ren Yazi brought me here." Ren Yazi was bad brother-in-law. It turned out that he was a kidnapped child. No wonder he was running on the street so late at night. He must have just escaped from Ren Yazi. Old Master Meng said to Xiao He, "Get in the car first." Xiao He hugged the small bundle and ran over. He first threw the bundle up, and then he climbed up with his short legs, huffing and puffing. Old Master Meng was amused by his charmingly naive look. "What's your name?" Xiao He patted the dust off his body and picked up the bundle on the outside of the car. He got in and said to old Master Meng, "I'm Jing Kong." Mr. Meng said, "Jing Kong. What a special name. Why does it sound like a Buddhist name?" Little Jing Kong climbed onto the bench beside old Master Meng and sat down obediently. Old Mr. Meng couldn't help but tease him. "Aren't you afraid that I'm also a brat?" Little Jing Kong shook his head like a rattledrum and said seriously, "You're so kind, sage-like, and righteous. How can you be a prostitute?" The highest level of flattery was to flatter you with whatever you lack. To be honest, old Mr. Meng did not have the demeanor of an immortal at all, nor did he have a benevolent countenance. He looked just like an ordinary little old man. However, the old man's carriage was obviously very expensive. The child could not afford to sit in such an expensive carriage. Old Master Meng was once again amused by little Jing Kong. Men who had reached the age of knowing their own destiny would have more self-awareness. Even if they were 100 years old, they would still be the same. That was, although they were so ordinary, they were so confident. This little fellow has a good eye. He had the demeanor of an immortal and was full of righteousness. The coachman couldn't bear to watch. "Little fellow, you're black-hearted and black-hearted. How can my master praise you like that?" "And my master, don't you know what you look like?" Old Master Meng said, "You said your family is in Tianqiong Academy. Is he a student of the academy or?" Little Jing Kong said, "A student." Old Master Meng was confused. "There's a student named Jiao? Wasn't that a girl's name?" Tianqiong Academy was full of male students. Cough. Little Jing Kong regretted his slip of the tongue just now and hurried to remedy it. "Her name is Lulang. Jiao is her nickname." Old Master Meng's mouth twitched. Why would a grown man have such a strange nickname? Old Master Meng thought about it again, and finally decided to send the little fellow to the yamen and let the yamen handle this matter. However, since Tianqiong Academy was in the outer city, the yamen in the inner city usually did not handle disputes in the outer city. Old Master Meng lifted the curtain and ordered the coachman who had returned to the outer seat. Go to the outer city, 3 Flower Street. Tianqiong Academy was on 3 Flower Street. The coachman whispered, Master, at this time, the inner city gate should be closed, right? Old Master Meng said, It's okay. Tell them to use the State Preceptor's passage. The State Preceptor's hall was very powerful and had an exclusive passage at each city gate. As an honored guest of the State Preceptor's hall, Old Master Meng could use the passage of the State Preceptor's hall if there was an emergency. The coachman drove the carriage to the inner city gate in the south. He flashed Old Master Meng's token and used the passage of the State Preceptor's hall to get out of the city. The carriage rushed all the way to 3 Flower Street. Little Jing Kong was very sleepy. As soon as he got on the carriage, he began to peck rice like a little chicken. After pecking for a while, he leaned his head on Old Master Meng's arm and fell asleep. Old Master Meng knocked on the door gently and said to the coachman, Slow down. He's asleep. Yes, the coachman answered. After a while, the coachman said to Old Master Meng, Master, we're almost at 3 Flower Street. Which part of 3 Flower Street are we going to? The yamen of 3 Flower Street, Old Master Meng said. This child was kidnapped by a trafficker. His family must be very worried. Maybe they had already reported the case to the yamen. It was the best choice to send him to the yamen now. What's more, this child was very strange. Old Master Meng always felt that he didn't tell the whole truth. It was better to leave it to the yamen. Old Master Meng's idea was good. However, God's plan was better than man's. A group of robbers appeared in Chengdu, which had always been strict. Old Master Meng, who was in a luxurious carriage and didn't have any guards with him, undoubtedly became the target of the robbers. There were 10 robbers in total. All of them were masked and holding big knives. It was obvious that they didn't come with good intentions. Old Master Meng saw that the situation was not good. He hurriedly said to the coachman, Turn around. Go back. The robbers who were lying in ambush suddenly rushed out. There were 5 of them and blocked their way. If you don't stop the carriage, we'll shoot. The leader of the robbers threatened. Old Master Meng looked back through the gap of the curtain. These were not ordinary robbers. They were a group of desperados. If they fell into their hands, not only would they be robbed of their money, but they would also be killed. Old Master Meng made a prompt decision. Don't stop. Rush over. Only one of the 10 robbers was holding a bow and arrow. Now that they had turned around, the back of the carriage should be able to block the arrows for a while. Old Master Meng's horses were all good horses. As long as they rushed over, they could get rid of them. The coachman gritted his teeth. Go. The carriage began to run at full speed. Boss. They ran away. One of the robbers said. Huh. The leader of the robbers grabbed the bow and arrow from the hand of one of his men. He aimed at the carriage and shot. What he shot was not the back of the carriage but the wheels. With 2 loud cracking sounds, the wheels on the right side of the carriage broke, and the carriage flipped over without warning. Old Master Meng hurriedly protected the child in his arms. The carriage turned over, and the 3 of them fell out of the carriage. Old Master Meng said to the coachman, Go quickly. Go and report to the yamen. Master. Go. Yes. The coachman took a horse and went to the side of the forest. The leader of the robbers sent one of his men to chase after the coachman. The rest of the robbers rode forward and surrounded Old Master Meng. Old Master Meng fell in a very embarrassing way, but there was no fear in his eyes. He looked at the robbers coldly. Don't you want money? I'll give it to you. That's straightforward. The leader of the robbers carried a big knife on his shoulder and looked at him carelessly. I don't want to kill anyone today. Consider yourself lucky. Give me the money. Old Master Meng took off his money bag and threw it to him. The leader of the robbers opened it and looked at it. He immediately said with disdain, So little. Boss. The robber next to him pointed at little Jing Kong in Old Master Meng's arms. There's a child. The leader of the robbers quickly looked at little Jing Kong. Old Master Meng covered little Jing Kong with his sleeves. The robber said, It's a boy. Do you remember that person? Didn't he always want a son? Let's sell this boy to him. The leader of the robbers frowned and said, It's so black. Can we sell it? The robber laughed and said, It'll be white after we wash it. That's fine. It's better than nothing. The leader of the robbers pointed at Old Master Meng with a long knife and said, Bring him here. Old Master Meng protected little Jing Kong and said, If you want money, I have it at home. Follow me to get it. The leader of the robbers sneered and said, Do I look so easy to fool? Follow you to get it. Wait for the authorities to find us? You. He pointed at the robber next to him. Bring the child here. Yes. The robber got off the horse and went to Old Master Meng's arms to grab little Jing Kong. Old Master Meng blocked him with his hand. The leader of the robbers said, Don't break his arm. He can't be sold. Yes, boss. The robber pulled out the long knife at his waist and chopped at Old Master Meng's hand fiercely. Since he couldn't take the young one, he would chop the old one. Anyway, the old one couldn't be sold for money. Just as the long saber was about to fall, an austere eagle's cry suddenly came from the sky. Before anyone could react to where the eagle's cry came from, they saw a black shadow swooping down from the night sky. Like a black lightning bolt, it whizzed towards the man holding the saber. In the next second, the handle of his knife fell. He covered his eyes and fell to the ground. My eyes! The gerfalcon pecked out one of his eyes. Seeing this, the leader of the robbers pulled his bow and arrow and aimed at the gerfalcon. At this moment, little Jing Kong woke up. He opened his eyes and saw that someone was going to shoot little Nine. He jumped up and said, Don't shoot little Nine. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you. Who would listen to a child's words? The leader of the robbers pulled his bow fully. Little Jing Kong took out the black fire pearl stolen from his bad brother-in-law and threw it out. With a bang, the air was filled with the strong smell of sulfur. Little Jing Kong looked at the leader of the robbers, who was unharmed. You threw it in the wrong direction. Old Master Meng, who was turned into charcoal by the explosion, spat out a mouthful of black smoke expressionlessly. Oh, my bad, my bad. Little Jing Kong scratched his little head and took out another black fire pearl. Then he blew little Nine up. Little Nine's feathers turned into mush. Gia! Little Jing Kong took out the third black fire pearl and blew himself up. Little Jing Kong, who was spitting out black smoke, was speechless. Ha 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 ha. The robbers had never seen such a stupid kid. They were all convulsing with laughter. With a thud, one of the robbers fell from the horse and fell to the ground. Thud. Another robber fell down with a smile. Thud. 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 Finally, the robbers realized that something was wrong. One of the robbers quickly covered his nose with his arm. Oh no, there's sleeping gas. The black fire pearl that Gu Jiao customized for Xiao Hung wasn't very powerful. It wouldn't kill anyone, but it was mixed with sleeping gas, which could quickly make the robbers lose their ability to move. This sleeping gas was indiscriminate, and it was also effective on the robbers. Xiao Hung had the antidote in his hands. Unfortunately, little Jing Kong didn't know that he only stole the black fire pearl. All the robbers were knocked out. Old Master Meng was also knocked out. This sleeping gas was only effective on humans. Little Nine didn't fall. Little Jing Kong didn't fall either. Little Jing Kong scratched his head. Why did they all fall? He skipped to Old Master Meng and squatted down. Grandpa. Even the robbers couldn't resist its effects. Old Master Meng wouldn't have any reaction. Little Jing Kong sighed. Forget it. I'll go find Jiao myself. Old Master Meng was a good person. He wouldn't leave him alone. Jiao's medical skills were excellent. He would take Old Master Meng to find Jiao. He grabbed Old Master Meng's collar, as if he was holding a sack, and walked forward silently. Little Nine, let's go. If Gu Jiao were here, she would be very surprised. Little Jing Kong was much stronger than before. He didn't need to exert any effort to drag Old Master Meng. Little Jing Kong didn't know the exact location of Tianqiong Academy. He could only walk forward aimlessly. He walked through the quiet streets and dark alleys. The light in his heart guided him to walk forward bit by bit with determination. He didn't know how long he had walked. He was tired, hungry, and sleepy. He grabbed Old Master Meng and yawned. Jiao, where are you? He really couldn't walk anymore. His calves and legs were no longer his. His hands were sore. He wanted to jiao jiao. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Jing Kong. Chapter 634. The novel will be updated faster. All the novels that can't be found on the internet will be available here. Little Jing Kong's little body froze. He opened his eyes wide and turned around, looking at her in a daze. Jiao jiao. Little Jing Kong, who had been looking for her all the way, suddenly felt extremely wronged. He cried out loudly, Jiao jiao. It's really you. Gu Jiao walked over, squatted down and held the little guy in her arms. Gu Jiao didn't dare to recognize him just now, because this child's steps and figure were similar, but his face was too dark. Her Jing Kong was a fair and tender little boy. How did he suddenly become a little black boy? Little Jing Kong didn't feel wronged when he was alone, but he felt wronged when someone loved him. Little Jing Kong cried loudly, and successfully cried himself into a little rain fairy. Gu Jiao didn't expect to meet little Jing Kong here. Or to be exact, she didn't expect little Jing Kong to come to the Yin Kingdom. Little Jing Kong looked very disheveled, and there was a strong smell of sulfur all over his body. At the same time, Gu Jiao also noticed that little Jing Kong was holding a person. Now she was sure that it was a person. She thought it was a big gunny sack just now. Gu Jiao had too many questions in her heart, but this wasn't the place to talk. She decided to bring little Jing Kong back. But before that, she needed to make sure whether it was necessary to bring this person back as well. Who is he? Gu Jiao asked. Old Master Ming's face had already been blown up, and he couldn't even recognize his own mother. Little Jing Kong didn't stop crying, and said while sobbing, He's a kind-hearted grandfather. He brought me to find Jiao Jiao. Then he was accidentally blown up and fainted. Okay, I got it. Gu Jiao brought both of them back. This place was not far from where they lived. It was just across the alley. Gu Shaoshun and Gu Yin had already rested. Master Lu was practicing martial arts in the courtyard, while Master Nan was refining poison at the side. Creak! The courtyard door was pushed open. Mistress Nan hurriedly put down the medicinal herbs in her hands. Jiao Jiao is back. Just as he finished speaking, he saw a small, swarthy head poke in. Madame Nan was startled. Then, she saw a little black baby holding Gu Jiao's hand and walking in. Gu Jiao was carrying a person on her shoulder. Madame Nan stood rooted to the ground in a daze. What was going on? Jiao Jiao went out on a trip. How could he bring two people back home? Madame Nan opened her mouth. Jiao Jiao. Call them. Gu Jiao said to little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong called obediently. Madame Nan. Then he turned around and called. Master Lu. Ouch. Master Lu punched his own face, causing his nose to bleed. Where did this little black baby come from? Why did he speak like little Jing Kong? Wasn't little Jing Kong in Zhao state? He must have seen a ghost in the middle of the night. Madame Nan was as shocked as her husband. Fortunately, she put down the poison in her hands, otherwise she would have put it into her mouth. She looked at the little black baby in front of her, who wished he could blend into the night. This is Jing Kong? Little Jing Kong put his hands behind his back and tilted his head. Madame Nan, this familiar posture, this familiar tone. It was clear that it was the clear sky. Why are you so dark? Madame Nan finally couldn't help but ask with her soul. Gu Jiao was also curious. Little Jing Kong felt wronged. It's all because of the sun. It was because of the bad brother-in-law. It was so hard to follow the bad brother-in-law all the way. Madame Nan asked again. Who brought you to the Yin state? A 5-year-old child couldn't have come here by himself. Little Jiao fluttered his wings and landed on the wall of the courtyard. Little Jing Kong rolled his eyes and pointed. Little Jiao brought me here. Everyone was speechless. Gu Jiao had asked this question on the way. Little Jing Kong even told her about the robbery, but he didn't tell her who he came to the Yin state with. Madame Nan could only give up for now and ask again later. She looked at the person who was carried in by Gu Jiao and asked, This person is? Gu Jiao said, a kind old man. He brought Jing Kong out of the inner city. I'll take him for treatment first. Master Lu came over after dealing with the nosebleed. Let me. Master Lu carried him into the central room and put him on a chair. Gu Jiao went to get a small medicine box. Little Jing Kong was like a little tail behind her. He followed wherever Gu Jiao went. Are you hungry? Madame Nan smiled and entered the room. I'll cook a bowl of noodles. Little Jing Kong played with his fingers and said, I want to eat Jiao Jiao's egg soup. Gu Jiao looked back at the little tail behind her and smiled. I'll make it for you later. Madame Nan smiled and said, I'll go and burn the firewood first. She went to the kitchen. Gu Jiao continued to treat the old man. He was fine except for some scratches on the way back, when little Jing Kong dragged him back. The other thing was that he inhaled the knockout drug in the black fire pearl. He would wake up after the knockout drug wore off. Gu Jiao suddenly thought of a question. Little Jing Kong was also blown up by the black fire pearl. He should have been knocked out by the knockout drug. Why was little Jing Kong fine? Besides, where did he get the strength to drag the old man all the way back? Did he become so powerful after learning from Gu Changqing for a few days? Did he awaken some hidden talent? Gu Jiao asked the question in her heart. Little Jing Kong thought for a while, and felt that he could answer the question honestly. Little Chick Monkey also taught me Kung Fu. Little Chick Monkey. Gu Jiao was confused. Gu Jiao treated old Master Meng's injuries, and put him in the small study. Then, she went to the kitchen, and cooked a bowl of steamed egg with foie gras for little Jing Kong. She also cooked a bowl of vegetable noodles for him. Little Jing Kong ate heartily. Jiao Jiao's cooking is so delicious. Unlike his bad brother-in-law, the food was so bad. It was not easy for him to survive with his bad brother-in-law. Boo-hoo. I'm so pitiful. After little Jing Kong had eaten his fill, Master Lu took him to take a fragrant hot bath. During the bath, Master Lu asked him how he came to the Yin Kingdom. Little Jing Kong was very smart, and did not say a word. After the bath, he hugged a small pillow, and lay on Gu Jiao's bed contentedly. He rolled here and there. After the third round he fell asleep. He was exhausted from the night and was snoring non-stop. It was not the hottest time of the day in Chengdu. The night was still a little cold. Gu Jiao went into the room, and put a thin quilt on little Jing Kong's stomach. Who brought you here? Gu Jiao murmured. Jiao Jiao. Madame Nan called Gu Jiao in a low voice at the door. Gu Jiao put down the curtain, and walked over gently. She asked, Madame Nan, what's wrong? Madame Nan handed a wet brocade pouch to Gu Jiao. I found this when I was washing little Jing Kong's clothes. It was sewn in the interlayer. At first glance you couldn't see it. But when you put it in the water, the dye in the brocade pouch spread. Gu Jiao took the colorful brocade pouch and squeezed it. She said, there's something. She opened the brocade pouch, and a folded craft paper fell out. When the craft paper was opened, there was a note. It was written clearly in the language of the Yin Kingdom. My book boy was lost when he was young. If you find him, please send him to the Linglong Pavilion of the Kanglan Women's Academy. We will reward you handsomely. Chapter 635. The novel will be updated more quickly. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. Errand boy. Kanglan Women's Academy? The one who brought little Jing Kong to the Yin Kingdom was a woman? Like Gu Jiao, Madame Nin also caught the two important pieces of information. She frowned and said, was Jing Kong abducted? Those who could live in Kanglan College were either female students or female teachers. And Linglong Pavilion sounded like a dormitory for female students, so it was more likely to be a female student. None of the girls that Gu Jiao and Madame Nan knew met this condition. Could it be Emo Qianxue? Madame Nan asked. She had been to Pushui Alley too many times, so she naturally heard of Hua Xiao and Emo Qianxue. Emo Qianxue had been to the Yin Kingdom, but this guess was quickly denied by Gu Jiao. She went to the Yin Kingdom with Prince Consort Huang Fuzheng, and sneaked into the Yin Kingdom from the Chen Kingdom. It was not a formal way. She shouldn't be able to enter the academy in Chengdu. If she can't, then Hua Xiao can't. Madame Nan frowned. It can't be Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang is a mother. How can she go to the academy to study? Whether she studied or not was secondary. Princess Xinyang was the princess of the Zhao Kingdom. The nature of her visit to the Yin Kingdom had changed. It was a political visit, so there must be rumors in Chengdu if she visited secretly. She needed to hide her identity. Did she think that she would not be exposed quickly enough if she went to the academy in the inner city? The last and most important point was, Gu Jiao said, if it was Princess Xinyang, Jing Kong wouldn't run away. The little guy even took his luggage and the black fire pearl. It was obvious that he sneaked out in the middle of the night. Black fire pearl, Gu Jiao murmured. The black fire pearl was a hidden weapon that she made for Xiaoheng. How could little Jing Kong have it? Did Xiaoheng also come? No, he couldn't come. She had taken away his admission papers. Therefore, little Jing Kong had secretly taken away Xiaoheng's black fire pearl in Zhao country. Little Jing Kong was extremely daring. It was not something that he would not do. Gu Jiao looked at the note with the words, "My book boy," written on it again. The fact that little Jing Kong could escape from her meant that he was not a good person. Otherwise, would little Jing Kong run away if he was a good person? Little Jing Kong was a good child who knew how to repay kindness. Even his grandfather, who had left the city, was injured. He knew that he had to bring his grandfather over for treatment. If that person was the one who saved Jing Kong would not abandon her. Gu Jiao's mind was already filled with a series of detestable acts of human traffickers selling children from thousands of miles away, hiring child labor, not giving them food or water, oppressing them to death, and beating and scolding them at every turn. Songlan Women's Academy, right? Very good. Gu Jiao clenched her fist and the paper ball turned into ashes. Woman, you will pay the price. Early the next morning, Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshen knew that little Jing Kong was abducted to the Yin Kingdom. It was Madame Nan who told them. Madame Nan asked them not to ask about it. He didn't mention it at all. I think he was scared and didn't want to recall it. Madame Nan even found a reasonable explanation for little Jing Kong's evasiveness. It was undeniable that Madame Nan had a certain talent in the field of imagination. Oh, Gu Xiaoshen agreed obediently. Only Gu Yan had a look of suspicion. That little monk. Was he scared? However, Gu Yan was still very weak. He muttered a few words in his heart and fell asleep again. Little Jing Kong also woke up. He was practicing martial arts in the backyard. After practicing, he sat down and practiced for a while. Gu Jiao already knew that the little chick monkey he mentioned was Marquis Xianping. Gu Jiao was puzzled. When Marquis Xianping was recuperating in the Pushui alley, he was in a cast. How did he manage to abduct little Jing Kong to practice martial arts? Gu Jiao looked at the vigorous little Jing Kong, and then looked at the old grandpa, who still hadn't woken up from the knockout drug. But he taught him well. After breakfast, little Jing Kong stayed at home. Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshen went to the academy to attend classes. In the past, it was Gu Jiao who sent little Jing Kong to school. Now it was little Jing Kong who watched Gu Jiao go to school. He found it quite refreshing. However, he felt lonely after Gu Jiao left. Suddenly, he turned around and saw the big black horse in the backyard. The horse king who was eating grass was shocked. An ominous premonition came to its mind. Another wicked person wants to harm me. Gu Jiao went to Mingxin Hall. As usual, she walked to the last row near the back door. There were basically no people sitting in the last row. If there were, it would be her and Mu Qingchen. Mu Qingchen didn't come today, but the back row was full. Oh no, there was a seat left. Everyone in the back row looked at Gu Jiao in unison, waved at Gu Jiao in unison, and smiled warmly at her in unison. They even showed their teeth in unison. Gu Jiao, who had recognized Zhou Tong, was unable to recognize him for the whole afternoon. Gu Jiao looked around and found that except for the back row, only the first row was empty. She took a deep breath and resisted the urge to throw out the group of people who came from the first row to compete with her for the last row. She walked over and sat down with a poker face. Gu Jiao raised her hand and was about to ask who could lend her homework when Zhou Tong turned around and put a pile of homework on her desk with a smile. It's all done for you. Gu Jiao was speechless. At noon, Gu Jiao went to have lunch. Brother Xiao, I've got it for you. In the afternoon, Gu Jiao went to shoot arrows. Brother Xiao, I've got the arrows for you. Brother Xiao, I've made the annotations. Brother Xiao, I've got the toilet paper for you. Toilet paper? Why was there toilet paper? Gu Jiao, who wanted to go back to the dormitory and put the cloak back in Mu Qingqin's closet, came out with a gloomy face. Gu Jiao spent an indescribable day in the academy. Dealing with these clingy people was more tiring than attending classes. Finally, when school was over, Gu Jiao's head was smoking. Gu Jiao grabbed her bag and walked out. Gu Xiaoshan didn't wait for her. As soon as she walked out of the academy, a carriage stopped in front of her. Gu Jiao didn't pay it any attention. Unexpectedly, a girl in a pink dress jumped out of the carriage and called out to her. Xiao Luleng. It was Mu Qingqin's sister Su Shui. Gu Jiao glanced at her and continued walking. Your brother isn't here. Su Shui caught up with Gu Jiao. I know he's not here. He's out of Shengdu. I'm not looking for him. I'm looking for you. What's up? Gu Jiao asked. Can't I look for you if there's nothing? Su Shui pouted. Why did this line sound so familiar? Gu Jiao looked at her strangely and said seriously, you can't. Su Shui choked, and her steps slowed down. Did this person know how to talk? Could it be? Gu Jiao walked in front of her. Gu Jiao was tall for a girl, and her steps were fast. Su Shui struggled to keep up. Su Shui gasped for breath. Can't you walk a little slower? I came all the way here to find you. Can't you wait for me? Why are you as unreasonable as my roommate? Gu Jiao stopped. Your roommate? Gu Jiao finally remembered. She looked at Su Shui. Last time, you said that your new roommate was a mute and brought along a little black baby? Su Shui nodded. That's right. Gu Jiao paused. What's the child's name? Little Black. Su Shui blinked and sighed helplessly. How would I know his name? Gu Jiao glanced at her. Don't you share a room with them? Su Shui muttered. But I don't live in the academy's dormitory. This was the truth. Her home was in the inner city. Why would she leave the luxurious mansion to live in a dormitory? Was she crazy? As expected of siblings, their habits of not living in the dormitory were exactly the same. Gu Jiao continued. You should know that woman's name, right? Su Shui immediately exploded. Xiao Luleng. You're too much. How dare you ask me about another woman's name? Are you interested in her as well? What are you thinking? I don't even know her. Gu Jiao was baffled. How could Su Shui's thoughts jump around like this? Why would she think of this? Why would she be interested in a stranger? And a woman at that. Su Shui snorted. Then why are you asking about her? Oh, I know. Did you also hear about her beauty? So you want to curry favor with her like those lechers? Let me tell you, there's no hope. How many young masters of the country can't even catch her eye? You forget it. What kind of nonsense is she talking about? Gu Jiao said indifferently. I have a grudge with her. Really? Su Shui's eyes lit up and her expression changed. What kind of grudge? Thinking about the oppressed little Jing Kong, Gu Jiao's eyes emitted killing intent. He coldly said, an absolutely irreconcilable grudge. Songlan Women's Academy's Linglong Pavilion. A certain person fiercely sneezed 3 times. Su Shui happily said, then I'll take you to find her. Chapter 636. Gu Jiao sat in Su Shui's carriage. Su Shui's coachman saw his young miss bring an unfamiliar man into the carriage, and couldn't help but remind her in a low voice. Young miss, this isn't appropriate, right? Men and women shouldn't touch each other. If master and madam find out, they'll punish you. Su Shui coldly snorted. If you don't say anything, how will my parents know? Or are you planning to betray me and secretly tell on me to my parents? I'm warning you. If you plot against me behind my back, I'll make sure you can't stay in the Su family anymore. The coachman hurriedly replied. This little one wouldn't dare. This little one wouldn't dare. Young miss, don't worry. This little one will keep my mouth shut. That's more like it. Su Shui raised her eyebrows in satisfaction. Looking at the tightly closed curtains, she smiled knowingly and lifted her skirt to get into the carriage. She sat down on the bench next to Gu Jiao. She wore a pink and white tunic dress that accentuated her lithe figure and slender waist. Although she wore a veil, her limpid eyes were dazzling and beautiful. Actually, from Mu Qingqin's appearance, one could guess that Su Shui wasn't bad either. However, Gu Jiao wasn't a real man, so he wouldn't drool over Su Shue's beauty. Her eyes were clear without the slightest hint of profanity, causing Su Shue's face to turn even redder. He was a rare gentleman. Being in the same room as her, he didn't have the slightest intention of offending her. The carriage traveled on the wide street, with an endless stream of pedestrians. The sounds of hawking could be heard, creating a bustling scene in Chengdu. "Young Miss Su, can you walk a bit faster?" Gu Jiao asked. If she walked too slowly, it would be dark soon, and she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to leave the city in time. Su Shui wished that she could walk a bit slower, but since Xiao Lulang requested, she could only comply. "Oh, Afu, walk a bit faster." "Yes, young miss." The coachman called Afu whipped the horse, causing it to gallop. Su Shui's face darkened. "I told you to go faster, not this much. I'll deduct your monthly allowance when I get back." The Kanglin Women's Academy was located in the southeast of the inner city of Chengdu. It was one of the 4 prime locations in the inner city, and the only women's academy in Chengdu. It wasn't that there weren't any girls' schools in other places, but most of them were small private schools that had a separate class for girls. The last few times she came here, she was either hiding under the car or in the car, or she was being watched. She didn't have the chance to properly appreciate the local customs of the inner city. Today, thanks to Su Shui, she lifted the curtain and looked to her heart's content. The outer city was already bustling, and the inner city was even more so. Su Shui saw that she kept looking outside and thought that she was in a hurry, so she said, "We'll be there soon. We'll take a shortcut and go around the back door of the House of Duke. We'll be there in less than 10 minutes. Speaking of which, what kind of grudge do you have with my roommate?" Of course, Gu Jiao could not say that her roommate had abused her Jingkong. She only said, "Anyway, that's what happened." "Alright, I won't say it." Su Shui didn't get to the bottom of the matter. After all, she could tell that Gu Jiao really wanted to teach that new beauty a lesson. She wasn't like those playboys outside who said all kinds of things, but in fact, they were all there to see the beauty. "I believe you," she said with a smile. Gu Jiao was baffled by this sudden belief. Why would Su Shui believe her? The carriage went on for a while before it suddenly stopped. Su Shui frowned and said unhappily through the curtain, "What's wrong? Who told you to stop?" Young miss." The coachman's voice was not right. Su Shui lifted the curtain and said in surprise, "Father." It was a carriage from the Su house that stopped at almost the same time as Su Shui's carriage. The person inside the carriage lifted the curtain, revealing a stern middle-aged face. It was Su Shui and Mu Qingqin's father, Su Yuan, courtesy name Rongchuan. His sharp gaze swept over the guilty coachman and Su Shui. Su Shui's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly walked out of the carriage and closed the curtains tightly. She stood outside the carriage and said to Su Yuan, "Father, what a coincidence. Didn't you bring fourth brother out of the city? Why are you back so soon? Where's fourth brother? Is he in your carriage?" Su Yuan did not answer Su Shui's question. In fact, there was no need for him to answer. If Mu Qingqin was in the carriage, he would have come out to help Su Shui resolve the awkwardness. Su Yuan's gaze was fixed on the curtain behind Su Shui. Su Shui inconspicuously moved and tried to use her body to block the curtain. This was really a case of giving herself away. "Who is it?" Su Yuan asked in a deep voice. No one." Su Shui hurriedly waved her hand. Su Yuan was a martial artist, so how could he not sense the presence in the carriage? Moreover, Su Shui and the coachman's reactions had already betrayed everything. Gu Jiao lifted the curtain and openly walked out. When Su Yuan saw that it was a green-clothed youth, his gaze instantly turned cold. He did not judge people by their appearance, but the arrogance in the youth's eyes made him frown slightly. "Who are you?" Su Yuan coldly asked. "Xiao Lulang," Gu Jiao said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes. "You're Xiao Lulang?" Su Shui hurriedly explained. "That's right, father. He's the Xiao Lulang that I told you about. He saved me from the horse's hooves. Father, you weren't there at the time, so you don't know how dangerous the situation was. Even fourth brother couldn't save me. If it wasn't for him, I would have." Before she could finish, Su Yuan's cold gaze landed on her, and she immediately shut her mouth. Su Yuan was very angry that a man and a woman were in the same room. However, no matter how unruly Su Shui was, he still had to teach her a lesson behind closed doors. Su Yuan would not embarrass her in public. However, Su Yuan did not hide his arrogance in front of a commoner. "You're Qingqin's classmate. It was Qingqin who told you to come visit more often, right? Unfortunately, Qingqin isn't home today, so you've made a wasted trip." He did not mention that Gu Jiao had saved Su Shui's life, only acknowledging that Gu Jiao was Mu Qingqin's classmate. Even Gu Jiao sitting in the same carriage, as Su Shui was said to be looking for Mu Qingqin. After he finished speaking, he looked at Su Shui who was beside Gu Jiao and sternly said, "Why aren't you coming over?" Su Shui bit her lip and slowly jumped off the carriage. She walked over to her father's carriage, looking back every few steps. The servants laid out the wooden steps for Su Shui. Su Shui walked up the steps. "Go in," Su Yuan said to her. Su Shui entered the carriage, feeling wronged. Su Yuan continued to look at Gu Jiao and said, "Qingqin isn't home, so I'm sorry for making young Master Xiao come here for nothing. Fu, send young Master Xiao back to the academy. When Qingqin comes back, I'll ask him to invite young Master Xiao to the manor." Su Shui's expression changed. "Father," Su Yuan said sternly. "Fu." "Yes." Fu did not dare to disobey Su Yuan's order. He turned the carriage around and drove towards the southern city gate. Su Shui looked at the carriage that was gradually moving away and stomped her feet. "Father, why did you do that?" Su Yuan put down the curtain and sat down opposite Su Shui. "I should ask you why you did that. You're a girl, yet you're sitting in the same carriage as a commoner. What if someone saw you? Don't you want your reputation?" Su Shui snorted. "Father, there's no what if. Those who were more powerful than her wouldn't bother to block her carriage, and those who were weaker wouldn't dare to block her carriage. How could they be discovered?" Su Yuan said sternly. "You're still quibbling. Also, don't mention that he saved your life. He didn't save you. He was just training the horse. Don't you feel ashamed to be associated with a commoner?" Originally, Su Yuan didn't even want to admit that the kid was Mu Qingqin's classmate. However, in order to make it sound reasonable, he had to change the fact that his daughter brought him to the capital and Mu Qingqin invited him to the capital. Su Shui argued, "But he did save me. Father, you don't want to admit it. Do you think my life is worthless?" Su Yuan said seriously, "I'm worried that he'll rely on the Su family. If he uses saving your life as an excuse to stay with the Su family, you won't be able to marry for the rest of your life." Su Shui said angrily, "I didn't want to marry in the first place." Su Yuan's face darkened. "I know that he saved your life. I'll have someone prepare a gift for him and send it to the academy. He should be satisfied with the reward from the Su family. You'd better not make this mistake again. He doesn't have a talisman in the inner city. If the government finds out that you brought him into the city without permission, the consequences will be unimaginable." Su Shui felt wronged. "Isn't the government run by our family?" "You." Su Yuan was furious. What did she mean by the government run by the Su family? Was this girl not afraid of her whole family being executed? Su Shui said angrily, "Grandfather is the governor of the capital. Isn't the matter of Cha Fujia the government's official business? Who would dare to investigate me in the capital? Do they want to die?" This was the truth. But you can't say it. If His Majesty heard it, wouldn't the Su family follow in the footsteps of the Xianyuan family? Su Yuan gritted his teeth. "How dare you say such things? I'm only talking to father. I'm not talking nonsense outside." Who didn't know that? Su Yuan was choked by her words. After a while, he remembered what he wanted to say. "Why did you bring him to the inner city?" Su Shui wasn't stupid. Naturally, she wouldn't say that Xiao Lulang had a feud with someone. She said, "He's never been to the inner city, so I brought him around. Who knew he'd run into father?" "Humph," Su Shui said. In order to avoid exposing herself, she quickly changed the topic. She turned around. "Father, you're unreasonable. I don't want to talk to father anymore. I want to go back and tell grandfather that father bullied me and fourth brother's friend. Su Yuan said coldly. What do you mean you and fourth brother's friend? Is he worthy? Su Shui, remember this. You're the Su family's daughter. You can't lower your status for a commoner. Su Shui was angered to tears by Su Yuan. Seeing his daughter cry, Su Yuan frowned and sighed helplessly. All right, let's not talk about him. Wipe your tears. Father will take you somewhere. I'm not going. Su Shui refused without hesitation. Su Yuan said, You don't even know where we're going and you're saying you're not going? Su Shui choked with sobs. I'm angry. I don't want to go anywhere. Su Yuan said, It's Elder Meng's chessboard. Su Shui's crying stopped. Su Yuan knew that her interest was piqued. He continued, Yesterday, Elder Meng encountered a group of robbers in the outer city. His whereabouts are unknown. His coachman reported it, but unfortunately, the Yamen only caught the unconscious robbers and didn't find Elder Meng. Some people speculate that Elder Meng might have met with misfortune. Su Shui was stunned. Then are we going to burn incense for him? Su Yuan was speechless. Su Yuan said, We're going to meet Elder Meng's eldest disciple. That disciple has received Elder Meng's teachings and is second only to him in chess. In the past, we wouldn't have been able to meet him. Now that Elder Meng is in trouble and we're helping the chessboard, it's a good opportunity to rope him in. Perform well in a while, and try to gain his favor, so that he can accept you and your sister as his disciples. Your sister is already there. I'm not worried about her. I'm only worried about you. In the entire family, Su Shui was the one who caused him the most worry. On the other side, Fu was driving the carriage slowly towards the city gates. He wasn't worried that the guards would stop his carriage to check if there were any inner-city Fujia inside. After all, this was the Su family's carriage. Even if they did check it, they would just hand it over to the capital office and have the Su family's old master release it. He just felt a little sorry for the people in the carriage. Today's incident was quite embarrassing. He said sincerely, Sigh, young Master Shao, don't take it to heart. The old master's mouth is unforgiving, but he definitely won't mistreat you behind your back. When you return to the academy, you might even receive a gift from the old master. However, let me give young Master Shao a piece of advice. The Su family's young miss isn't someone you can make friends with. You should give up. Be a sensible person, and the Su family will protect you. What do you think? Young Master Shao ignored him. The coachman continued, Young Master Shao, am I right? Young Master Shao. Young Master Shao. Fu felt that something was strange. He turned around and lifted the curtain, only to see that the carriage was empty. The person who should have been sitting inside had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 637. After Gu Jiao got off the carriage, she went back the way she came, and arrived at the Tsonglan Women's Academy. Although the Tsonglan Women's Academy was located in the inner city, it covered a large area, at least larger than Gu Jiao had imagined. This brought trouble to Gu Jiao's search. Where is Linglong Pavilion? She looked around. I can't just ask anyone. The Tsonglan Women's Academy didn't allow outsiders to enter. She was dressed in men's clothing, so her sudden appearance here could easily cause misunderstandings. Fortunately, it was still early, so she just had to search the courtyard one by one. She didn't know if it was because the beauty was too famous, but all the gossip Gu Jiao heard while secretly strolling around was about her. From the information from these people's mouths, the beauty had just arrived in Chengdu, unlike Gu Jiao, who had become the most popular person in Clear Heart Hall in just a few days. This new beauty had become the public enemy of all the young ladies of the Tsonglan Women's Academy. She never invites people to dinner and calculates every copper coin clearly. I've never seen such a stingy person. She doesn't help when we ask her for help. She doesn't lend us anything when we ask her. Stingy. She doesn't allow people to enter her dormitory or touch her things. She has a bad temper. She's so arrogant and always has a cold face. Isn't she just relying on those men to like her? She only knows how to seduce men all day long. Little vixen. But her homework seems to have been praised by the teacher again. Yes. She got first place in yesterday's exam again. I really want to tear her apart when I see her proud look. She has no status and no backing. Can't she use this to raise her value, so that she can find a good husband in Chengdu in the future? The entrance requirements of the Zhonglan Women's Academy were very high. Most of the students were young ladies of aristocratic families, or extremely talented women. Most of them were married to men of the Yin Kingdom. Therefore, the Zhonglan Women's Academy was also known as the Academy for Brides of the Six Kingdoms. Many young masters from aristocratic families had come here to find beauties from the academy. After hearing so much, Gu Jiao couldn't help but admire the beauty in his heart. How did she manage to pull the hatred of all the students in the academy to the max? Look, someone is sending something to Linglong Pavilion again. It must be for her. One of the female students pointed to a small courtyard in the southeast and said sourly. Gu Jiao looked over. Oh, is that Linglong Pavilion? The few of them left while cursing. Gu Jiao looked in the direction of Linglong Pavilion and walked over. It was neither early nor late. The sun was setting in the west, and the warm yellow light fell on the cornices of the Pavilion of Delicacy. Gu Jiao climbed over the wall and entered the courtyard. There was more than one bedroom in Linglong Pavilion. Gu Jiao followed the maidservants who came to deliver things to a room at the end of the corridor. After the maidservants left, Gu Jiao flashed in. The women's room was more exquisite than the men's room. The room was separated by yellow pearwood cabinets. One of the bed curtains was down, and there was a faintly discernible figure inside. There was nothing in the room on the other side. It matched what Su Shui said about her not staying. Very good, it seems to be her. Gu Jiao took out her mask and put it on. She took off the whip at her waist and slapped it on the ground. Gu Jiao coldly said, "Are you coming out yourself or do I have to drag you out? You don't want to come out? Okay." Gu Jiao directly whipped the person out of the curtains. But how was this a student of the academy? It was clearly a fake person. Gu Jiao frowned. Does he know I'm coming to find him? The number one beauty of Zhonglan Academy naturally knew that Gu Jiao was coming to find her. Or more accurately, she was coming to find him. The number one beauty was none other than Xiao Heng, who brought little Jing Kong to the Yin Kingdom. Little Jiao came back with Gu Jiao's headband in his mouth last night. Xiao Heng knew that the little fellow had found Gu Jiao. With the little fellow's nature, he might not tell him. But in order to prevent the little fellow from getting lost, he put the address of Linglong Pavilion in the little fellow's clothes. Therefore, whether the little fellow told him or not, Gu Jiao could find him. Gu Jiao looked like she was going to punish him. The little fellow must have slandered him in front of Gu Jiao. Xiao Heng's teeth hurt. Of course, he was not avoiding Gu Jiao because he was afraid that Gu Jiao would punish him. It was because he did not want her to know that he was the new beauty of the academy. Fortunately, he was prepared. Gu Jiao was in the empty room. While she was thinking about the other party's intentions, someone came from the corridor. Gu Jiao hid behind the rosewood screen cabinet. The door was pushed open, and a girl wearing a pink and white uniform walked in. After she entered the room, she closed the door and bolted it. Then she walked to the bed where the fake person was. Gu Jiao sneered and walked out from behind the screen cabinet. "You are the student of this dormitory?" The young girl seemed to be shocked. She turned around with a pale face and looked at Gu Jiao with eyes full of fear. Gu Jiao looked at her lovely face. She was indeed a beauty, but wasn't it a bit exaggerated? But then she thought about it. She did not see anyone more beautiful than her on the way here. The girl gestured with her hands. She was probably asking who she was. Seeing that Gu Jiao did not answer, she looked at Gu Jiao with pleading eyes. Then she pointed at a table not far away. There was a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone on the table. Gu Jiao understood and walked over to sit down. The young girl came to the table. Only then did Gu Jiao notice that her right hand seemed to be injured and was bandaged with white gauze. The girl frowned slightly. She spread out the white paper and used her left hand to write with great difficulty. "I am a student of this dormitory. May I ask who you are? Why did you come to my room?" Gu Jiao remembered Su Shui saying that she was a little mute. She was not surprised that she answered with writing. Can you hear me? Gu Jiao asked. The girl nodded and wrote, I'm not deaf. Gu Jiao looked at the handwriting on the paper. It was different from the handwriting on Jing Kong's body, but it was not difficult to understand. After all, the handwriting of ordinary people was different. Gu Jiao took out a dyed note from her purse and handed it to her. Did you leave this? The girl took it and looked at it. Her eyes lit up and she wrote, Young master, did you find Jing Kong? Gu Jiao looked at her excited expression. She did not look like a cruel girl who would abuse children. Gu Jiao was a little confused. You know his name is Jing Kong? The girl hurriedly wrote, he told me. I met him at a dock in the Yin Kingdom. At that time, he was alone and pitiful, so I took him with me. Which dock? Gu Jiao asked. Tongqing dock. The girl wrote. There was such a dock in the Yin Kingdom, but it was not on the road to Chengdu. Why did Jing Kong go there? Who brought him to the Yin Kingdom? I asked him about his past, but he didn't tell me. The girl continued to write. He only said that he was going to Chengdu to find Jiao Jiao. I asked him who Jiao Jiao was, but he didn't tell me. Could it be that Jing Kong was abducted to the Yin Kingdom and escaped by himself? Did he meet this kind-hearted girl after he escaped? She misunderstood him. She did not mistreat Jing Kong. She was good to Jing Kong. As for why Jing Kong ran away, it was because Jing Kong wanted to find her. This wasn't impossible. As for why Jing Kong did not let the girl bring him to find her, it was because she had Xiao Liulong's admission certificate. Her identity could not be exposed. Jing Kong was a smart boy. So I misunderstood you. Gu Jiao looked at the girl and said. The girl smiled and wrote. You think I bullied him, so you came to find trouble with me? You care about him so much. Who are you to him? Gu Jiao did not answer her question. Instead, she said, It's a misunderstanding. Sorry for offending you. Thank you for taking care of Jing Kong these days. I will repay you if I have the chance. I'm leaving now. Take care. There was a warehouse next door. Xiao Heng put his ear to the wall next door. He did not heave a sigh of relief until Gu Jiao left after finishing her sentence. He found the girl and told her the lines in advance. He even took into account the difference between his handwriting and hers. Finally, he managed to deceive everyone. But he was not as happy as he imagined. Or to be exact, he was a little disappointed. He wanted to see her. He missed her very much. He wanted to settle the score with her face to face. He also wanted to ask her how she was doing these days. He had never missed someone so much. He missed her so much that his heart ached. He was so angry with her. But he was still worried that she was not taking good care of herself. Xiao Heng rubbed his chest, took a deep breath, and stepped out of the warehouse. He came to the door of the dormitory. He suddenly regretted it when he remembered that she was here just now. If he had known, he would not have let her go. He lowered his eyes and opened the door. When he saw the figure on the ground, he looked up. Gu Jiao, who had already left, was standing in front of him. She looked at him and smiled. Lord Xiao, long time no see. Chapter 638. It was as if Xiao Heng had been struck by lightning. His entire body froze in place. And it took him a long time to realize the situation in front of him. He lowered his head to look at his flamboyant academy uniform and ran away. Gu Jiao reached out with her small hand and grabbed his collar, dragging him into the room. She slammed the door shut and pressed him against the wall. Then, she reached out with her other hand and pushed his back, locking the door. Her movements were smooth and fluid, all done in one go. Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Heng, and Xiao Heng even stopped breathing. Should he say that her movements were too handsome, or that her gaze was too murderous? Xiao Heng's mind went blank. Everything happened too suddenly. Xiao Heng simply didn't understand how she had stayed. She had clearly said goodbye, and he had clearly heard her leave. But the truth was that the person who had left was the famous actress that he had invited from the theater. Gu Jiao coldly looked at Xiao Heng, her fingertips brushing past his handsome face. She narrowed her eyes dangerously. Husband's appearance is really pitiful. From now on, should I call husband Lord Xiao, or husband Beauty Xiao? Xiao Heng choked and his face flushed red. He looked at her with a resentful expression. You're still angry? Who was the one who drugged me and left me behind? I still haven't settled this debt with you. Gu Jiao's eyes moved. Oh, she had forgotten about this matter. Gu Jiao let go of his collar and began to tidy up his messy clothes. Her eyes immediately became obedient. See, here it comes again. This girl would always pretend to be obedient whenever she was in the wrong. He couldn't forgive her so quickly. Otherwise, she wouldn't learn her lesson. If they encountered this kind of situation again in the future, she would still leave him behind. Xiaoheng pushed her hand away and sat down at the table coldly. Gu Jiao blinked and sat down beside him. Gu Jiao went to get the teapot and poured him some tea. It's hot. He quickly blocked Gu Jiao's hand, grabbed the thick cloth on the table, and removed the teapot from the stove. After taking it, he realized that he shouldn't have done that. It was as if he had already forgiven her. He quickly put on a cold face. In addition to getting even with Gu Jiao, the other reason was to divert her attention, so that Gu Jiao would not notice that he was dressed as a woman. Gu Jiao rested her chin on her hands and looked at him. Husband, so the first beauty from the academy is you. No wonder even Su Shui was jealous. Her husband was the most beautiful, and she couldn't accept any rebuttal. Xiaoheng choked. Fortunately, the sky was dark and there was no light in the room, so she couldn't see his red face. Isn't that because of you? He said in a serious tone. Oh. Gu Jiao's lips curved as she stared at him without blinking. Xiaoheng, I'm talking business with you. Gu Jiao. She continued to stare at him. Xiaoheng wished that he could cover her eyes with his hand. Gu Jiao's lips curved slightly. Husband, you're quite charming like this. Could this girl stop talking? If she hadn't taken his admission document, he wouldn't have taken hers. How did you see through it just now? Xiaoheng tried his best to change the topic. Oh, that. Gu Jiao said. She said it herself. Xiaoheng was slightly startled. He saw Gu Jiao glance at the note on the table. There were two kinds of handwriting notes on the table. One was obviously written with a crooked hand, while the other was written with smooth and elegant handwriting. Gu Jiao continued. When I was about to leave, a dagger fell in front of her. She caught it with her right hand. She had deliberately dropped the dagger in order to see if her right hand was injured. Xiaoheng frowned. You suspected that she was lying from the beginning? Of course not. Xiaoheng's plan was flawless. Although the girl's personality was slightly different from the rumors, rumors couldn't be used as evidence to define a person. Gu Jiao had her own standards and logic, so she wasn't affected by objective facts. Gu Jiao pointed at the dummy on the bed. But why did you put a dummy made of a pillow? Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows and muttered in a voice that only he could hear. Just for a bit. Gu Jiao was speechless. Gu Jiao finally understood the whole story from Xiaoheng. It turned out that she also had an admission certificate. She was more and more curious about the white-bearded old monk. He was really a kind and considerate monk. In addition, little Jing Kong didn't mention Xiaoheng because he didn't want to go to school. Little Jing Kong studied in the gifted class. The best gifted class in the Yin Kingdom was in the inner city, just a wall away from the Kanglin Women's Academy. Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. How could he play truant at such a young age? Xiaoheng saw that Gu Jiao was shocked by the truth. He sneered. Oh, he's only obedient in front of you. Who knew what kind of little devil he was in private? How's Gu Yan? Xiaoheng asked. Gu Jiao said, he's awake now. He's relying on medicine. I applied for leave for him from the academy. The academy approved it. Madame Nan found a house nearby. Xiao Shun and I don't live in the academy. We go back every night. Hearing this, Xiaoheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know if he was glad that Gu Yan was fine for the time being, or that she didn't live in the men's dormitory. Xiaoheng said, well, since you're here, we should change our identities. Gu Jiao asked curiously, why do you want to change it back? Xiaoheng said lightly, why? Do you still want to pretend to be a man? It's improper to hang out with a group of men all day long. Gu Jiao looked at him and said, but your identity is safer. Those who want to kill you won't be able to guess that you'll enter the Yin Kingdom with such an identity. Xiaoheng couldn't refute for a moment, because the truth was as Gu Jiao said. He had been in the Yin Kingdom for a long time, and hadn't encountered anyone who wanted to kill him. There was even one time when he stayed in the same inn with the Nangong family. But the Nangong family didn't recognize him when they walked past him. His current identity was indeed his most powerful protection, but Gu Jiao understood what he was worried about. You don't have to worry about me. Nangong Li has seen you, and knows that you don't look like me. At most, he'll think that I'm someone with the same name, or someone who's here to impersonate you. As long as we don't contact each other on the surface, and don't have any interactions, people won't think that we've exchanged identities. This era wasn't the information era. News didn't spread as fast as imagined. We'll be careful. We won't be exposed, Gu Jiao said and patted her small chest. This is the best arrangement right now. Trust me. Xiao Heng looked at her deeply and said with a complicated expression, You just want to fight, right? The people of Tianqiong Academy were more resistant to beatings. Gu Jiao looked at him with a pained expression. How could that be? His guess was so accurate. Under Gu Jiao's persuasion, as well as holding hands, mainly holding hands, Xiao Heng finally accepted the suggestion of not exchanging identities for the time being. The curtain of night had completely fallen. The two talked and forgot to light the lamps in the room. The room was dusky. Only fragments of moonlight penetrated through the gaps in the window lattice. Unknowingly, the sky was so dark. It turned out that time could pass so quickly when two people were together. It's getting late. I should go, Gu Jiao said. I'll send you, Xiao Heng said. There's no need. I can go out by myself. Gu Jiao remembered the way. Xiao Heng paused and said, I want to send you. Gu Jiao didn't refuse again. The two walked out of Xiao Heng's room. Gu Jiao thought that Ling Long Pavilion was as quiet as his room. When she walked out, she found that Ling Long Pavilion was bustling with noise and excitement. Only his little world was so quiet that it seemed to be isolated from the rest of the world. Gu Jiao said, I'll send Jing Kong back tomorrow. Xiao Heng snorted. You'd better let him stay in the outer city. He'll be so annoying when he comes back. His words were full of disdain, but his tone wasn't harsh. Gu Jiao smiled and said, I got it. The two avoided the people of the academy and came to a place where it was easiest to climb over. Let's stop here. Gu Jiao looked at him and said, It's not safe for you to go out like this. Xiao Heng's face darkened. Did she have to rub salt into his wound? Okay, I'm leaving. Gu Jiao stepped forward and jumped over the wall. Her movements were clean and efficient. Xiao Heng was stunned. You're leaving just like that? Wasn't it too fast? Didn't she have anything to say? Eat well, drink more water, and don't flirt with those rich young ladies. Oh, Gu Jiao retracted her leg that had already stepped over. She jumped down and came to Xiao Heng. She tiptoed and kissed his face. Xiao Heng was slightly stunned. I didn't mean that. Gu Jiao thought for a moment. Then you mean this? She stood on her tiptoes again, grabbed his collar and kissed his lips. Xiao Heng's brain exploded with a bang. Gu Jiao gently pressed down on him, and then let go of him. Unexpectedly, before her heels touched the ground, Xiao Heng suddenly hugged her waist and pulled her into his arms. Xiao Heng pressed her against the cold wall. He held her waist with one hand and protected her back with the other to prevent the wall from touching her. His longing was intensified by the night. His breathing gradually became heavier. He stared at her with his deep eyes, lowered his head, and pressed his lips against hers in a domineering and gentle manner. Chapter 639. This kiss lasted for a long time, and the night seemed to linger. The surroundings were so quiet that only the sound of kissing could be heard. It was so shy that the full moon hid behind the clouds. Xiao Heng's arms tightened little by little, and their bodies were tightly pressed together. The night wind in Xingdu was slightly cold, and his heart was boiling. He used a lot of restraint to let go of her. His right hand gently stroked her head, and her lips were tender and beautiful. Their foreheads touched, and their breaths intertwined. His heart, which had been empty for many days, finally felt a little comforted at this moment. He couldn't help but find her lips and kiss her again. Then Gu Jiao kissed him back. She knew that she had to respond. Xiao Heng chuckled softly, and his strong arms hugged her tightly. He said hoarsely above her head, "Jiao Jiao, if you continue like this, you won't be able to leave tonight." Gu Jiao didn't move. But after a while, she asked him especially bravely, "When will the city gate close?" Xiao Heng said, "Today is Haizheng." Gu Jiao calculated and said, "There's still a quarter of an hour." She meant that she could stay for another quarter of an hour. Xiao Heng stared at her and laughed. "A quarter of an hour won't do." "Huh?" Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. Xiao Heng coughed violently. I mean a quarter of an hour. You can't make it." She meant that they could stay together for another quarter of an hour. What was he thinking? Fortunately, she was quick to change her mind. "Oh." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and looked at him. Just when Xiao Lulang thought that she didn't understand anything, she suddenly questioned him with a scholarly spirit. "Is that right? Novices always took seconds." Xiao Heng. When Gu Jiao returned to the residence, the three little boys were already asleep. As usual, Master Nan and Master Lu were waiting for her, while doing their own things in the courtyard. Master Nan brewed the poison. Master Lu vigorously performed 2 sets of martial arts before he went to fix the broken tables and stools in the house. Gu Jiao told them about her encounter with Xiao Heng, and both of them were stunned. Was that person Lu Lang? Was he the one who brought little Jing Kong to Chengdu? When they thought of little Jing Kong's pitiful and aggrieved expression, as if he had been abducted by a prostitute, the corners of their mouths twitched. How much did the little fellow dislike his brother-in-law? "You can't smear my name like this." But when they thought of how Lu Lang had actually replaced Gu Jiao's identity and entered Kanglan Women's Academy, they couldn't help but feel a little amused. Gu Jiao took Xiao Liulang's admission certificate, and Xiao Lulang took Gu Jiao's admission certificate. What kind of huge blunder was this? "I think it's a good thing," Master Lu said. "Aren't there people in the Yin Kingdom who want to kill Lu Lang? They probably wouldn't have thought that Lu Lang was right under their noses." "That's true." Master Nan nodded in agreement. Looking at it this way, it was a blunder. It was a good thing for Lu Lang, and it was also good for Gu Yan. If the one who entered the inner city was Gu Jiao, then Gu Yan would be separated from Gu Jiao. Now the person who couldn't leave Gu Jiao was Gu Yan. He was in danger and needed Gu Jiao's treatment at any time. Master Nan thought of something and asked, Then why didn't you recognize Liulang's handwriting?" Gu Jiao said, "He changed his handwriting." The Zhao nation's handwriting was different from the Yin kingdom's. Gu Jiao had only seen Xiao Heng's Zhao nation's handwriting, but she had never seen his Yin kingdom's handwriting. Even if it was the Yin kingdom's handwriting, the handwriting he used to write in Zhao nation was very different from the handwriting he used to write in Yin kingdom. Xiao Heng was a very cautious person. He wouldn't leave any evidence for others to use against him in this kind of matter. "What about little Jing Kong?" Master Nan asked. Gu Jiao said, "Go back to school in the inner city." Master Nan sighed. "Then he will be sad." It wasn't easy for him to escape from the evil hands of his bad brother-in-law. But he was sent back in the blink of an eye. The little guy was going to cry. Gu Jiao could tolerate little Jing Kong's other matters, but there was no room for discussion about going to school. Early the next morning, little Jing Kong received the bad news that he was going to be sent back to the inner city. He held the bowl and felt that the rice in the bowl was no longer fragrant. He asked tearfully, "Jiao Jiao, am I still the little boy you love the most?" Gu Jiao rubbed his little head. "But you still have to go to school." Little Jing Kong cried. "Boo-hoo, little she will miss me." "Who is little she?" Before Gu Jiao could ask clearly, the horse king with a small braid and little flowers came directly from the backyard. He picked up little Jing Kong's small bag and put it outside the door. "I approve." Tianqiong Academy was on holiday today, so there was no need to ask for leave. After breakfast, Gu Jiao took little Jing Kong into the carriage to enter the city. Gu Xiaoshen sent the two to the inner city gate as usual. Gu Jiao took the inner city seal that Xiao Heng gave her last night and held little Jing Kong's hand as they went to the city gate. The seal was issued by the Kanglan Women's Academy, according to the personal documents. Gu Jiao and Jing Kong's names were written on it. Gu Jiao entered the city dressed as a woman and wore a veil, so the city guards didn't see any flaws. After entering the city, Gu Jiao hired a carriage. Get in. Little Jing Kong felt wronged. Gu Jiao said, I will visit you often. Little Jing Kong held the small bag and pouted. I need 2 kisses before I can get in. Gu Jiao kissed him twice. Little Jing Kong then carried the small bag and got into the carriage. Gu Jiao sent Little Jing Kong to the agreed place, a tea house near the Kanglin Women's Academy. It was inconvenient for the two to meet in public, so Little Jing Kong went in by himself. Xiao Heng was already waiting in the side room on the 2nd floor facing the street. Little Jing Kong went to the side room, opened the window, and leaned on the windowsill to report to Gu Jiao that he was safe. Xiao Heng hugged him with one arm, and his gaze had already landed on the carriage. Gu Jiao also looked at him. The two looked at each other from a distance. The last time they looked at each other like this was when he was paraded on the street as the top scholar. They wouldn't wait too long. After she cured Gu Yan and got rid of the Nangong family, they could walk on the street openly. Miss, where are we going next? The driver asked. To the South City Gate, Gu Jiao said. Is Miss in a hurry? The driver asked. Yes, Gu Jiao said. Then I'll take the shortcut. The driver waved his whip and drove the carriage away. Gu Jiao sat in the carriage and closed her eyes to rest. Halfway through the journey, the carriage suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Gu Jiao opened her eyes and asked. The driver hesitated and said, Miss, I'm afraid we'll have to change the route. Gu Jiao sensed that something was wrong. She lifted the curtain and looked outside. She saw that something was happening on the street in front of them. The people gathered around, and there seemed to be sounds of beating and cursing in the middle of the crowd. Let's change, Gu Jiao said. This wasn't the Zhao country. Her identity couldn't be exposed. It was better not to get involved in this kind of thing. Aya, someone is going to be beaten to death. Just as Gu Jiao was about to put down the curtain, an auntie's voice came from the side of the road. An old man not far from her said, Who is beating people? The auntie said, Who else? The young master of the Nangong family. Nangong. Gu Jiao's hand paused. She lifted the curtain slightly and looked at the auntie on the side of the road and asked, Excuse me, what happened in front? When the driver heard this, he put down the whip. The auntie sighed and said, Ai. A few horse slaves drank too much wine and said a few disrespectful words to General Nangong. Young Master Nangong heard them. Young Master Nangong ordered people to beat them up. He said, To beat them to death. Gu Jiao asked, Aren't you afraid of being held accountable for beating them to death? The auntie sighed and said, It's just a few horse slaves. If they die, no one will care. Gu Jiao said again, Auntie, who is the General Nangong you mentioned? The auntie said, Nangong Li Daren. A while ago, he returned to his hometown to worship his ancestors. On the way, he was ambushed and seriously injured. When he returned to Chengdu, he was on the verge of death. Those horse slaves said that he couldn't cure them, which provoked young Master Nangong to make a big fuss. It was Nangong Li who injured Gu Yan. He actually didn't die. A middle-aged man said, It's not the first time young Master Nangong beat people to death. Last time, the servant of Assistant Minister Luo's family was tragically killed by him. That servant was a good citizen. Gu Jiao put down the curtain and asked the driver, Where is the Nangong family? The driver said, Miss, do you want to go to the Nangong family? The Nangong family moved to a new mansion near the Imperial Palace. If we go with a carriage like this, we will be arrested. Gu Jiao paused and asked, Is the Nangong family very powerful? Very powerful. The driver said, These years, they have obtained military power and are becoming more and more powerful. If cough. The coachman stopped in time. If what? If Marshal Xianyuan was still alive, would it be the Nangong family's turn to be domineering? In the past, the Xianyuan family had millions of soldiers. How powerful were they? The Nangong family was just a dog that kneeled and licked the Xianyuan family's boots. After the Xianyuan family's rebellion was defeated, their military power was divided into 4 parts. They were divided between the Nangong family, the Han family, the Wang family, and the Mu family. Among them, the Nangong family contributed the most to the war against the Xianyuan family and obtained the most military power. Chapter 640. Did no one report it to the authorities? Gu Jiao asked. The coachman was stunned. Miss, they are from the Nangong family. It's useless to report it. Is that so? Gu Jiao looked in the direction of the long street and murmured faintly. The coachman couldn't help but look back at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was wearing a veil, and her face was covered. Only a pair of calm eyes could be seen. It was a bit offensive to say this, but the coachman had never seen such a beautiful and cold pair of eyes. She looked at the Nangong family without a trace of fear in her eyes. The coachman faintly had an illusion that the girl he was carrying would raise her sword and slash at the Nangong family if he wasn't careful. The coachman was shocked by his own conjecture. Impossible, impossible. Although the Nangong family wasn't one of the top 10 families in Chengdu, that was only because they didn't have a deep foundation. It didn't mean that they didn't have the strength now. How could an ordinary person have the ability to compete with them? The people from the Duke's public house are here. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. The incident of the Nangong family beating up the horse slaves ended with the arrival of the second master of the Duke's public house. The Duke's public house was nearby. The second master of the Duke's public house must have returned from a trip and coincidentally encountered this incident. After the two sides negotiated for a while, the Nangong family left. The coachman said, the second master of the Duke's public house is famous for being a playboy. Only he can stop the Nangong family. If it was someone else, they wouldn't have the guts. Since the incident had ended so early, this Nangong family's young master, Gu Jiao, decided to meet him first. Gu Jiao left the money in the carriage and quietly got off. Then she found a ready-made clothing store and changed into a set of men's clothes that were convenient for traveling. She followed the Nangong family's young master. Her plan could not keep up with the changes. Just as she was about to find a suitable place to ambush, she was suddenly stopped by a carriage. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the alley. Gu Jiao planned to go around it. Unexpectedly, the person in the carriage lifted the curtain and called out to Gu Jiao in surprise. It's you? Gu Jiao glanced at her indifferently and recognized her as Mu Xian, whom she had met once at the High Duke's public house. Gu Jiao didn't intend to pay attention to Mu Xian. She turned around to go around the carriage from the back. However, a maid jumped down from the carriage and blocked Gu Jiao's path. Stop! My young miss is talking to you. Didn't you hear? Gu Jiao shot a cold glare at the maidservant. The maidservant was so scared that she trembled and took a few steps back to support herself on the carriage. At this moment, another carriage slowly drove over and stopped beside Mu Xian's carriage. The person in the carriage opened the window and asked softly, Divine Dr. Mu, what happened? Mu Xian looked at Gu Jiao and said, We met the doctor that young Master Mu invited from Zhao country. The doctor that my fourth brother invited? The young girl was shocked as she leaned half of her body out of the window and looked at Gu Jiao. Beside her, another head also popped out. What doctor? Let me see. Ha! Xiao Luleng. Gu Jiao held her forehead. Why did Su Shui also come? The young girl looked at Su Shui. You know him? Su Shui said excitedly. Second sister. He's the classmate of fourth brother that I mentioned to you. He's fourth brother's friend. Mu Xian looked at Gu Jiao. So he's young Master Qing Chen's friend. I'm sorry for offending you last time. Gu Jiao had slapped her. Although she said those polite words, she might not really think that way. However, Gu Jiao didn't care. The Su family's second miss asked Mu Xian, Have you met Divine Dr. Mu? Mu Xian smiled and said, We met once in the Duke's residence. Young Master Qing Chen brought young Master Xiao to treat the Duke's illness. Young Master Qing Chen had good intentions. I didn't expect that he would be used by someone. Used by someone? Is she saying that this young man is using fourth brother to curry favor, or bring disaster to the Duke's residence. The Su family's second miss expression instantly turned ugly. Su Shui angrily rebuked. Clean your mouth. Who's using my fourth brother? Is my fourth brother the kind of person who would be used by others? Muru Xian choked. The Su family's second miss said. Third sister, don't be rude. Muru Xian was the disciple of Qing country's divine Dr. Luo. Now, she was treated as a guest by the Duke's residence. Her status wasn't something that ordinary people could compare to. Moreover, they wanted her to treat old Mr. Meng's eldest disciple's cough. Humph, what's so great about him? Su Shui ignored her second sister and lifted her skirt as she ran down from the carriage. She stopped in front of Gu Jiao and asked with a smile, You also know about medicine? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Muru Xian saw that Su Shui was neither cold nor warm to her, but polite to a half-baked quack with a disfigured face. A cold light flashed through her eyes. The Qing country and Zhao country had accumulated resentment for a long time. Muru Xian hated all the people of Zhao country, not to mention that this person had slapped her face. Muru Xian narrowed her eyes and asked, Young Master Xiao, since you're young Master Qing Chen's classmate, you must be studying at Tianqiong Academy. May I know why you've come to the inner city? Do you have a talisman to enter the city? Su Shui's eyes flashed. She then remembered that Xiao Lulang didn't have a talisman to enter the inner city. She turned her head and glared fiercely at Muru Xian. What does it have to do with you? Why are you meddling in other people's business? Don't be a doctor. You might as well go catch mice. As the saying goes, if a dog catches a mouse, meddles in other people's business. Was Muru Xian calling her a dog? Muru Xian was furious. The Su family's third young miss had previously been indifferent to her, but she hadn't been this rude. It was all because of this Xiao Lulang that she had been going against her in every way, embarrassing her in front of everyone. Muru Xian looked coldly at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao didn't care about Muru Xian at all. She also didn't care about Muru Xian's hostility. She said to Su Shui, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. You should also hurry back. Su Shui wanted to say something but hesitated. She turned her head and looked at her elder sister on one side, and Muru Xian on the other. It wasn't a good place to talk. Su Shui coughed lightly and said, When fourth brother returns, I'll go to the academy to see him. I'll also go find you. Get in the carriage, Gu Jiao said. Su Shui smiled and waved at Gu Jiao, intending to turn around and leave. Muru Xian, on the other hand, calmly moved her fingertips and pinched a broad bean on the table. With a flick of her finger, the broad bean shot toward Su Shui's knee. If it hit, Su Shui would definitely fall into Gu Jiao's crotch. If Gu Jiao saved her, it would be considered as taking advantage of Su Shui. If she didn't save her, it would be considered as not saving her. Su Shui would be bitterly disappointed, and the Su family's second young miss would be angry. Whether Gu Jiao saved her or not, it would be a dead end. Muru Xian waited to see Gu Jiao's end, but she didn't expect that even though she was fast, Gu Jiao was faster than her. The moment the broad bean shot out, the silver needle at Gu Jiao's fingertips also moved. The silver needle hit the broad bean, and suddenly shot toward Muru Xian. Muru Xian felt a sharp pain in her right shoulder, and she fell heavily on the floor of the carriage. The Su family's second young miss wasn't a martial artist, so she naturally didn't see the undercurrent. She only saw Muru Xian suddenly holding her shoulder and falling down. She hurriedly asked worriedly, Divine Dr. Mu, what happened to you? Young miss. Muru Xian's maid walked up the carriage and helped Muru Xian up from the floor. Muru Xian held her aching shoulder and looked at Gu Jiao with cold sweat. Young Master Xiao, you plotted against me without saying a word. Is this the etiquette of the Zhao people? You plotted against Divine Dr. Mu. No. Second elder sister. Xiao Lulang wouldn't plot against her. Gu Jiao picked up the broad bean that had fallen to the ground after hitting Muru Xian. There was a silver needle in the center of the broad bean. Gu Jiao pinched the silver needle. Muru Xian, remember to wash your hands before plotting against others next time. Su Shui used a handkerchief to wrap the silver needle and the broad bean. There were several kinds of pastries in Mu Ru Xian's carriage. Gu Jiao hadn't touched the pastries in Mu Ru Xian's carriage, but this broad bean was obviously stained with the powder of pineapple cake and chestnut cake. At that time, even the maid got out of the carriage. The only one who could touch this broad bean was Mu Ru Xian herself. Su Shui suddenly understood. She looked at Mu Ru Xian and said, "I understand now. You plotted against Xiao Lulang first." Of course, Su Shui didn't know that Mu Ru Xian was aiming at her. However, her words weren't wrong. Mu Ru Xian was plotting against Xiao Lulang. Su Shui was just a tool for her to use. Gu Jiao came to Mu Ru Xian's carriage and looked at her indifferently. "Just now, I was just giving you a taste of your own medicine." Mu Ru Xian instinctively had an ominous premonition. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. With a crack, her arm was dislocated by Gu Jiao. "This is a plot." Gu Jiao indifferently withdrew her hand and turned to leave. Mu Ru Xian was originally invited by the Su family's second young miss to treat old Mr. Meng's eldest disciple's cough. However, after such a thing happened, she didn't want to treat anyone else. "I'm not feeling well, so I'll take my leave first. Lu Yao, let's go." "Yes, young miss." Mu Ru Xian's carriage left. Su Shui returned to her elder sister's side and snorted. "Serves you right." The Su family's second young miss frowned slightly. Ever since the Duke An's condition improved, Mu Ru Xian's treatment in the Duke's residence increased by more than one level. Not only did she wear the most fashionable and expensive satin, she ate the most sumptuous delicacies and lived in the most spacious and bright courtyard. Even the daughters of the Duke's residence didn't receive such treatment. Thinking about what had happened during the day, she simply couldn't control her anger. She had long regarded herself as a person of high status. How could she tolerate being humiliated by a person of low status? Lu Yao entered the room and said softly, "Young miss, second madam sent someone to ask when the Duke's medicine will be ready." Mu Ru Xian coldly sat on the chair and looked at her painfully reattached arm. She gritted her teeth and said, "Tell second madam that I'm injured. I'm afraid I won't be able to treat the Duke for the next few days." Lu Yao reported the truth to second madam. Second madam immediately put down what she was doing and brought 1,000-year-old ginseng to visit Mu Ru Xian. Mu Ru Xian sat on the bed with gauze wrapped around her arm. She said in a haughty tone, "Second madam is considerate. But as second madam can see, I'm afraid my arm will need to recuperate for a while. I won't be able to perform acupuncture or brew medicine. You injured your left arm, not your right arm. Why won't you be able to perform acupuncture or brew medicine?" Second madam patiently said in a gentle voice. "How about this? Give me the prescription, and I'll have someone brew it." Mu Ru Xian said, "That's my master's secret prescription. How can I easily pass it on to an outsider?" Second madam wasn't stupid. Mu Ru Xian was obviously able to treat the Duke. She was deliberately putting on airs to discuss some conditions with them. Second madam smiled. "Divine Dr. Mu, we're famous people. What will it take for you to continue treating the Duke?" "What did she say? Move to Tingyin Pavilion?" "That's right. She said Tingyin Pavilion is suitable for recuperation." In the study room, Second Master Jing slammed the pen in his hand on the table. Tingyin Pavilion is Yin Yin's courtyard. Even though Yin Yin is no longer here, the things Yin Yin used are still here. She can't even go in to take a look, let alone move in. Second madam sighed. "I knew you wouldn't agree, so I rejected her." Yin Yin was eldest brother's only flesh and blood. Her belongings were eldest brother's life. Second Master Jing frowned. "What did she say?" Second madam said. "She said it's fine if she doesn't move to Tingyin Pavilion, but she can't be bullied by others. She wants us to capture the brat who injured her and let her deal with him." Second Master Jing asked, "Which brat?" Second madam said, "Mu Qingchen's classmate. He's from Zhao Kingdom. Last time, he came to the Duke's residence to treat eldest brother's illness. But it seems he's just a quack and doesn't have any real skills." Second Master Jing hesitated for a while before saying, "All right, I'll go capture him." As long as she could treat eldest brother, not to mention a person from a lower country. Even if it was a person from a higher country, he would still capture him for her. In order to express the importance he attached to Muru Xian, he decided to go personally. Second Master Jing was swift and decisive. After 2 hours he appeared at Tianqiong Academy. With the power of the Duke's residence, it wasn't difficult to find out the address of a student. Soon, Second Master Jing arrived at the residence where Gu Jiao was temporarily staying. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.